Welcome back, everyone, to NECC Overwatch. My name is Fel, also joined here by LaFon, and I'm sorry, LaFon, you're probably gonna need a hard carry me here on this matchup, but I am very happy to be here as of recently, just here to fill in here for some Overwatch, but I'm pretty sure it'll still be some exciting stuff regardless of that.
Yeah, I mean, I've already heard rumor that a Dave might appear at some point during the broadcast, so we'll have to wait and see if that kind of steps in. But I'm excited to be on the broadcast here with you here, fellow. And I mean, it should be a good match as we get our handset on the two teams we have at our disposal.
Yeah, it's gonna be Lees McRae versus ESU, and I haven't been really able to do a lot of book work, but I mean, just going into the game of Overwatch, it's been around forever, just about as long as a game I'm pretty comfortable with Rainbow Six Siege, so metas have been kind of well established at this
Yeah,
point. No major updates have come in through, so you tend to see something maybe like Rush or Double Bubble. That's
yeah.
what you tend to see in the normal meta, but you can get creative with it as well. But I think we're almost ready to get into the matchup as well, so we can actually not have to do that much theory craft and just see what both these teams are going to bring to the table here.
Yeah, a bit of a sore spot there in terms of the updates and so forth. I will say there's an experimental card that went up today that had some interesting
Oh.
changes go through. I don't know if anyone has had a chance to see them yet, but Junkrat got buffed. The Cowboy got buffed a little bit as well. So some stuff stepping in there. But in terms of what we have kind of on the table in front of us in terms of performance, yeah, theory crafting, not much in the way. We have dive, we have rush, we have brawl. Those are kind of the three things we'll sort of expect to see. Though I will say a lot of teams like playing to their strengths more than what is quote unquote the right composition. So that's also something to keep an eye out. We've had Bastions play show up on the field. We've had Torbjorns, all sorts of flavor stepping in terms of composition. Into our game, map number one. I haven't seen this map in a while. Neither in game, I haven't
Ooh.
played it in a while. I haven't casted it in a while either. As we started here on Nepal, fellow, and I mean, certainly getting us a chance to look at Village first.
Man, Nepal, it's a mixed bag for me, especially on this point in particular. Symmetric can be played every now and again, just kind of making that point stronghold. But as of right now, we're not seeing that. We're actually seeing Dave, which, fun fact, is the cowboy. That's what you referenced earlier, Lafon. Thank you for adding in on my funny joke. But yeah, as the timer still ticks away, we'll get into the actual meat and potatoes of this. And this will be just two double shield comps with let Lees McRae, sorry, running the Sigma as the other shield. Ryan up inside of ESU.
Right. This is going to be a little bit slower from Lees McRae, right? They're playing more of that bunker style, whereas ESU is playing closer to a rush, although they do have some poke potential with the Hanzo. That being said, this about is playing up so aggressively with this Reinhardt early.
Oh yeah, his shield already gone. He's gonna just go in swinging. Fire Strike comes out, plenty of damage, forcing out a lamp here, but that's on the side of ESU, and it's just domination up above on the high ground already. You can try to go for that point, and you're forcing that call back. The first team fight already being successful here for ESU.
Yeah, and I mean, the difference here for ESU is that they have the Lucio, so they're able to get in quicker, right? We saw the Reinhardt up to the advanced choke point for ESU, and Lees McRae is forced to recover. Now, one thing Lees McRae has is this better sustain, right? They have both higher support throughput, and I would expect for them to need to play around that strength as they kind of walk up to this choke.
Yeah, going right in through main, just a bit of a brawl down once again. If they can get aggressive with that speed boost, then Reinhardt is charging on in, and also incredibly close to Shatter. This could be another massive team fight one here, just to keep that forward momentum going here, but Dave gonna get a little bit of pocket damage, I suppose, just poking in at them. Here comes the ultimate in through by Baptiste as well, just trying to force out even more damage here, but so far not being all that successful. The only thing they've been able to burn through is just that lamp, and at any given moment they could force down that Earth Shatter, but no, these Ablo actually gets taken down, and this team fight actually could be turned around now.
Yeah, there's a good Gravitic Flux is going to find two, fellow, and that's going to signal the end of this fight. It's mostly cleanup here from here on out, and on top of that, no point given over, no quarter given. Soundbarrier committed as well as Deadly Pants gets taken out, but that's not really going to make a big difference in this fight. It might give an opening to Lees McRae in upcoming fights, though, as they head to that 65% margin or so on the control point. ESU trying to play up aggressively, as you highlighted, with the Earth Shatter, with the Dragon Strike in their back pocket. Lees McRae trying to dance around that issue and sort of avoid those critical crowd control ultimates.
This could essentially be the last team fight here, and you've only got the Bongo along with Ana's ult as well, but the Earth Shatter gets blocked perfectly by Sigma's shield. Bongo getting activated as well. This could be massive. That's a great pick by Michael, forcing them back even more, but you don't have any more room to fall back on, and there goes the Dragon Strike, only picking up one, but a second will fall as Rainbow's down for the count. It's just an easy cleanup, and with basically no time being left as well, ESU, they should be able to take this first map successfully.
Yeah, that is going to be the 100-0 there for ESU, as they don't really give any space for Lise McRae to step in on the objective. Excellent tempo here from ESU Warriors as they play quickly, they play aggressively, but not too aggressively, right? That's sometimes a
Mhm.
critique we have of teams where they do play that aggression and then overstep sort of their limits, if you will. This time, ESU, no such failure, and they take the 100-0 on round number 1. Lise McRae now here on the second objective. They're continuing this bunker composition. It's a little bit more viable for them, right? There's more open areas to kind of fall into where the Halt can get a lot of value. The shields can be harder to aggress because they cover more choke points. So Lise McRae, this is arguably the better point for them anyway with this composition. We'll see if they're able to bring more strength in that control of shielding pressure here against ESU.
Use McRae opting for the Pharah here. That'll be probably a really big make or break. Michael needing to step up a lot along with Halbert perhaps as well. If they cannot take care of Utilize early on, he can just do a ton of damage and already being proven quite effective as he takes care of the Hanzo. Now stepping up as well with the rest of his team. That first initial pick, just adding that forward momentum here, but it isn't that much of an overextensive push coming in through. ESU Warriors, they're actually able to keep most of this team fight out. D.Va dashing out of the gigantic pit right next to Sight, allowing to get herself back into the fight here. Just a lot of time being wasted, and the point actually captured by ESU Warriors. Just the fact that they weren't able to mark it off that initial pick, it will cost them that first point, and they're still trying to add a little bit of momentum here. They're actually winning the team fight once again. Fornew's able to get rid of his doppelganger there of Michael. He's off the board on Soldier, but they still haven't really gotten anything confirmed just yet, as they're still just trying to bout for the point.
And with as these fights kind of elongate, this is going to be a big problem for Lise McRae because they're losing point percentage and they haven't given themselves a clear win condition either yet.
Yeah, not at all. Beat drop being established. They just want to hold to this point as long as possible. It's a constant trade game. Halbert, great shot onto Finn with the Storm Arrow, trying to shut down Utilize. He's got a little bit of backup, though, and that'll be the team fight officially over. So much being wasted here, but at least the Ultimates have had time to gain back, I suppose.
Ideally, what you want to kind of see Lise McRae do, though, right, is they play up this sort of right-hand perspective from their point of view with the Orisa, and then have the Sigma kind of contest objective. They have a lot of ultimates here, nearly 6. It's going to have to be committed, but again, this Gravitic Flux, we saw how dangerous it was last round. ESU could absolutely shut them out.
Ooh, that great initial pick, once again, a really good thing Lise McRae has been able to do is just finding those first frags, and now they're expending the ultimates. They had the barrage, and now the bongo comes down as well. Time still being wasted, though, and not having that point just yet will be a little bit taxing, but in the end, they'll get it done regardless, and they still have Nano along with the window to work with later on, so not a bad position here for Lise McRae, but they really have to make sure they don't lose this.
Yeah, this is a really important, incredibly critical that they have to start with those first pickoffs in upcoming fights now. And as I say, if the Baptiste goes down, not a great start here as it is last fight territory or close to it for ESU Warriors.
Ooh, and there goes the Gravitic Flux, timed in here with the sights by Michael. Picks up one, bomb comes in through, and there it is, just a quick cleanup. And this really should be the point captured here. Fornew's getting that sights down as well, but he's only good for 2, and D.Va just finishes him up. So that's the point recaptured, essentially.
Yeah, it is going to be a slow contest available, and there is one fight left here for Lise McRae to stabilize. They have all the tools they need, Nano Boost, Amplification Matrix, and the Gravitic Flux online. You need to get through the choke and give Rainbow the space to activate the Gravitic Flux here on the Sigma.
Yeah, and if they can nano someone as well, just tagging people up to make sure they get those finishing blows once they land back into the ground, that could be massive, but they haven't had the time to do that. Finn goes down, that's one of your tanks off the board. Window gets applied by both teams, and there goes the Gravitic Flux, but do they have the means to make it a cleanup here? They get the finishing blow on Halbert, but no, Nevo just gets booped off by D.Va. Massive plays coming in through, and Michael's there to shut down Fornews. It is just, once again, nothing but net on the side of ESU Warriors, and I feel like we just got on Nepal, but we're already over with it as ESU takes it flawlessly 2-0.
There is a very dominant performance here from the ESU Warriors in map number 1. A quick highlight of the game, as always. This one going to be the knockoff in the end. I believe this is a environmental kill there with the fly, and then comes in with the cleanup onto the Pharah as well. So very, very clean stuff here from the off-tank player. For ESU. And I have to say, off-tank is sort of a misnomer here, as there were 2 off-tank characters on ESU's side, where we saw the Sigma, we saw the D.Va as well. So definitely a double flex tank kind of position. Interesting look. finds a lot of value. And I mean, map number one as a result goes to ESU.
Yeah, and I really didn't think it would end that quickly, but they were just able to keep Lee's McRae just at a distance through a majority of that. And regardless of the fact they had better ult economy at certain points, they just weren't able to utilize them that well.
Yeah.
The Gravitic Flux, great example. They got a little bit of space being made from that, but just not enough to really seal the deal. So I'm hoping map two can be a little bit different. I think we go into a break even on Overwatch here to get map two ready. You can correct me if I'm wrong, LaFon, as yes, we are. Okay, good. So we'll go into that short little break, do a little bit of reconnaissance, I suppose, let both teams get revamped for that second map, and we'll be back in a few short minutes. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to the NECC Overwatch segment here, of course, fellow, alongside myself, LaFon. We had a very quick first map, fellow. It was, a definite showing from ESU in strength. Lise McRae looking to bring it back as we head to our second map of this series. Numbani will be our playground, and this one is going to be, I think, certainly an interesting look in terms of what flexibility both these squads kind of have.
I suppose so, but at least going back a little bit on map number one at Nepal, that was pretty quick. I mean, King of the Hill tends to be nowadays as you only need points to win, essentially, most averaging around 10-ish minutes or so, depending on how you fall it. And just, we didn't see enough space being made by Lise McRae. I hope that that changes, especially when they're defending first here on Nimbadi. They just need to make sure that they never give enough of it away for ESU to actually cap that first point. If they can stall for a lot of time, that can really just lead that momentum moving in further and further and further, especially since
critical in sort of how this map flows. Time is of the essence, really, on Numbani, because if you think about it, the first third of the map is very difficult to capture. The second third is pretty easy, and that's where you kind of gain most of your time. And then the last third is, again, very difficult. So if you can kind of stabilize in first and third, you're in a pretty good position. And of course, if you just stop them at first entirely, then, well, you're off to the races. So for Lees McRae, it is really going to be critical for this first objective to be their strength.
Pretty much a mirror composition except for supports, really, and I guess a bit of the DPS as well. Finn rocking the Junkrat, which is great for just initial damage, breaking through those shields, and since you've got two of them, as Winton's with his bubble, along with Sigma just with his expendable shield, it's probably the better call. Then you can just deal a little more splash damage overall to those nice squishies, and since you don't have a lot of healing overall other than the Moira, this should be a pretty good comp to say the least. I'm just hoping that ECU could possibly change it. But already, here comes the first initial fight, and that Junkrat already being great just to deny that space as a trap was in fact triggered, and it's forcing a bit of a peel away. But with ESU getting that first initial pick, they should be able to jump in on that. But there comes the great resurrection to make it back even 6-on-6, but already so much damage still being done. Hanzo gets that pick on towards Rainbow, and they're still just putting on more and more pressure, and there isn't really much that they can do except just tackling down that healer, and they're actually able to keep themselves alive to hold this first capture point for just a few moments longer. But it's still a constant trade game here.
The longer this goes on, the worse it is for the offense, though, because they lost their Moira, they lost their main support, so heals are not there. No, I mean, with the Hanzo popping off, I mean, bring some space back.
Yeah, shockingly, the 3K by Halbert, massive success, and he's still just popping off in the middle of the point. High ground not even necessary as he's got backup there from the Winston and the rest of his team. So first point already being captured instantaneously, and that is a boatload of time you already have to your name.
Yeah, I think the one interesting thing... Oh, goodbye.
Okay.
Taking a little vanilla, taking a little sightseeing
for the
tour
cannonball,
off
I
the
guess.
side of the map. Yeah. It is going to buy a little bit of space for the defense to re-aggress, and you can see the Reinhardt trying to play up aggressively. They get a first pick off on the Moira yet again. This is the opening for the Shatter to be laid down.
And if that Shatter does actually connect, that could be massive. Just wasting time and just getting that first pick here. Tire out from behind, though. That could even be just as big, but can't spot anything out. You need to keep aggressing with the Tire. You're very limited on time. Just try to have some success, but no, it's just going to run right down in towards main, and it's going to get shot immediately by Halbert as he just hasn't been missing anything. And once again, the Storm Arrow finishing off Utilize, who's already been on such low HP. He'll get revived, though, by the Mercy to maybe allow him to go for into that Shatter, and it's massive, rupturing the Coalescence and just wreaking havoc. But there's ultimates on the side of ESU as well, just to have a quick cleanup, and it was only utilized to have any effect on that team fight. Oh, no.
Contra Basic actually just stood still, and Michael shot, perfect little area around them. But it is what it is. Now the reset comes in for Lees McRae. There are a couple switches already throughout the entirety of this map. There's been a Torbjorn applied, now a Reaper. Of course, they move over to the Zarya in the previous fight. So ESU still have a lot in the bank. The Primal Rage is going to be available, obviously the Gravitic Flux, and notably the combo with the Gravitic Flux could easily be the Dragon Strike, as second point was just captured. And now Lees McRae are making a gambit here for the third point.
Ooh, window gets popped a little early just to try to force back the side of ESU, but they really don't seem phased. They just walk right past it. There's a grid of flux you were talking about. I don't even think a Dragon Strike will be necessary now, as everyone's on such little HP and that lamp not being utilized properly. It'll just be, once again, another Demolition Derby favoring ESU Warriors as they just keep getting more and more contention here on this map. There really has been nothing that Lees McRae has been able to do just to stop this aggression, and it's just more and more map control.
An ambitious sound barrier there that, when everyone is full HP, there has been a switch as well. Just about it goes over to the Diva rather than the Winston. But now, Lees McRae walking back in to get the first pick off. A good start here.
At least making things a little bit more winnable. That Dragon Strike trying to open things up here. And there goes the Visor having so much impact. 3 to Michael's name. And once again, I keep saying it over and over again, but it's a constant cleanup. And Finn can't even contest the point. 4 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock, and they got the third tick. I mean, what a stellar performance by ESU.
I mean, Michael in that engagement just walks into the back line, and people just completely kind of lose track of the soldier and the tactical visor. You don't have to worry anymore about kind of aiming. Now it's all about making sure that you're difficult to hit, using your mobility more, right? So it takes sort of the stress and pressure of aiming off of your ability to kind of focus in the fight, and that can be invaluable. in these fights. So for ESU, an excellent flank by Michael leads them to a full capture in 4 minutes and 20 seconds is a long time here on Numbani, right? Hey, you start off the map with 4 minutes. That's how much you get to first attack on the objective. So the fact the timer goes up if we were to get to a second round of attack is definitely a daunting task. Elise McRae, though, got to put it out of their mind and kind of just focus here on making sure they get objective A cleanly.
Wondering how well Finn can maybe utilize the Mei just to try to isolate a couple of picks here, which could be massive. You have so much more map to try to cover to get back into the point and back into that team fight, especially no Mercy on the board to go for that resurrection. So I'm really hoping that Finn can really be that huge playmaker, and having someone dive along with him like Utilize just to try to solidify once again and get those early picks that you desperately need.
This composition, I will say, fellow, does not have a lot of synchronicity, though, for that kind of strategic aspect of the game. The Mei, the Diva, they're not a lot going here in terms of stylistic matchup, but these could be strengths the players have, right? Maybe Finn is just really good at Mei, so if they're able to play off of that, then there's still an opportunity here for the squad to kind of get value.
Well, the wall gets up just to deny a little bit of high ground, but really not for that long. The brawl just ensuing in the middle of the point. There goes the freeze onto D's, but it's not going to be enough to just down him outright. It's a constant brawl still going in their way with no victor entirely here. Rainbow being isolated, though. They should try to focus on him the most right now. They're just killing the rest of his teammates off in the background, finally shutting Rainbow down, and really should be only a matter of time before it's just another regroup and a next fight coming through by Elise McRae, as they weren't really that successful in that first take.
They do get a full third of the objective, though, right? So that first tick is allotted to them. And, I mean, for a fight that you win out so convincingly, the fact that you're able to get percentage on the objective, not a bad start, actually. Now you just need 2 more fights like that. And for Elise McRae, take the victories where you can find them. For ESU, now they're going to be able to control high ground, though. They have the Earthshatter coming online. And aside from, a Rainbow Boy perhaps getting a clean lockout with his Shatter or perhaps even Finn, realistically, Disabato has the space in their favor, shall we say.
Essentially, yeah, and we've seen massive shatters happen beforehand. What's stopping Disabato from just securing another one? Even just getting 2 and making sure those are confirmed kills. That could essentially wreck a team fight here, but so far it's not going to be necessary yet. You hear in the background, though, there's the shatter. It confirms a couple, and it is just cleaned up by Disabato. There's 3 for them, and that's already the end of the match, and such an upset, too, wasting that coalescence as well. Not necessarily wasting it, but just utilizing it and it really not having any success at all. And even getting a slight stagger onto Rainbow, that's pretty huge.
Yeah, it's tough, right? As a support player there, you always want to kind of defend your team and use your cooldowns to keep them alive, but the damage has already been done. I think more critically for ESU is that they used 1 ultimate. Disabato already out to 50% on the Shatter again, and the rest of the board has check marks across it. So very wealthy in terms of resources are the ESU Warriors at this point.
And the only thing that there is not a lot of is time here for Elise McRae. They only have a handful more team fights. Great Blizzard, but there's the beat drop. Just having an onslaught of ultimates has just been so great for ESU, but there are still plenty of picks being had. Finn with 2, but there's another Earth Shatter in synchronization with the visor, and it's going to be an onslaught, a team kill coming in through, and once again, ESU Warriors, they just full hold the point.
It's a smart play. Again, I talked about the defensive utility of the support players there. This time it's Lucio stepping in. A big sound barrier forces Elise McRae to have to focus a lot harder. They do take out 1, right? But it's not enough because, as you said, the resource bank is just so massive for ESU Warriors. Now, last fight, 50 seconds remain. This is the last real fight Elise McRae is going to get on this map.
Yeah, after that, it'll just mostly be just solo staggers coming in through. They need to use this Gravitic Flux here liberally. It pops in, only confirms 1. Lamp could be gone. Visor's popped as well, along with a bomb in the background. It is just neck and neck. Everyone at each other's throats, essentially, just constantly on the point here, and really no victor as of right now. But was that almost another shatter? I thought it was, but no, Disabato, they still have it in their back pocket, essentially. So that's not going to be the case, and things slowing down just a little bit. There goes that stagger game in full effect now, as everyone's just dead on the point, and there's only 10 seconds left. Can they even touch? Maybe Nevo could possibly touch it, but I'm not even too sure if that's going to be the case, as they might not have any dead souls to fly to. And no, that won't be the point. It's just one by one lining up the bodies here. Finn can touch to bring it to overtime, but there's no chance that they're going to be able to confirm this point.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be to
Oh
add
no!
insult to injury. It is going to be the Earth Shatter at the very end from Desabato on the Reinhardt. So the ESU Warriors will take map number 2 as well, leading the series here now 2-0 and cementing their win. Obviously, we're gonna play the third map out here, but this has been really unfortunate spacing here from Lees McRae. Excellently played by the ESU Warriors.
Yeah, and just the ultimate game, once again, being really differential here between both teams. For Lees McRae, they've got the right idea as to what ults they need to use in certain situations. Just the timing of it. Contra Basic, her Coalescence could have been a lot more impactful. Just already, though, losing 2 players, just that lack of timing really made the upset there, and they just never really were able to climb up that hill. They almost always seemed a little staggered. Just unfortunate for Lees McRae. Maybe they'll get that nice little victory at the very end. It'll still be the loss, but hey, maybe it won't be a 3-0. Who knows? We'll have to wait and see. We'll get map number 3 ready for you in just a few short moments and be back to commentate over to our best abilities. Don't go anywhere, everybody. Welcome back, everyone, for the last matchup between Lees McRae versus ESU. I've been fellow joined here by LaFon, and it's been a little bit one-sided, upsetting to say here, with ESU having a lot of the advantages in most of these brawls, having it already 2-0, like I mentioned. So, like I mentioned, the third map, it's going to be kind of more just it could either be a victory lap for ESU, or we could finally see Lees McRae sprout up and finally have a little bit of victory on their side as well. They made some role swaps moving in behind the scenes for getting the third map set up, so maybe that could be their saving grace finally, but I want to hear your thoughts, Lafon.
Yeah, I mean, it is a tough position for Lees McRae, right? Over the season, they're now 0-4, so statistically, their season's been a little bit rougher than some of the other squads. Albeit, it's a case here of just improving game over game, right? That's kind of what you have to take from it when
Yeah.
you're in this position, and kind of ignore the score line. I think the number one rule when you're looking at any sort of record, any sort of map score, anything like that is it doesn't really matter.
Ready for battle.
map on the board for them. Yeah, it would mean a lot, I think, especially considering how their season has kind of gone. But ultimately, it's map number 1 again, if you will, right? So kind of forget how the rest of the series has gone and, play your best to your best ability here.
Oh boy, I saw the Bastion and Tor being teased here, but ended up being utilized going on the Widowmaker instead. But hey, 4 News is still rocking that Bastion, so maybe the quote-unquote bunker here, defend the ship, could be quite successful here on Watchpoint Gibraltar. I'm pretty sure it's what the map name is. My memory and names can be quite horrific, but I think I've got that one right. Yeah, it is. I was correct. Thank you. I wanted to sound dumb on stream, so I think I've already done that enough times, though, needless to say.
You said it great today, dude, so... You're on the board. I mean, ESU with their defensive composition here is interesting. It's that double flex tank yet again. I suppose this is the last time we'll get a chance to see it. With Overwatch 2, we only have 1 tank, but they've made it work, right? The Sigma and the D.Va, and we'll see if they can continue to find value as this Bastion gets set up here behind the apartments.
Oh, but he doesn't have the best of cover from that Orish's shield. Might need to back off, but no, the lamp will actually allow him to full hold, breaking down Sigma shield, forcing Vanilla just to use that natural cover here. Not a lot of control being had, and that point not being moved, or I guess the rocket ship not being brought all the way down. It'll go through under that hill eventually, and Vanilla just drops for some odd reason, and 4 News heard the audible cue, able to shut down that first of many tanks. I guess the main tanks, so to say, do the off tank here in this position. So a pretty essential pick, but you need to keep that forward momentum going, and that tackle massive here for Lee'sMcRae, shutting down the Lucio, and now ultimates have been built up. There goes the tank by 4 News, and it's just massive inside a little room near the mini pack, and that's the first point contended with.
And I really like what Lee'sMcRae kind of do. I mean, after they stabilize from the Orisa shield on the objective, playing around the fact that you just give the Bastion the shield to kind of work with the Orisa, and then have the Reinhardt play that brawl, just be as aggressive as possible, is a good look here. In fact, they're continuing it right away with the Genji dashing in, just to make it more difficult for ESU to reset.
That's a great pick, though, by Michael. Maybe try to get a res going through. Finn attempted it, but they'll just peel away. Coalescence gets popped as well. A bomb detonates, breaking the lamp, but nothing else. And maybe that splash damage when hopping back in the mech could be successful, but no. Great impact, though. The rock connects on the Bastion, gets him down and dusted, but there goes the resurrection here by Finn. But it's just nothing but net on the side of ESU. I think they even utilized the beat drop as well, just to confirm that they can finish off this team fight with a win.
It's a smart re-attempt from ESU Warriors. And over the course of the map, they've done a great job of their attack when in a deficit position, right? Losing a member of their team, they return with the sound barrier a lot of the time, and that's how they open it up. A good first pick here is going to stabilize this fight. With the Genji going down, you kind of have to wait out a little bit.
And 4 News really in a rough predicament here. It's very difficult to play him in this middle area unless you just play high ground religiously, but the rest of his team not falling around in that position will make things quite difficult and force another reset on the side of Lee'sMcRae. Valkyrie popped as well. I think that was just to keep Finn alive, which honestly, not horrible, just to make sure they don't have that initial reset. Shieldberg extends once again, but is able to peel away for the second time in a row, as Izabato just sticking on that high ground is just being such a nuisance here for Lee'sMcRae, and there it goes, pops a couple of ultimates going in through, hammered down, attempted, but it's not successful. What will be successful, though, is the Dragon Strike from the grave, and Michael finishing off Utilize. A lot of ults expended here, but the team fight, nonetheless, has still been a win.
There is a small window of opportunity for Lee'sMcRae in this next fight, right? Supercharger is online. You have the configuration tank as well on the Bastion's side, and if you can, if you can apply those together, then it could be useful. Well, next fight, perhaps.
Yeah, next fight is it's already 2 picks, both your DPS down. That was the great escape by Finn, don't get me wrong, but you are still down 2 players. Now make it 3, as you've lost Rainbow as well. And once again, Izabato just up on the high ground. That's just, again, something that Lee'sMcRae isn't utilizing at all, and I feel like that could be helping them out a lot more in these next couple of team fights. They're just funneling into ESU's defense. Sure, they get this resurrection underway, and that could maybe allow them to maybe try to get into another team fight. Not having that lamp that was their insurance policy is just going to basically force out time as they just try to get this map control desperately, but it's in that game of desperation. Michael's still getting that pick on towards Utilize, the only DPS now for News. The bomb from behind, this could be huge, but luckily the shield will block it of Reinhardt. Coalition gets popped as well by the Moira, just trying to keep people at a distance, and even having that dive help from Dizabato, tanking away all the damage, just running in, saving Private Ryan essentially. Mr. President get down by the Bastion, and he's actually not able to do anything because of it. That was actually a relatively decent play, and now allowing the Gravitic Flux to go into full force as well, but it only caught out Orisa, and she was able to golden up before it did any of that initial damage. So this is still gone either way, but look at this. Halbert's got his Dragon Strike as well, so if they need to pop it, they could still keep Lees McRae at a distance here, LaFawn.
And while that's going through, Utilize Fates gets the Meteor Strike out and uses it to get the safety more than anything else.
Could have maybe gotten that pick, though. That would have been massive because Michael is in just such a power position. He'll finally go for that dive, and the punch will secure that pick, along with Rainbow getting rid of Dizabato. Just a force to be reckoned with on that Diva, finishing off that Hanzo as well. Halbert down for the count, and it will eventually be that win here for Lees McRae in that team fight, allowing the point to be pushed a little bit further on. Or I should probably just call it that rocket ship, but a force of habit at this point. But that map control will slowly dilute as Michael will return the favor on the Utilize.
Yeah, Utilize Space gets a little too aggressive now with the re-aggression in terms of the Dragon Strike to get space, and it forces everyone into the underpass here, fellow, as it's just cleanup crew for the Tactical Visor. That is going to be the hold there. Oh, Contra Basic, unfortunately, not in a position to kind of get out, so it's going to have to be the reset there. And I mean, I will say it did cost ESU everything that was in their bank.
Oh my god! Got away with that. I'm so sorry, LaFawn. I am so sorry, LaFawn, to cut you off. I am a Roadhog stan.
Oh no, no, another one. Oh no.
Another one? Hey, what's that supposed to mean?
Everyone I've worked with has been a fan of Roadhog. Oh man.
But he's just so much fun. Like, yeah, he's not meta, but he's not bad. I mean, come on, you got to give me credit where credit is due. He can make space just because of how good he is at getting picks here, and finding that pick on Utilize was massive. But I think the Gravitic Flux is a little bit bigger here in this team fight as Vanilla finds 4 and 3 final blows with just his ultimate. Yes, the tank has come out, but it's not going to be enough to shut everything down. Dizabato here just hopping in, joining in on all the fun as well, dealing a metric ton of damage, allowing them to build up their ult. They've got whole hog for next fight, but I don't think there will be a next fight. He can just use it just to keep everyone at a distance, and he's able to force out that Meteor Strike. And the first point, well, it's not technically a win here or there, but not really a lot being done there on the first round for Lees McRae.
They do get that first objective and halfway through the second, though. So, you know, small, there is a sign of life here for the team. And I mean, considering how much they like to use this bunker composition, you can slow down that first objective tremendously. So not out of the woods yet. At least McRae still has an opportunity to close this map out. It's going to be difficult, but there is still that opportunity for them.
I'm just happy I get to see Roadhog and play for my first ever cast. I hate to break it to you. He's not in meta at all. And I don't think he's ever going to be in the meta. I think even the Overwatch devs themselves made it apparent where they're like, we don't want Roadhog in the meta. I agree. I think it's a good idea not to have him in meta, but that doesn't mean you can't bring him out from time to time. He's really good at just getting picks.
I like griping about Roadhog. I like griping about Roadhog because the players at 2 o'clock in the morning when I'm queuing ranked and I'm playing tank, inevitably my second tank is a Roadhog player. So, you know, I'm solo tanking. It's a little frustrating. What can you do?
Well, he has a literal meat shield, so I guess you're running double shield in a sense, right?
I don't think that's how that works. I don't think that's how, especially if there's like an on the opposite team.
Oh my god, yeah, you're right. You can throw pretty hard as Hog. I'm not going to lie. There's always a 50-50 where you either get a really good Hog who just knows what to do in every situation, or you just have someone who feeds all the time. That's the problem with him. But yeah, that's just always nice to see every now and again. We're not going to have him on the board, though. Dizabato did spectacular on the Diva and already just forcing out that initial aggression, and the back pedal here by Lees McRae already just doing a ton. They'll have to fall back as well just to get those heals spotted up, but hey, just keeping Lees McRae on their toes, I think that's just the biggest thing they need to worry about here. And there goes the initial picks. Both Hanzos having some success, but Utilize actually being the bigger one here, getting 2 to their name. Michael's still stepping up huge, though, removing out Contra Basic, and I'm surprised that he actually got away with that. He just jumps back up into the high ground and eventually gets sprayed down here by Michael. But LaFawn, like Caroline said in the background, how did Hanzo get away with that?
It's called limit testing, which is the nicest way of. So when we use the term limit testing, it means that they're feeding and finding success. It's a joke term as the cart moves around this first point, but no, it's a strong play. If you can get into the back line and then get value, it's good. You kind of disappear into the chaos. Unfortunately, what ends up happening is that once you get out, that's where you kind of have to find that's the limit, right? And you go back to playing a little bit more cautious, a little bit more passively. And unfortunately for Utilized Fates and for Lise McRae, they don't get that. So that first point is going to go over to ESU. And now it's only halfway through this third point, or second point, I should say, before this map is ended. And it's going to have to be a full reset from Lise McRae. Anyone who goes down here is an absolute disaster.
And they only have Valk, really. They could build up maybe Contra Basics ult, but no, they get taken down by the Visor. There goes one of your DPSs as well. This is just massive. The Valkyrie can maybe allow for Resurrection, and it will be found successfully onto Utilized. But no, the mech finishes off Rainbow. That's such a cursed image there. I haven't seen that in such a long time, but oh man. I think that's really the end of it. The rocket ship may be contested here for a little while longer, but ESU, they are really in the driver's seat here. It's only a matter of time for the rest of Lise McRae just completely collapses, and there we have it, the Gravitic Flux at the very end, solidifying a quick 3-0 here for ESU. Man, what an upset.
That's a strong play from ESU. Get a good quick highlight here from Vanilla Jack at the end. And of course, the players, synchronizing their good games across the board. This was that triple K at the very end of the defensive round, right? Where with the ultimate, and then closing out the round with a little bit more of the primary fire of the Hyper Spears, and a good defense there from ESU. And for Lise McRae, they're still hunting for their first win. They're still hunting for their first map actually in this over our 5 weeks of play here. So still looking for that stabilization from them. And I think over time, kind of being able to play a little bit quicker, a little bit more efficiently with their resources. I think what's the next step here for Lise McRae, but for ESU, looking pretty calm and collected under pressure, especially with their unconventional compositional choices that we've kind of seen from them. Right? We talked at the top of the show a little bit about how teams like to kind of play to their strengths, and this, I think, case in point, ESU playing more towards what they're good at rather than what is quote unquote the correct thing to do.
I mention this a lot in Valorant. Sometimes comfort can really be king, and this was probably a great example here. Congrats to ESU on your 3-0 victory yet again, and hopefully, Lise McRae, you can have a little bit more success later on in the season. But I've been fellow joined here by LaFawn. You might end up seeing us again for the next matchup here, but obviously, we got to wait for that time frame to actually be confirmed. So we'll go on a bit of an intermission, possibly be returning sooner rather than later as well, and to hope to see you all again very, very soon for some more Overwatch action here at the NECC. Don't go anywhere.
All right, we are back to continue our journey through week 5 in NECC Collegiate Overwatch. I'm taking the reins now. I'm joined again by LaFon. And, well, we're headed into the Emergence division here for game number 2. We got one team looking to kind of punch their way up out of the red zone, another one still looking for their first win.
Yeah, that's always the case here as we get, I mean, week 5, you said it, it's getting a little bit long in the tooth necessarily for the season as it may be. And, getting that first one on the board, we'll talk about that in just a moment. But yeah, getting out of the red here into that kind of position where you're able to contest is going to be, I think, a difference maker for sure. So a win here starts you on that path. And as we get set for our Battle of the Birds, if you will, between our two teams here.
Yep, Eastern Eagles coming in 1-3, places 5th through 8th, are sitting 2-2. So they will definitely start their contention with a good win here. They need these maps. They really need all 3 of these maps, frankly, if they're wanting to get into those playoffs after week 8. On the other side, Cumberland Phoenix 0-4. They've picked up 3 maps so far. It hasn't been a total wash, but have still yet to put together enough to quite take a series. Hey, who knows, LaFon? Maybe today's their day.
It could be, right? You're always kind of caught when you're 0-4, when you have that O on your score line in terms of the win bracket. You're always looking for that first step and kind of getting your head a little bit, right? We talked about this in the previous series a little bit that we had on stream here. It kind of has to be not the focus of your gameplay, right? Just focus on one map at a time, kind of go from there. And if you win one map, then you just got to win one more. But I think here in this particular instance for Phoenix, we need to, or for Cumberland Phoenix, we need to see them kind of focus on that first map as sort of the starting point for them because, as you said, being having that 0 in the bracket here, not ideal.
But the first one's the hardest.
Yeah,
right. It's that part of beating your head thing. Like once you get rid of the goose egg, it seems to just all fall into place a little bit easier. I mean, it's at least downhill from there a bit.
Yes.
So getting that
right?
first one, absolutely, and confidence.
Yeah. It's simple physics, really, right? Something that when things are in motion, they prefer to stay in motion. So it's not actually physics because the mind does not work of momentum too. But hey, there's something to be said there. We are going to start off, of course, on Nepal as our first map. We will go to Numbani as map number 2, followed up by Watchpoint Gibraltar as map number 3 for our pool here this week. Bullskunk, though, as we take a look at our control map first, Village, stage number 1, I mean, it is a very rush-based point, you can kind of say, and it looks, at least initially, like these teams are posturing in that style.
Yep, coming out with the Ice Wizard composition shown on both sides. A couple of key differences, though. You're going to have the Diva for Cumberland Phoenix as well as the Baptiste. So you've got the benefit of that immortality feel, but on the other side, a little more damage with the Zarya and a little more burst healing with Mara on that Moira.
You're going to see both squads elect for the teleporter out of spawn, and they're going to be staying on it. So we're going to be at each other in a moment as both these teams sort of posit and position on the objective.
This pathing was interesting because Eastern Eagles decided to take high ground. Cumberland Phoenix just have a distinct advantage right out of the gate. And just wants to bunker up and let you come towards them. Wait for the right opportunity to get for that wall. You can see Reverend is playing very cautious, and the wall's a little too far out, so this could be an opportunity to push in. Immortality used for Cumberland University as well. So Eastern Eagles have a small window to get in here and get some work done. Their wall looking much better, and the pressure is coming in. Kills starting to flow. Saitoka low. Dominator already down. Eastern Eagles with a wonderful retake. A little bit of percentage for Cumberland, but it's not going to last.
It's a really smart read, actually, from the Eastern Eagles there. The first wall that they commit is the one that actually blocks off Cumberland, and then they have to kind of back away from the point. The second wall allows them to clean up, and what looked like a strong start for Cumberland University actually turns to the Eastern Eagles' favor. Now they actually are going to have the coalescence in this fight. As long as they dodge the Shatter, and they are in a good position.
Shatter's going to find 2, and Arky's going to go down.
Oh, the wall!
But the wall blocks the other. You Reverend finding no joy. And Cumberland University off to a good start. Now, but they still have a little work to do. Oh, with Mara falling, though, that's the bulk of the sustain out of the fight, and this is just a matter of time.
That was a little interesting play there as Saitoka, or sorry, rather, E. Reverend actually gets raised up on a platform by the May. And so the Earth Shatter goes off into the sky. And as we all know, earthquakes in the sky don't do anything. Right? That's not not an idea that happens. So not as effective there. Now on the retake, Eastern Eagles back to the high ground. They have the Blizzard. It's going to be advantage Big Cat, though, because the Blizzard on the low ground is so much more valuable.
The Quakes in the Sky sounds like a band, though. It's like a good band name. Sound barrier out from Dead Aim Sky. Speaking of, try to counter this Blizzard. And it's done enough. It's able to keep Eagles alive long enough to find a couple picks on the other side. And their Blizzard stopped a lot of the follow-up. That one much better. The Shatter from EU Reverend. Gonna find a little bit of cleanup on the back end at this point. Once again, will change hands.
Earthshatter in the ground is not nearly as good of a band name, I have to admit. So.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
Eastern Eagles, here's the play for them, right? They're going to have the Graviton Surge shortly, but they need to make this next fight incredibly aggressive off the back of this Coalescence. They can't use it defensively. If you force cooldowns out through the choke point, then you'll have a good, strong position to be in. But it's all going to, sort of bank on this Coalescence.
Sound barrier coming out first. Mar still holding on to that Coalescence. As the Shadow comes through, Bob comes out, and Mar never gets a chance to pull the trigger. She ends up going back to spawn, Coalescence in hand. And Cumberland University, with their aggression, are able to kind of start the fight off on the right foot. They set the pace on that one, got aggressive, and are going to take it right back. We haven't had a single team being able to hold on to this point yet, LaFawn.
Yeah, just, we're back and forth, playing a game of flip-flop as these teams continue to just not put aggression in the name of the defensive side of the game, right? So in this particular instance, yet again, you have an opportunity. Eastern Eagles should have the advantage here, right? They have the Blizzard, which is going to be able to lock down a lot of people. Matt are not in the mech too to deny it, and of course the Coalescence for that healing and damage through.
Oh, but a big whiff on the grab gets absolutely nothing. A little preemptive, but the Blizzard does freeze up too, and finally that Coalescence comes into play. 3 ults invested, really no kills on the back of it just yet. You've bought yourself a lot of space on this point. And forced Cumberland U off of it, and managed to even get the retake in the process. Starting to get some kills, but the more it goes down again, that large chunk of healing gone with it. So a good peel from Cumberland U. They come back in. They've almost got a Blizzard of their own to fight back with this. Oh, but Saitoka falls just a touch too early. We got a little too aggressive on that retake as the overtime starts to burn. It started off looking so good for Cumberland U, but Eastern Eagles able to hang on here on Village.
And, we're still looking for our first defensive hold from a squad, as this was actually Eastern Eagles flipping that over in the middle of the fight.
Yep.
So they never actually had to defend to get that round over in their favor. 100 to 87. And, on this map, it's starting to look like the first team to get a good hold defensively, once you have control of the objective, is going to have the favor in the map overall. So, Cumberland not out of it yet. Though certainly not the greatest start for them as they're down 0-1 here on map number 1.
We head into Sanctum for map number 2. Could still be brawl worthy. Is Big Cat still hovering over the ice demon that is May, but it's going to rely on getting that first control. If they're going to stick with this, it makes this first fight extremely important.
We have our first Cowboy sighting actually, as both EURC and Dominator 171 are both hovering over that core hit scan player. So a lot more consistent range damage on the Eastern Eagles side as they just get to the objective first.
And not to mention some lethality with that Hanzo. You got to worry about that one-shot potential with the tree trunks flying at your dome. It's Big Cat with the icicle, actually proving out of all of the above to land the headshot, to find the opening blood onto RC. Take one of those Cowboys off the battlefield, but she has since responded. And just trying to lay down.
And it's going to be the point flip here now to Cumberland as they get the final cleanup. Yes, Sheesh is going to get 1, but it is not going to be enough to keep the fight going in their favor here. Bullsgunkin, the flip comes through. A skirmish that happens sort of beside the point rather than on it. But again, the fact that your main tank goes down first on the Eastern Eagles side, they're just not able to keep that consistency through. However, they do have a good re-aggression ability here with the Dragon Strike. They're going to commit it early, just section off players.
There we go. All right. Sorry about that. Right back into this thing. Well, these Eagles are looking to retake it. I had a little bit of a blip in the system there, a little glitch in the matrix. Apologies. Nice Deadeye from Dominator, and just ults left and right thrown at this thing from Cumberland U. Somebody desperate to defend a point.
They get it, right? That's the first defense we've seen of the map. So successfully holding on to the objective now are Cumberland Phoenix. And you know, they're going to step forward, make sure no one can re-aggress onto the objective early, and allow them to contain positioning. Again, Big Cat has this Blizzard, and so if you hold it until the Eastern Eagles walk to the point, you can really shut them out of it.
And EU Dead Aim Sky still quite a bit of ways off from that sound barrier. I think the one tool that they'd be relying on.
Oh, the Blizzard's down, no!
No, but the tree trunks come into play. Reverend lays down the hammer. Oh, what a huge pickup by Sheesh. All right, I'll give it to you, Sheesh. Good opening pick.
Well, we had one defense. You know, we can. It's it's a good start. Yes, 2 in a row. We're still working on that. But
can't ask the world here, LaFon. We can't ask the world.
I mean, Eastern Eagles, they have a lot to work with here, right? The Graviton Surge, the Dragon Strike combo. Sound Barrier is not quite online yet for Hemlock either, so it's going to need to be here post-haste, otherwise this combo can get so much value.
Going to be Coalescence out with the Grav Dragons. That is a lot thrown in. Immortality Field blocked a ton of it, and it didn't look like Eagles were able to get to it quite in time. Now, it did leave everybody a little beaten and battered, and so the Eagles able to find a couple picks on the back of that while Cumberland U was trying to scramble to get away. Got to punish a little bit on rotation. Have some tools to fight back with, and it's going to be the Blizzard to come out first on the objective, and logs will fall, squished by the mech. But unfortunately, to be the only pick for Cumberland U, as Eastern Eagles are able to clean up on the rest.
And that's going to now be the reset coming in. Unfortunately for the Eastern Eagles, that was really expensive. Everything gone from their sort of resource bank, and now, I mean, Cumberland are in the last fight territory, walking in with those resources that are so critical in Overwatch to kind of flip the point to your favor, right? The Earth Shatter to just create space, obviously the self-destruct to layer back over the end of it, and if necessary, the self-destruct or the Deadeye to just again provide more damage pressure throughput. So eyes really on EU Reverend here to block this Shatter.
Good discipline in that last fight. Oh, that's a 6-man! Everybody on the floor. No, it's not a dance move, it's a death. Coming through, Eastern Eagles just laying waste, and Saitoka can't even press Q.
Suppose that is one way to block a Shatter. Don't even let it activate to begin with, and it postpones that real danger moment there. Excellently played from Eastern Eagles to defend that round, and now Cumberland U are up against sort of the pressure of the time bank here. Not a lot left on the clock. This is last fight territory, and whoever wins this is going to win the round.
Berlin circling around right-hand side. Saitoka looking for that opening. All right, sees the walls, like, okay, we'll just draw them in a little bit further. Ooh, and a nice Deadeye from Dominator. What a great start. Mara was close, and then the Shatter come through, finding both tanks. Both of them gone. Cumberland U looking to send us to that third map of Shrine. Great use of ultimates here to start off this fight. Dragons and Deadeye trying to bring it back from the other side, but it's Hemlock sending Dead Aim Sky into the great beyond, down into the depths below. The rest of Eastern Eagles will join them. We're headed to round 3.
GR indeed, Hemlock, as we get that third and final stage of this map. Bullskunk, I mean, hotly contested, right? This has been hammer and tongs in terms of the fight pressure from both squads, I think. You know, not letting up in that aggression from these teams. And what that's kind of manifesting as is the fact that neither team can really hold defensively, because it's really down to that extreme aggression on the offensive side of the map, right? And so you'd love to see it from both these teams.
I'm impressed. I'm impressed with just how the level of aggression. Not something you often see in the Emergence division. Typically, especially in the lower end of the bracket, teams can be very timid and not wanting to be proactive in how they approach fights, certainly in ult usage. Not the case with these two teams. They have been going in balls to the wall, have just no fear going into these fights, and even some good ult usage. We saw a heavy investment from the Eagles, but Cumberland U were quite disciplined with their ults in those past couple of fights. They'll need that discipline here if they want to take an early and very important map. Reinhardt's going hammer to hammer already. That bubble from logs proven valuable to Zarya in this composition, and it allowed that front line to stay up a little bit longer, put some pressure down. Yeah, the Rhine is down, but it feels like Eagles have all the pressure, but here comes the other way. Saitoka just swung the pendulum back in Cumberland's favor. Was able to at least get one on the follow-up, and now chasing the rest of Eagles right on out of there.
One kind of upside to the fact that you have that aggression from the Reinhardt. Oh my god, Saitoka already up 50% on the Shatter again at this point in time, is that without the Zarya in play, you put a lot of that brawl damage in the Reinhardt's hands. So you can get that Shatter up as sort of that first ultimate in play. And when you don't have sort of a shield against it, it can be so valuable, right? So Phoenix start off the round with the point capture. Eastern Eagles walking back in. This time, it's Irreverence time to shine, so to speak, as this Shatter's online.
There's a wall at their back. Can't push it just yet. It's the Blizzard out first, but Mara's already down. Moira is just getting focused time and time again, but Saitoka's out of the fight. Reverend put the hammer down, and I'm not sure how much they got with that one, but I'm seeing a lot of low health bars in that top right-hand corner, and a lot of blue in the kill feed.
That is going to be the flip over here for Eastern Eagles. As that's just mean. Dominator up, down, booped, walled. You know, just not really able to control their momentum in that particular engagement. Eastern Eagles, you know, I want to highlight this Graviton Surge. It's so critical at being able to lock down. We saw the last time there was a big combo, though, that the Immortality Field, the Sound Barrier, prevented a lot of that damage. So eyes really here on the defensive end of things for Cumberland Youth. They can dodge Logs' Graviton Surge.
Do have both of those aforementioned tools. Nice Shatter to start things off. That's a 2, man, with the self-destruct picking up one of the kills. Sound Barrier comes out from both teams. Coalescence invested. Now the Graviton Surge hits the battlefield as the shields start to fade. Immortality Field not there to save them this time. It was the Amp Matrix to try to effort, but it was all in vain. Dominator looking to bring this thing back as this fight has whittled down to, I believe, a 3v2. Favoring Cumberland U. They're going to find this flip.
Yeah, in the late stages of the fight, Eastern Eagles just not able to clean up fast enough off the back of that Graviton Surge. And it is, in fact, the Amplification Matrix that gives enough damage throughput to Dominator to get the cleanup onto Logs, onto the Zarya, which then gives them the objective potential. Again, without having that really high health pool player on the objective, you can clean up so much quicker. So back to the attack now are the Eastern Eagles. They don't have anything really aside from the Photon Barrier, but being able to bisect the objective and defend against damage is huge.
Comes out immediately, kind of protects the door, but it's Irreverent falling first. And Saitoka has a free Shatter that's going to find 3. Now there is a Blizzard up, but that's not going to stop Dominator. That Deadeye works right through your Blizzard as sights on all your team and finds 2 in the kill feed. And this is Cumberland U in a strong spot to take the first map of the series.
It rolls back, flashbang, right click. Goodbye, EURC. And now, I mean, this is going to be last sort of potential for Eastern Eagles to contest, as it is up to that 97% mark here for Cumberland.
They haven't given up control. Oh, no! Matt R. Surprise! There's a mech coming out of the sky and is self-destruct in your back line. Matt R. takes down half the team just when the team needs it most. And Cumberland U are cleaning up on this point. Shrine belongs to Cumberland University. The Phoenixes rise and take map 1.
Good start here to get a chance at that first win this season for Cumberland U as they get the first map on the board and start themselves off potentially. You know, here they need to get a second one. Map number 2 coming up as the, oh, this is such a nice. I mean, this was such a nice highlight. Just lay everyone down.
6-man Shatter just warms my heart. That's just one of the most satisfying things in all of Overwatch. Oh. Read that one like a book. It's one of those that kind of go in slow motion, right? You just kind of feel it like, oh, here they come, and smash.
That was spectacular stuff. And I think, you know, something we can kind of talk about is the adaptation going into map number 2 from both teams, really. I'm curious to see how it evolves, because obviously control is so difficult to defend. You know, we've been talking about this kind of attack defense paradigm throughout the series so far, Bullskunk. As we get to a map that is more focused around an objective and you're kind of forced to be on the defense for half the map, I'm curious to see how that kind of changes as we get into Numbani.
Especially one as complicated as Numbani. And with these teams, you know, clearly sticking with the Reinhardt for all of Nepal, the pathing can be problematic once you get on Numbani on both sides of the coin. So we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll see how they handle it. When we return, map 2. Well, we were talking at the top of the broadcast that Cumberland Phoenix just need to put one map together first, one foot in front of the other, and they've managed to do it. Now they're only one map away from finding their first win of the season.
That is immense, right? It's always a tough place to be in when you have that O in the win column. We talked about it a little bit, as you said at the top of the broadcast, and it is sort of that momentum based kind of thing. And I said earlier that you have to kind of ignore that map or map by map thing. I'm going to go back a little bit on that though, because I think after taking this first map here in the series, take strength from that, right? You just won a very hotly contested map. Kind of take the sort of energy, the momentum from it into map number 2 and keep that sort of energy going forward as you try and close out the series here.
I mean, we already saw their resolve after they lost the opening round on Village. And then they come back and take Sanctum and manage to tank Shrine. So it was even with a little mini comeback within the map of Nepal that they're able to put up that first map win. So it's I like seeing that perseverance. I mean, I think it's telling, even if just a small sample size of the mental of the squad.
Yeah, and I mean a quick deviation from the mental to the macro of the game here, Bilskun, because we didn't get to see a lot in terms of flexibility from these in terms of the compositions they chose to run. Right, we are headed to Numbani for map number 2, and the reason I bring it up is because Numbani, especially point A, has so much high ground. Being able to run that dive, if you're able to run that dive, is so critical, I think, for this map.
Well, Eastern Eagles head to the defense. I don't want to speculate too much on what we're seeing on the right-hand side of your screen, but we know Cumberland, you are running into a double shield setup with She's on the Torbjorn.
I mean, this is the anti-dive composition, right?
It is.
If the attackers have to have strength and dive, then make it as difficult as possible for them. Double shield here is really all about shutting down. I mean, you're not really going to be able to dive into the Orisa Sigma, especially with the Ash damage throughput. And then on top of that, any flankers having to deal with the Torbjorn, who has high HP and the turret and their own rivet gun. I mean, it's a lot to kind of work through here. So Eastern Eagles really setting up for a defensive hold early on point A.
And a good guess against the composition we're seeing on the other side, because indeed, Cumberland, you are running with a dive variant with the Genji in the mix. I mean, you do have the Ana to kind of bolster Saitoka and doing that little bit of a back and forth like we see in the Winston Brawl. So it's not going to be everybody trying to surround there. They're moving in a pretty linear fashion, but very quick, but the same results. They're just running into death. It's so hard for them to lock anybody down. I mean, I think EURC is really the only target you could possibly lock down, and holy cow, jumping on that Ash is not going to be easy.
Exactly. I mean, if you look at sort of every member of Eastern Eagles in terms of how you dive them, all of them have some sort of either getaway mechanic or ability to sort of bolster themselves, right? Obviously, it's the coach gun for EURC, which allows you to sort of disengage. And then if you try and dive at Torbjorn, well, the Molten or the Overload just, that's 250 HP with armor that you're not getting.
And it's hard to underestimate how much that armor just helps against heroes like Genji when it's kind of these low damage but lots of little shurikens coming at you. The mitigation is massive. Gonna go in from underneath the hotel, try to jump up on the tanks this time, but it means RC has free reign in the back, just laying shots down. Has already taken off one, put a lot of pressure on Phoenix. Now looking to take Matt R out of the fight and succeeds in doing so. I mean, we got a res off, but I don't think in the end it's going to matter a whole lot for Cumberland U. Just feeding a little ult charge over to the defense.
Bob was committed there, so that's a cooldown. There's not going to be
and available. A tick was picked up.
And a tick was picked up, right? So this is two. I feel like that Bob was kind of forced because that point percentage was gained. Eastern Eagles choosing to commit an ultimate rather than losing any further progression on the objective, despite the fight being won. Now, you do have the nano boost applied. This is going to likely be applied to Saitoka if you can get that Primal Rage just to force this fight. Waiting for the Dragon Blade, in my opinion, at this point in time for that combo, not the greatest idea. I'd like to see this be a quick fight with the Winston here early.
See how decisive they are with it. The position's going to be a little difficult, especially running into Molten Core, but She's gets taken out right at the end of that ultimate. We'll get res back up, so it's a +1 to the defense right now. And the Nano is still in the pocket of Hemlock. Saitoka falls just as the Primal comes online. Oh, you hate to see that. That's what it was when you're the Winston. You were just smashing that Q button, hoping it comes up before you go down. Unfortunately for Saitoka, it did not. Unfortunately, we did get a little bit of a DC. Yeah.
A quick look at, us again. Hello.
And we're back.
We're back. How's Dorado looking this time of the year, by the way?
Dorato's gorgeous. It's just, slightly warm, but at nighttime it gets into that jacket weather. We've got some lovely pinatas that we can play with at night, and some good music partying going on here in the courtyard.
Yeah.
So there's no battling going on here right now, so it's nice and peaceful.
Yeah, that's it's good to hear. Good to hear. I mean, to the series we had in front of us, though, it's a back and forth affair, right? In terms of the fights, and
Mhm.
making a skirmish on the objective has kind of been Eastern Eagle's sort of modus operandi, if you will. If you're the attacking team, you kind of can't fall into that trap because with Numbani being the spawn rooms being as far away for both teams as they are, you don't really have an advantage either side. And of course, the higher HP pools of the defensive composition we're seeing makes that a little bit more palatable in terms of the trades, right? The
Sure.
likelihood of getting rid of both the Orisa and the Sigma while still while being down 3-4 members is fairly low. So you can see that Eastern Eagles are kind of playing around the strength of their composition here, and smartly so, I think.
Absolutely. And I mean, you're forcing a Sophie's choice from Cumberland Phoenix. Whoever they chose to try to pounce on leaves somebody very lethal free and able to just rain damage into the team. They're positioned all over the point. I do think that they were so close to pulling it out there in that attack. I think if they'd been a little bit more aggressive with the nano, if they had used that nano onto the pounce with the Torbjorn, and then Saitoka wouldn't have gone down, had time to pop that primal rage and prolong that engagement. I think that could have been the ticket, LaFon. They were so close.
Yeah, that is in immediately directly into the action goal scope.
Yeah, wasted no time and immediately into a Genji blade. Data and Sky's not in this fight. That was the one who disconnected. So unfortunately for Eastern Eagles, they just kind of got a short straw drawn on that. And the nano boost does eventually come through onto Saitoka. The rest of the percentage should be following shortly thereafter. About 10 left on the clock. So all in all, a good hold from the Eagles.
Yeah, they're okay with that, especially because Cumberland U use a lot of their sort of latent resources in a fight that was already won. Right, Mana Boost was committed, so too was the blade, and it's going to mean that now it's going to be down to execution with the tank ultimates in this next stage of the second phase. And I think if you're the defense, you're okay with having the primal rage self-destruct be what's online.
I think Saitoka needs to go grab some high ground with Matt. I would approach this personally with a little bit more of a dive standpoint and try to circumvent these tanks. We'll see how Cumberland U want to attack this. You can see them just waiting for the rest of the team, perhaps waiting on some cooldowns to engage or drawing out cooldowns. They do get the Fortify out, and they're going to go ahead, pop the Primal, and jump on EU Reverend after that was used. Nice. It's Logs who suffers the brutality of the Primal Rage. Self-destruct, able to find one in the back as well. So using those two tank ults to great effect.
Yeah, I actually think the well layered in terms of Cumberland U, despite their low ground approach. It's all about sort of baiting in Eastern Eagles into a false sense of security. No one really expects dive tanks to play on the ground, right? But Cumberland U, they make it work. Self-destruct in the back, Primal Rage to zone everyone out. That's just going to give them the second point for 3.
Really nice play from Saitoka. Forced EU Reverend towards Rhino and then turn their attention onto Logs. I love it. I can appreciate. Now Cumberland U really close to this Nano Blade. Could be the ticket. Molten Core out early here from Sheesh. Cumberland U can kind of just back away from that. Oh, but Matt going to get demacked, and Saitoka got a little aggressive, a little impatient, I think, on that one.
And I mean, now is a little bit of a problematic position to be in if you're Cumberland University, is that this composition is designed to be defensive, and you are on the hardest point to take if you're an offensive team in Numbani, right? The third point is it just bogs you down, right? You have so many chokes, so much high ground to kind of work against. It's subtle, but I mean, look at this. Even taking the high ground, you have to drop to the low ground before looking back up at the high ground as Saitoka jumps in.
That's going to be the Nano Blade to try to bust through this difficult choke.
No dash.
Oh, into the back. No, but can't quite find a kill to get the reset on it either. Oh, that would hurt. Dominator was so close to it, but couldn't quite finish off RC. Now the Coalescence in from the Eagles to push back and retake this choke. And they are going to succeed in doing so. Quite a few ultimates used in that, as a matter of fact, from the defense, but they succeed in not giving up any ground.
And you highlighted RC. Really, the reason why that blade doesn't get any value is the fact that the Coach Gun sort of creates that spacing between the Genji and the Ashe, and that means that you don't get those dash resets. So Clean play there as Sheesh gets to switch over to Hanzo here. No more pardon me, Torbjorn in play, but Eastern Eagles really have the Gravitic Flux and the Supercard to work with. This is so much damage throughput.
It's going to be the Supercharger out early. Cumberland just trying to hide. Self-destruct in the back will at least take care of the War Drums. And even manages to find a pick. Saitoka, with great timing, is going to follow up on it immediately and try to force the Eagles back into that Mega Room. But the Flux on the other side finds Hemlock. The Ana could be in trouble, manages to use the nade on themselves and stay in the fight. Now a little bit of regroup on point. Saitoka leads the charge forward with the Primal Rage ready to go. Dominator, who had answered the pick onto the Hanzo, is back here throwing down tree trunks, and Cumberland U breaking open this defense.
That was really well played by Cumberland U, actually kind of playing up incredibly passively to kind of bait the Gravitic Flux in. They're now in a stagger fight territory, and they're just going to close out this point. It's only last-ditch effort here from the defense, and no one's left alive.
Cumberland U even have ults to spare if they so need them. No such luck for the Eagles. No big ult to try to stall this thing out to get all 6 people back.
Let's see if they can get below a minute. 106 left on the clock.
That is exactly right. That's down to 3 seconds. Mara stayed alive. 1, and they did it. It's below the 59-second mark, right at the 59-second mark. So, well played. Good call there. Eastern Eagles got it just exactly where they needed to.
Oh, you just know that Cumberland Phoenix are a little frustrated, right? They had the chance to close that out, but a good stagger read from Eastern Eagles, despite the fact them losing out the defense. I wanted to highlight, or I was highlighting rather, that Cumberland University played their offensive run on this third point pretty well. They played spread out, so the Gravitic Flux only catches the Ana, and of course Hemlock with a well-timed nade to prevent the follow-up Hyperspheres from eliminating them from the fight. And at that point, Eastern Eagles are staggered out and can't really mount a coherent fight. And so just smart heads-up gameplay from Cumberland University, Bullsgun.
I really like Saitoka's play leading the charge because it's all about that tempo. We saw it there at Green Bus on the second point where they were patient, waited out cooldowns, then able to separate the front line, pounce, and win that fight. Similar result on point C. Goes in, waits out Supercharger, just hiding. As soon as the self-destruct comes in, Saitoka's right behind it to follow it up and really setting a wonderful pace for Cumberland University. Big props to Saitoka right now.
Across the board, right? Just
no, true. I mean, it's a total team effort. All right.
Yeah.
I'm a main tank. All right. Let me highlight my main tank friends. Okay.
To add on to what you're saying. I think Saitoka, with that lead, is also giving space for the rest of the team to kind of be there for them, right? That's the other aspect of it.
Absolutely.
It doesn't. If you're playing really aggressively, but you're not giving space for your team, then it's kind of wasted, gameplay. But I think Saitoka's doing a great job of adding to that space. Make it multiplicative rather than additive.
I like that. That's a good word. Good word.
Well,
now the Eagles. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say it's my old calculations for MMOs play there.
Ah, nice. Surfing you well here at Overwatch. Gotta have some MNO aspects going on. Look at Sheesh. She's opening up strong stats to pull out Yield Doomfist, who stole his gauntlet out of this payload. Manages to get 3 kills with it, but I think it's the only one, although it might have just been enough. You see RC taking down Saitoka there. That's gonna be the nail in the coffin for point A.
That was dynamic. That was intentional, coordinated, and coherent. And those are things that you kind of need to have from a dive composition if you want it to succeed, right? They had a game plan. They went exactly for the target that they sort of isolated, and then as a team had focus fire. And even though Cumberland's composition is designed to be defensive, there's so much pressure, especially with the Doomfist Reaper, and how much damage output it can kind of bring in that they were unable to mount a defense against it. So point A and the first half point B here going extremely fast to Eastern Eagles' side.
Which is exactly how I draw it up, worked as advertised.
Ooh, nice halt.
Goes down on that one. Beautiful halt. And then EU Reverend kind of out on an island. Logs a little late to get into that. They go ahead and invest the nano boost onto EU RC. So that a bit late in the fight. I think RC just needs to just get out of there. Just cut your losses there, RC.
Yeah, and I mean, that was another good halt from Saitoka to bring the Reaper back into the sort of fight. A very strong hold here from Saitoka. I mean, you mentioned Saitoka at the top of the defense round, and they're making themselves known yet again as they've played a very fundamentally strong Overwatch game here.
I mean, and that's what it takes. I mean, just if you're 0-4, like just go back to the fundamentals, back to basics. You get your fundamentals right, you're bound to put a 1 up in that column.
Yeah. Now, I mean, in terms of what to expect here in this next fight, the Doomfist ultimate, so it's going to be aggression from Sheesh, and then you're going to have RC try and follow up with the Death Blossom afterwards.
Already a lot of damage coming in. It's Reverend setting the pace. Sheesh following in behind. There comes RC with that Death Blossom ready to go. He's trying to land in the back. Logs. Oh my goodness. Finally, the Death Blossom comes through to finish it all off. RC and Sheesh overwhelming the defense of Cumberland U on that one.
And, you know, normally when we see 3 ultimates committed in that fashion, we're like, that's an overspend. But what critically is the difference is that Cumberland U actually used the Gravitic Flux as well. So that becomes more a 3-for-1. And that becomes, that mathematically, you know, is a little bit more palatable for the defensive, or for the offensive team, pardon me. Now Cumberland U, they have resources, both support ultimates. They need to be quick on the draw with that amplification matrix and just give both Big Cat and Dominator more to work with.
That could be dangerous. His Immortality Field protected him. Bubble is... Well, the Eagles trying to push in. The Transcendence has to be used to heal up after that self-destruct investment. But it's enough to create some pushback, but it's not going to last long. Phoenix is... Phoenix, the Baptiste, is off the battlefield right now. And there's just not enough sustain for them to hang on. Dominator got in a little too far. And is going to fall, and well, this is Eastern Eagles just overwhelming once again. Not even the amplification matrix will be enough. This is going to be a monstrous time bank.
Yeah, it turns out that 59 seconds is, after all, relatively irrelevant, as they have more than enough time to work with here on their second attack run, barring a miracle for Cumberland.
Is that a nanoed pilot diva I just saw? But anyway, all right, we'll look past that. As the Eagles are just trying to
speak of miracles
as quick as possible, but miracles happen. Oh, but there's a Death Blossom there. The Edgelord's like, no. Go back to spawn. Yeah, that was a great Gravitic Flux there, Matt. But, you know, at the end, Eastern Eagles do cap with that massive time bank. That made them work for it, though.
They did. Turns out the miracle just ran out of steam halfway through and, you know, couldn't quite close out the defense there. But such is the nature of these things. And now Cumberland U head to the offensive side as Eastern Eagles, I think, you know, a little bit caught off guard in a moment in that last fight and kind of need to bring it back online. I think here's the issue, right? Is that Cumberland Phoenix took so long to take point A. They only have a minute here to do the same thing the second time around. This just, I mentioned the concepts for dive being cool, collected, and coherent in your attack run. You don't have an opportunity to make a mistake here if you're Cumberland Phoenix, because otherwise you're looking at being held on your second look at this point A.
Oh man, you're so right, because it was the 3 minutes that Eastern Eagles took off that original point A defense. That's the difference we're looking at on the clock right now. We saw Eastern Eagles take point A on their very first attack, and the rest was kind of mirrored, but it all came down to this. And we'll see if Cumberland U are able to learn from their mistakes. Looks like we're bringing out that same comp that we saw them attack with the first time.
Stylistically, it's the right composition to use. I mean, the Genji's perhaps not as efficient as, you know, perhaps like an Echo or even a Tracer, right? But in terms of it being a dive composition, being able to get to the high ground quickly, it's a smart choice.
Sure.
It's now all about execution on this point.
They're going to go back through hotel lower floor, or are you going to just dive this right high ground? They dove the right high ground first time and really got punished hard. So I'm curious. It kind of looks stuck in indecision at the moment, perhaps waiting out some cooldowns. Saitoka did look like they quite made the jump, and Big Cat got taken out early. What kills coming through from the defense. Good news for coming to use. It was so fast, they'll get one more shot at it.
Yeah. The two issues there. Excellent halt from EU Reverend, as always. The Orisa, a big part of that. And second, EU RC, the Dynamite, has been dynamite, as they're up to 85% now on the Bob. So really the lion's share of damage went through the hit scan player for the Eastern Eagles. So Cumberland U, they're going to have to play for this nano boost, but you have to get to the objective. You have 3 seconds here.
And Saitoka's got to sacrifice themselves to make it happen. I mean, it does initiate the overtime, trying to get the res off. Phoenix manages to get the res off. Unfortunately, Hemlock falls before that all-important nano boost comes online. Bob thrown onto the point, doing full work. With some heavy lifting. The big Omnic Butler clean it out. Clean here on point A. You can see your face in the reflection of that objective. No time, no ticks taken.
And now Eastern Eagles head to the attack, and they have 3 minutes 45 seconds to take 1/3 of the objective and give themselves a tie here in this series. And so a lot to work for here, a lot to work against if you're Cumberland University. It all starts. How do you stop this dive? Because that's what kind of gave up the first on their attack run or on their defense run. Is that dive was so strong, so smart. Isolating a singular member, then going after them. You need to be a little bit more clean with especially with that halt. I think that halt is going to be the critical difference in denying this dive here to try and bring a semblance of a draw as a possibility in the second map.
Eastern Eagle showing unusual, but I really like this composition with the Ana and the Moira, the Reaper accompanying the Doomfist in this very rushy, divey hybrid comp. On the other side, Dominator looking to defend with a Pharah.
And this is old school Overwatch, right? Having the Pharah kind of play off. There's a lot of high ground cover here for the Pharah to work with, so it's not out of the out of the question. You kind of have to play sight lines though, and the concussive blast can be incredibly useful at denying that dive yet again, right? So it's just more tools to work with, and of course the rocket damage without a hit scan to kind of contest is a serious lethal threat.
Yeah, could be a great pick, great guess from Dominator, in this I would call a high risk, high reward pick. The Pharah gets shut down, I mean it's done, and there could be adjustments made. But hey, for first fight, Reverend eats a ton of damage. Big halt on there. I mean, just look at all the assists to take out the main tank of Eastern Eagles. The rest of the Eagles still kind of trying to push on the point. In fact, she's able to pick up one before going down. And it's 3-4 kills for the Eagles. Despite losing the main tank early, they're able to pull this thing back on the back of RC and Logs. And well, they stopped the Winston, but you couldn't stop the Reaper. When they said don't fear the Reaper, they were not referring to EURC.
Yeah, that is. I have to. They don't fear the Reaper. I don't know. Sheesh getting the play of the game.
Song, okay.
I get it. I'm uncultured. That makes more sense now. I get it.
I'm old, so it's like get a vinyl or something, and it was also an SNL skit for what it's worth.
Fair enough. So that is going to be map number 2 in the books, as we are all tied up, and now map number 3 needs to be played out for more than just seeding. This is going to decide where the series sort of ends, who's our victor. So definitely a lot to play for here in map number 3.
Certainly is, and we will head to Watch Point Gibraltar. We're going to take a small little break before we do. But when we come back, the Winston fun continues. We'll see you on the other side. Well, this emergence matchup between the Eastern Eagles and Cumberland Phoenix has come down to the third and final map. We had the Phoenix taking map one of Nepal. The Eagles came back with a monstrous time bank on Numbani. And so Watch Point Gibraltar will decide the victor of this series.
Yeah, we got to get to escort here as our third map. And we talked about Numbani in terms of the dive composition, which we saw both teams run. Right, they had that
Right.
as the offensive look. And Watchpoint Gibraltar is a map where that is extremely viable. Right, extremely one of the better offensive tools you can kind of work with. And on the flip side of the coin, on the defensive end, we saw the bunker composition kind of be the choice of styles. And so I think here's where we're going to see. I'm interested to see what the adaptation is. Are they going to keep the bunker for the defense here on Gibraltar, or are they going to try and mirror dive out? Because honestly, both are viable here on Gibraltar.
The double shield's definitely viable as it is on Numbani.
That is, yeah, especially on that first point, right? With how much high ground control you have. That being said, right, you still have some high ground here, right? If you think about blue box on the first point, kind of
Right.
about the server room or car wash. Those sort of three phases of the first objective where you can set a bunker up and kind of get value, at least initially, does not make it makes Cumberland's choice look relevant, I guess is what is kind of I'm going for here. That being said, oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying, especially with that server room. Like, if they can hunker down in server room, they've got a shot here.
Yeah. To highlight, though, Eastern Eagles will be attacking this time around Cumberland U on the defense. So they have swapped sides here. And, I mean, Eastern Eagles, 5 seconds remaining. They're locked on dive. It makes sense.
Yep, coming out with that same, the Eastern special. The Eagles flying out of the nest now. And I love this comp. This comp just looks fun. This comp looks like they are having a blast playing this. I love playing pretty much all of these heroes. So, yeah, it's a good way. And they're opting to kind of just guide in from the low ground to start. You saw URC teleport top. Just doing a little poking and prodding. Really hard engage, but did enough to force that double shield, back down to the low ground. And it looks like they're going to stand out in the open. I'd like to see him get into some cover. Immortality Field has to come out because there's pressure on them from all sides. The Eagles are really taking it to them. She's picked up two. Oh, the Bionade not enough to keep him alive through that. Dominator on this Hanzo might have done just enough work to stem the bleeding.
And again, it's all about those health pools, right? I mean, Saitoka has taken basically no damage throughout this entire fight, right? And with the fact of the Orisa being sort of that anchor for your team, right? They're able to hold down the control on the objective, makes things a lot easier for your squad, giving Big Cat room and Dominator room to kind of keep this damage throughput going. That Dragon Strike available here, I mean, coupled with the halt and the short, narrow corridors you kind of have to walk through here, can be a big difference maker in this next fight for Berlin University.
See how the Eagles want to approach. Are they ready for it? I mean, Dominator got that Dragon Strike up lickety split. Might even catch the Eagles off guard.
I mean, it's the first ultimate in the lobby.
Yeah. By quite a ways. Now, Dead Aim Sky did just get the nano online. There it is. It's the Dragon Strike coming out, and it's EURC facing the brunt of it. Now, there is the Primal in the back. That found two, but equalized. 4v4. Nano comes out, looking to be the difference maker as Logs is able to mow down Big Cat. And I think that Saitoka's still battling out. Both tanks still on this point, but now both looking quite wounded. Health bars going down, and so does the defense.
Yeah, that's the Doomfist difference in play, right? The shields getting your own healing as the fight goes on, and just the one-shot potential. Now Eastern Eagles are able to hold up the choke. They're going to just get the first objective here of Volskunk, and this staggered fight is going to make, a lot easier to go through second phase.
Yeah, because, I mean, Dominator's going to spawn all the way back on point C, not get a chance to really grab the top of the shuttle. And harping back to the point you just made, both of the DPS from Eastern Eagles, actually, now that I think about it, just continually build up their own health pools.
That is... Oh, she's not able to get the meter strike down in time, as there was an excellent stun by Big Cat. But
very nice.
I mean, this has been Cumberland U committing a lot of resources for fights that they're actually just straight up losing.
Oh, yeah, and now trying to get out, and they can't even reset.
Speaking of reset, it's going to be a lot of ultimates reset, too, as there's a wholesale change in terms of the composition, right? You've got the dive coming out from the defense in this point, As, I mean, Eastern Eagles have made great pace towards the end of second.
And they have ults to work with. They are firmly in control. Oh, the drop down Death Blossom into the back. Immediately to fall. And EURC is in control of that high ground. We had the nano boost come out. I believe that was onto Logs again. Didn't quite catch. I saw somebody glowing there for a split second. I think it was Logs. Either way,
Yep.
it was, yeah, I mean, it was 2 ults invested in a fight win.
Yep. And I mean, they're, you know, Eastern Eagles are picking up right where they left off on Inumbani, right? This has been a very quick a run through of the attacking side of this map. And Cumberland U are changing again. They're going to that rush composition now. And the problem when you're switching this much is that you're never really given an opportunity to build up those critical ultimates. So 4 minutes on the clock here for the Eastern Eagles. Again, they have ultimates in their back pocket, and they're very big ones too.
Yeah, disciplined attack, so they're on good rotation. She's coming in with the Meteor Strike to start things off. Oh, EU River is frozen up, gets it with the Primal Rage, though, is able to get out of that and start rampaging in the back, pummeling, if you would, all the way at the back of Point C. Wall comes up trying to protect, but Sheesh is able to just fly right over it, take down the Baptiste with a nice little uppercut combo, follows up with the slam onto Hemlock, gets the punch onto Matt as well. Holy cow, Sheesh is running rampant with the Doomfist.
The one shutdown potential in the Owlboy is removed as well. This has gone from bad to worse. Pickup, couple of big pickups from the defense, but it's not enough.
God, Sheesh got that kill onto CU Phoenix so fast. That was just blink of the eye. That was the kill onto the Baptiste for the second time, but they're stabilizing. Slowly but surely, Cumberland U are able to stabilize on the back of that. Now they've actually got some ults, LaFawn.
Yeah, looking like the spawn difference was enough to bring back the fight in their favor. And yes, they do have those ultimates we talked about, right? There's so many switches means that you have to find time to build them up. And now Cumberland, you have the Earthshadow, they have the Blizzard. Slowing down the game would mean a lot, especially considering that Eastern Eagles' time is, you know, starting to slowly run out.
I guess the swaps did pay off for him in the end. Big dive in. Self-destruct out from Matt. Saitoka wait for the bubble and then throws down the hammer. Self-destruct finds 2 with the nano going onto Sheesh this time.
Oh, no.
And that was not enough. But yeah, the late Blizzard and Sound Barrier coming through.
Yeah, that's something that's just gonna, it's definitely gonna come back to hurt Cumberland U. There's no question about that. You're looking at Amplification Matrix and Deadeye in this next fight when you would have liked to have, you know, the sustainability of the Sound Barrier. It was a fight they'd won already too, is the big issue. And so, I mean, Eastern Eagles really have their DPS unlocked in terms of the potential of damage conversion, especially off the back of this deck.
Using one of those have been bad, but using Blizzard and Sound Barrier, that's gonna hurt. She's taking the skies as the Death Blossom picks up 2 immediately. Saitoka's shield looking worse for wear as Sheesh comes smashing into the back line. Saitoka doesn't know which way to look. Reaper in the front, Doomfist in the back. Reverend is going to get angry and just continue the disruption all through the defense of Cumberland University. Somehow Saitoka managed to stay alive as long as they did, but in the end, their fate is the same. It's a trip back to spawn. And it's looking like a one-way trip as the self-destruct comes through and Eastern Eagles have the end of Point C in their sights.
That being said, this has not been disciplined from Eastern Eagles. They've lost their support, and this has become a little bit more staggered out. So, I mean, if Cumberland U can get a pick, there's still potential to hold.
Oh, and it's the other support. Mara goes down with Coalescence in hand. Glimmer of hope as the clock gets under the 60-second mark and Cumberland U continue to persevere. It was that resolute perseverance that I was talking about at the top of the broadcast, showing up, and they maintain, never giving up, and they don't give up that point, and a great late kill on the EU Dead Aim.
And I mean, that Coalescence, yeah, you can see Amara just kind of using it to heal up the Diva. You can see there's no one left around to kind of focus it on, and, you know, if Cumberland U gives away an ultimate, it's now Eastern Eagles' turn, and this now means with 30 seconds remaining, you don't have that punching power that you kind of like, literally and figuratively. Cumberland U again back in the ult rotation.
Yeah, she's going over to the Tracer, so yeah, the punching power is gone. Nice shatter from Saitoka. That finds both in the back line. Mara's already gone. Nano comes out onto Logs. A dying wish from EU Dead Aim. But there's no supports to keep these tanks alive as the seconds dwindle down. Sound Barrier used means Cumberland U can press forward, put the issue all the way on the corner. EURC trying to Death Blossom in. That's actually going to pick up 2 as the Blizzard, well, they kind of slowed the self-destruct in its tracks, but nevertheless, CU Phoenix finds their way in the path of that blast radius. Great efforts here from Eastern Eagles, but I only see EU RC left on this point. I don't think it's going to be enough. RC is gone. The Pulse Bomb gobbled up, so she's just trying to keep this thing alive. They eat an hammer here, the Dome. And Cumberland U, they make a big stand on point C and have made Watch Point Gibraltar winnable to take their first series of the season.
That is an extremely... You use the word resolute in the defensive zone for Cumberland University, and I would fully echo that sentiment. Not only are they down 3-4 members, but they just fight for that one pick that critically is the main support, the main healing throughput for the Eastern Eagles, and then the respawn queue does the rest. You're able to bring back your team. So under pressure, Cumberland University never lose sight of their win condition, and that allows them to hold and stop Eastern Eagles from completing the map. And I mean, that's just it's difficult. It's so difficult to do that. You know, when you're losing the fight, to just stand up and say, no, this is what we need to kind of do. And I have to give credit. That is incredibly impressive for Cumberland University.
I mean, my mentality going into point C was like, uh-oh, they're in a lot of trouble. There's a lot of time on the bank. They're continuing to make swaps, but they just made the swap to the Reinhardt comp. And, I mean, holy cow, what a stand. Now all they got to do is just get close to the launch pad, and they'll find their first dub.
All right,
they're going up against double shield on the other side this time, LaFon.
Yeah, let's take one step at a time, because if we as casters mention that that possibility of a win, you just know the fates will be out against Cumberland University.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Apologies.
In the interest of giving that space and not giving the caster curse away, this first point, it's going to be against that bunker. The Ash from RC has been a difference maker, right? We saw it on Numbani. And already Matt are trying to pressure out that hit scan just to take away some of that space from the damage through.
Dominator looked like that Doomfist was a fun hero. Go ahead and pull that one out. First time we've seen that today. Bought a little bit of space, but not a whole lot. EU, Reverend, and company are continuing to just sit up on this high ground, rain shots down. She's even coming up with a good pick to start things off. That will get rezzed, but there's EU RC with the threat in the back and those beautiful dynamites we saw in Numbani as well. Continuing. Ooh, lands the first shot onto CU Phoenix. Can't quite find the follow-up. Are you just gonna drop into the back line here? Oh, they're waiting for Sheesh to respawn.
Yeah. This has been, I mean, the cart has moved below car wash, and Saitoka being taken out. This is still a back and forth trade here for the offense.
It absolutely is. And ooh, I think I might have run into a wall here though, LaFon. Dominator trying to go in. Matt R looking very low. Big Cat gets one. Big Cat gets two. All right. Just kind of will it down from the sides. Big Cat taking off the extraneous members of that defense who were caught in that back mini room. Does eventually fall, but good work done. Dominator taken to the sky, but it's that Bob from EU RC. Those Bob placements have been fantastic today.
They really, really have. And I have to add another check mark to the, do you have Supercharger? Do you use it? Do you win the fight? Column, the answer is yes. The damage throughput, we saw Big Cat unable to kind of contest the scaring down EU Reverend on the Orisa, right? The Supercharger makes that fusion driver such a threat in those late stages. And of course, the Bob clean it all up. Now, Eastern Eagles, I mean, they still don't have a ton to work with for the Dragon Strike to slow things down and even pick up. That's going to be the fight without even really starting, really.
Oh, unfortunate. That's what those, you just turn the corner and you're like, ah, those are dragons.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And you just know, sometimes you're just kind of stuck, too. So these are cleanup kills for Eastern Eagles. If you're Cumberland University, you have to get out. You cannot be feeding ult charge over to the offense. Nice sleep, though.
Beautiful. Sheesh is on low ground.
Oh, but
they have
the shield.
Yeah.
Okay. Putting a lot to keep Hanzo alive.
Well, that's my thinking. Do you rush the Orisa now?
The nano boost can be applied to Saitoka. Getting the Primal Rage is sort of the follow-up. You'd like to see that here. But I think the window of opportunity has kind of vanished as the shield cooldown is back.
Oh, and Sheesh is woken from their beauty nap and immediately dominating once again. No pun truly intended on that, finding that opening pick. Now the dive comes through onto the Orisa, who's 90% towards that supercharger. Yeah, and the nano goes on the pilot. It's the second time we've seen this today. I don't know if that just got in the way of Saitoka there. They were kind of bunched up. We do still have the Primal coming out, and that Primal's going to find Sheesh. Matt back in mech is able to pick up one as well. You referenced just standing tall through this. I think they even got rezzed. No, there's the res onto RC. This has been chaos, but it looks like Cumberland, you are coming out on top.
Yeah, and the Bob was committed there too, so that's just a nice anti-nade from Hemlock there just to close out this fight. That's going to be the point now over to Cumberland University. So they keep their series hopes alive as they move through point A. 3 minutes now to get through the second phase, and starting off cleanly as they try and get these stagger kills.
Yeah, immediately attacking the spawn doors on one foot, attacking the Orisa on the other, and get the Moira as well. So a good start. See what they do with it.
Yeah, and highlight Hemlock here because the anti-nades have been really, really clean. It's just the ult play that's been a little hit or miss. And I mean, that being the case, Hemlock is now coming up to another nano boost here. You'd like to see it applied to Saitoka here in this one.
Ooh, Sheesh continues to do work, winning fights before they even begin. This time the Dragon's going up top after the quick 2K. Good news for Cumberland is they don't really invest in this. So they should be able to get out. Hemlock stuck in a corner. As I say that, sorry, I cursed you there, Hemlock.
Well, I mean, we're still stuck in the corner. They just got out via the hardest way possible. Back to the respawn.
Most painful way possible.
Yeah, exactly. The reset comes in. You're right. It wasn't expensive for Cumberland University at all. Oh, Sheesh cannot get anything here. And if anything, should be punished for their over-aggression. But we'll get back to the team, especially with the healing throughput coming through from EU. Dead aim sky. Oh my goodness. Reading. Come on.
Well, speaking of the sky, Saitoka's headed up to it. Well, with the nano boost in hand, it kind of fades before they're able to find a whole lot of value. And so they just drop back down and rejoin the team where the Deadeye's already picked up one. But now pressing forward into the Supercharger and a Bob. Super Bob, low-key great combo, by the way. But that's taken care of. Saitoka gets the war drums off the battlefield. Now they got to deal with Logs' Flux. Logs is able to pick up one, looking for more on the Matt R while they try to take care of the DPS. And it looks like the tanks of Cumberland are able to finish their dinner before Logs can punish them. And Cumberland U now trying to clean up this fight. Just need to dodge some dragons.
And Saitoka coming back now is going to almost have the Primal Rage online. So a lot more health pools in the bank too. And this is going to become a pretty one-sided affair for Cumberland University.
Yeah, but Saitoka's going to even go ahead and drop that Primal Rage. Once again, talking about Hemlock, every time we look up at Hemlock, I swear they're at 65 to 75 ult. Like, they just used ult at the start of that fight. Nano boost.
Nice sleep.
That was huge.
That was a sick flick. Oh my goodness.
There you go, Hemlock. Right as I was talking about you.
Yeah, that was pretty. I mean, the Mercy died instantly, but still, that was a sick sleep dart. And that point 2 goes to them as well. So, Cumberland University, you still have the Meteor Strike. You can play aggressively here. Eastern Eagles are in an unfortunate position of not having anything to rebuff immediately. And so it's all about pace of play here for Cumberland University.
Made out the shield, throw in the self-destruct, nano boost, correctly applied onto Saitoka this time, and it's a beautiful combo. 2 kills immediately netted on the back of it. Cumberland U, they don't even have to push it all the way. There's nobody there to touch Cumberland. They get their first victory of the season. And a little bit of an anticlimactic finish. Just kept everybody off the point. Great 2K to open up the final fight. Oh, I love seeing teams find that first victory. I feel like I'm celebrating with them that resolve rewarded finally in week 5.
Yeah, that was honestly a really strong attacking run from Cumberland University. Once they got through that first phase, right? They were able to kind of apply pressure correctly. Gibraltar is such a interesting map. In terms of how you have to kind of play defensively, right? The spawn room, if you get caught out, you lose half a second immediately, right? Your time bank kind of gets worked against you. And then even though Cumberland University aren't able to complete the second phase on their first approach to it, they keep the fight going long enough that their cooldowns, their resources, their ultimates come online as they're trying to work for that capture of that second objective. And of course, third point, just pure aggression from them. Walk forward, correctly applying, as you said, the ultimates in the correct fashion. No response from the defense, and they just roll the cart in all of third, basically uncontested to give themselves that first win. Looking really like a team that is better than their record states.
I have to agree wholeheartedly. I mean, that was an emphatic victory. Really all came together there for Cumberland Phoenix. If we had to give a player of the match, who are you thinking, LaFawn? Who are you
Oh,
thinking?
I think Saitoka really has been
Yeah,
was kind of the difference maker in more situations, and I think under pressure didn't make a ton of mistakes either. That's I think the defining factor for me as to why I'm kind of labeling Saitoka as that player of the match.
I'm inclined to agree. I'm going to echo that sentiment wholeheartedly. For me, it was a lot of just the way they set the pace and the timing on their engagements as well as really stood out to me. So there you go. So I took your player of the match from Cumberland Phoenix. Congratulations to them. Huge dub. Getting that 0 out of the column. Like we said, that's the hardest one. All right. It's all down here from there, Cumberland. You've got this. You've got this. There's still openings to get your way out of that red zone, perhaps punch into that 8th slot. We'll see. Only time will tell. 3 weeks left in the season. But now, hey, that's game 2 in the books. We're gonna continue trucking right along. When we take, we're gonna take a little short break here. Who do we have coming up next? Who do we have coming up next? Next, we are gonna have Blue Gold Esports taking on Bethel University Pilots. We're heading to the Champions Division. When we return, we'll see y'all in a few. And we are back, friends, here in NECC Collegiate Overwatch. My name is Jeff. I'm alongside this as we get to our third game of the night. We're heading to the division. We're getting up into that top tier SR. We're gonna have blue gold taking on Bethel U.
Yeah, it looks like an exciting matchup here in a certain way. You were mentioning in when we jumped in here, Bull Skunk, that Blue Gold unfortunately has not yet won a map so far in the season. On the other hand, Bethel University pilots, I'm sorry, sitting on a not pirates, very different different vibe there. Sit on a 3-1 record, and they've won consecutively against three teams from the same school. And what school is that, Bull Skunk?
It's Purdue.
That is
So
right.
They're excited. They're excited to not play Purdue this week, I think is the storyline here.
It's a Bethel University Purdue bane, really, at this point in time. I mean, honestly, an absolute bugbear for the Purdue squads. And I mean, those Purdue squads, they're nothing to sniff at either. Those are some strong teams. So Bethel University, I think, has demonstrated itself to be one of the stronger teams here in the collegiate pool over at NECC.
Yeah, the last victory over Purdue Gold, it's Purdue Gold's only loss on the season. Two teams, Bethel U and Purdue Gold, tied at 3-1. Both with a loss 4 if I'm not mistaken. I'm going to double check on that one. Yeah, they're dead even tied. So that's a huge pickup there. And It sounds like I might be lagging just a little bit. Apologies for that.
I know it happens. It's the internet, isn't it? It's a strange and wild beast, really, at the end of the day. But it is worth pointing out, too, that on the back of those 3 Purdue wins, Bethel University have not dropped a game or, I think, a map. No, they dropped 1 map to Purdue Gold, and that's the only map they've dropped since week 1. So they're a very strong squad here, and of course, per NECC rules, we will be running all of these maps, so it will be all 3. But they will get straight into the action here, wasting no time at all. Marzo trying to lead the front line, just clearing a little bit of space there on the Reinhardt, having to back up almost immediately. The damage pressure being put straight in is enough to force out the Immortality Field. The Immortality Field only up for a half second there, but really not enough to keep them going through that huge shatter, and they'll push right in.
Oh, that was a great wall from Big J5 to prevent the retreat. Blue Gold started that backup you're talking about. There was nowhere to go, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, and a monstrous shatter from Quibsy early in this first map.
Yeah, it was really well done there, Volskunk. But here comes a quick re-engage, no time wasted.
No time wasted at all. Again, a wonderful May wall up from Big J5 and Marzo down right out of the gate. Quibsy already coming up on yet another one. 2-kill fire strike's gonna put that check mark there. And Quibsy lays down the hammer just for good measure. They're just showing off at this point, Corbeck.
Yeah, it kind of feels that way, doesn't it? You definitely could have held on to that shatter right there. It's going to be valuable. I mean, at any point. Everybody is dead. My God, they chased down Retro there, too, to make sure that they finished the university, but they could have held on to the shatter right there. I think Quibsy's just feeling it.
Sure.
He realizes that he's got kind of the confidence of this matchup, and I mean, you feel a bit bad for Marzo. This is a very difficult situation to be in as a tank, especially with those really precise May walls that are coming up. But look at this, dead already.
Oh, that one hurts me to the soul. That Marzo just turns the corner right into a double damage fire strike. Quibsy's on a get 3 shatters before your opponent can get 1 challenge. That one is rated very hard, and Quibsy is about to lap Marzo for the second time.
Yep, looks like he's well on his way, 63% already. I mean, where would Marzo have really had an opportunity to generate too much ult charge in the midst of all of this? It's sort of a miracle that Zev and Strawberry even managed to come out of this with the sound barrier and the blizzard. In fact, Retro's coming up on a grab, and if there's going to be a game-changing ult, it might be that, but this high noon already kind of zoning him out here for the drop. Beautiful shot on the Strawberry.
And it gets the May wall out. This is important, so Quibsy can now go in fearlessly with another big pin. Marzo getting nothing, and Quibsy comes up on their 3rd shatter. There's only half a team left. Now the grab, it's just going to get countered by sound barrier for the few members that were caught in it. I mean, you had to try. Overtime wick was going. You're down in the dwindling seconds. Throw everything you got at it if you're blue gold, but alas, nothing is going to stick. I'm not sure they got a single kill there in our opening round.
I don't think they did, unfortunately. I mean, you can't overstate, actually, how big of a pickup it was there at the start. for Brandon to pick off Strawberry, who did have the sound barrier in the pocket, right? So could have theoretically kept his team in that fight a little bit longer, perhaps prevented sort of that almost instant wipe situation they were in right there. But yeah, definitely a bit of a mauling for Blue Gold. I'm not really sure what they could have done differently. Those engages were just never going in their favor. You made a very good point there, Bullskunk, about using the Mei wall kind of early on, but then again, what choice did they really have in that scenario?
It was forced. Yeah, it was absolutely forced. They didn't have a choice. That's the skill of the squad from Bethel U. This is not to try to downplay what they're doing, because Bethel U are forcing these mistakes. They're leaving Blue Gold with zero option but to be on the back foot, to try to use cooldowns early just to close the gap. And, well, here we go. You can see Bethel University have already sped up and claimed all this space. They have the Lucio. Now they can just hold this choke. They're going to go take this team. Not worry just yet. They're going to worry about maim and slaughter. And that's the name of the game here for Bethel. Hey, Zev able to come up with the first pick. Blue Gold.
Well, at least they got somebody in the midst of that. Unfortunately, it is Kuda, who I think will be able to re-engage relatively quickly there, and Zev will be finished off at the tail end of it. But, I mean, you're running kind of this Sigma Orisa setup into this very hard brawl, and, I mean, when one side already kind of has an advantage on you, sort of surrendering the aggression, moving over to this more passive comp, I just don't know the viability of it. I mean, you did also try and out-brawl them, and it really didn't work. So, having been in situations like this before, I mean, you just throw anything at it and try and hope that something sticks.
I do like, I mean, Blue Gold not trying to just go face first into this right now. They know they need to maintain their distance, trying to use their halts, trying to use the accretion to get an early pick. So, I mean, the game plan is there. There you go, coming up on Dragons. This is going to create some space for them to move in, and Zosh has a opening pick with the Shadow the other way, picks up 2. Zev not in the Immortality field, just a little far in front of it. Retro's able to get topped off, and Quimsy had to shield up there for a second because of a lot of pressure. But Zach, lethal bad beast, coming in to relieve that pressure and keep Bethel University on top.
Yeah, again, I mean, it's just the kind of problem with the composition, right? You look at what they're running in terms of DPS, even their support lineup, you're looking to anchor a point and kind of shoot around it. And honestly, if they were able to assert a side early on, Bullskunk, this would be a really effective composition on this particular stage, right? You get up and you get set down, that poor Diva Bomb goes sailing off to nowhere, but they just can't get set up, and so they're never able to get the fire base together.
Well, they got the Blizzard out with not much sacrifice, but unfortunately, Strawberry and Retro kind of got caught in that corner over there trying to escape them, and they get punished. So, despite Big J5 not technically freezing anybody, still a big Blizzard. Zoning ult, Corbeck.
Yeah, so that's what we'll call it. Speaking of ults, I mean, they've got 4 now stacked up, and look at that pressure, the sheer aggro here. Do you see the damage matrix coming down? And there's some kills finally. Marzo getting one, and it's Zoch who's the real hero of the hour. The Attack Visor coming out there big, the 2 tanks following it up. Some very serious pickup there from the 2 of them. They will kind of shove their way forward, and for the first time, they're in the zone here, Bullskunk. They will actually pick up the point, and, well, it's perhaps a little bit too late, but you got to admire them at least for getting in and getting it done.
I mean, they threw everything in the kitchen sink at that point, too. It was a Gravitic Flux followed up by Ant Matrix and Supercharger to bolster Zoch's Tac Visor. That's a 250% damage auto aim. Just nasty. And it gets the job done, but now what do they have to hold with? They're praying this distance serves them well and they can find some kills, but there's a sound player in the aggression from Bethel.
Yeah, unfortunately, it looks like that won't be enough to save them. The rotate just not there. Marzo getting burned down by Momo in close quarters, and here comes this sort of unstoppable juggernaut that is Quibsy. Just refuses to be stopped here on the Reinhardt. Power straight through, and despite that brief moment of glory there from Blue Gold, it will not be enough. Bethel University with a commanding performance here in Nepal.
Wow. Apologies if I'm not coming through clear. Apologies if I'm sounding robotic. Quibsy was an unstoppable robot here. Just was not human. Absolutely inhuman performance from Quibsy. This was true call. That lifts my heart and hurts my soul all at the same time.
Yeah, somebody call the police. There's been a murder. It's terrible. I mean, honestly, he just gets him in that room and just doesn't stop. But very Terminator-like in the approach there, Bullskunk.
Exactly.
Just an
Exactly.
unstoppable juggernaut. And you saw it there at the end, too, on the second stage of Nepal. He just kind of follows him around the outside of the map. And, I mean, what do? You just run away, right? It's just, there's no option but escape, and you just can't slow him down. And unfortunately, it kind of means that I think here our folks are going to have a bit of a mountain to climb if they want to make this into a proper matchup, because there are no breaks on the Bethel University train.
Well, Bethel looking to continue their dominance. We're going to take a quick break. When we return, it's Noon Body. We'll be back. Well, we appreciate your patience through a little bit of an extended break. Hopefully, try to get some things ironed out on my end. My internet's acting a little fickle, but I feel like it's a bit of a futile effort. Unfortunately, I think Blue Gold suffered a similar fate there on map 1. So, but hey, we're headed to Numbani. Another chance of turning around, another opportunity for them to find that first map win of the season.
Well, you would hope so, Bullskunk, but I mean, I think it's, like I said before we went into the break, it's definitely an uphill battle. It might be a little bit more than an uphill here. Really, like perhaps one of the lesser peaks, not quite Mount Everest, but maybe a K2 or something like that at this point in time.
Sheer cliffside.
Clearly, yeah, really, to be honest. I don't know that Nimbani is unfortunately the map that's going to be able to. I can kind of guess what composition I think we're going to see come out here, and I'm not going to say it so I can change it if I'm wrong and look right no matter what. But, well, I'll be honest with you, it actually genuinely wasn't that. I thought we would be seeing Orisa coming out again, but instead opting for a double bubble. That's an interesting choice because the double bubble composition requires, I would say, a pretty effective amount of collaboration, like coordination, right?
Most definitely.
I don't know that I've necessarily seen that out of Blue Gold. That's not a knock on them, just maybe making this climb a little bit more difficult.
I mean, double shield is perfectly viable on the defense on Numbani.
Very much so.
So I'm with you. I was definitely expecting an Orisa Sigma setup here on this high ground, and perhaps double bubble on the attack, but double bubble on the defense. This is going to be a tall ask. Bethel University are keeping things straightforward and simple. Out of the gate with just a soldiery cowboy brawl. They're just going to charge up to this high ground using Q to speed and try to dislodge whomever they might find up there. Oh, no. All right. They're going lower ground hotel.
Yeah, they're giving him a little bit of a runaround here. A very common thing to do on Nimbani, and then immediately they'll kind of bust out. Oh, no, they're going on the wide flank here by the looks of it. They're just going to try and shut down the high ground Bullskunk, which is always a good play, and that gives their soldier this position as well.
And it's wisely done. As they're running through lower floor hotel, you hit tab, check your comp on the other side. They see a soldier, and they're like, nope, we got to go dislodge the soldier, and they do. They clean off the high ground. Now all of Blue Gold are ripe for the picking. You can see Quizzy decided to go ahead and drop. He's going to just take a little quick nap. Nice sleep there. While Marzo heads up to the high ground to try to clean it off. Unfortunately, Soda is gone. You've got to have that Ana for this composition to work. With the Ana out of there, everybody else is just bailing, running for the hills.
I will give credit to Marzo right there. He saw the play that needed to be made and reestablished it. But if we're being honest, that fight was over from the minute that they lost the high ground, right? Like, that's just that's some basic Sun Tzu. Like, everybody knows you don't want to lose the high ground, right, in any fight that you possibly can. And it just didn't work out for them. The minute that they lost and they had those hit scan DPS up there, it was just doomed. And again, though, props to Marzo for at least recognizing the play and making the valid effort. But like you said, Bullskunk, when Soda was down, there's just no other option. Strawberry's not going to be able to heal him through the amount of pressure he was under, and that's a terrible early pick there on Azach as well. Very unfortunate to lose your soldier. And again, look at this high ground domination.
Yep, where it was ancient generals that taught you. It was General Obi-Wan Kenobi that taught me that valuable lesson about the high ground.
Probably
Big J5. Yeah, they do read the same book. So true, so true. A couple of big picks, as it was Big J5 who had the high ground for this one. And, well, they're just going to escort this thing home. I don't think that kill on Akuda is going to really slow down Bethel very much.
Kuda did die on the last map as well. He was one of the few kind of Bethel members that went down early. He's just playing very aggressive on the Lucio, but I mean, look at the room they're being given to take advantage of that. Bullskunk, you've got no excuse but to play aggressive here. And ooh, a bit of dangerous positioning right there from Soda. Very fortunate to get back to the team.
A lot of low health bars. Everybody had to back up. It's going to be a nano engage on the Marzo. Had the bubble as well, but just gets stunned up. Does get the primal rage, so the order of operations there. Can they find the picks? With Big J5 throwing down that tack visor, it's everybody falling around Marzo with the support gone. Marzo doesn't last long either, and this is looking to be a wicked fast Numbani.
Yeah, they might actually finish this just under 5 minutes unless something big comes in to slow them down. Brandon already going up to the high ground here with the high noon. I mean, look at the old bank on the side of Bethel University. They have 5 in the tank right now. They just need to blast them all, and this will be done.
Zach setting up on the high ground, takes Soda out immediately. The Deadeye is going to find value. No pulse bomb hitting the battlefield. Tack visor completely shut down as Quibsy's right in the face of Zach. reading that on the left-hand side, and this is one of the largest time banks I have ever seen on this map.
4-4-4. They hit all the numbers right there.
My
That's
OCD
great.
is happy, Corbeck.
Yeah, it would have been good. It would have been better if it was 3-3-3 with a 3-point cap, but I'll take 4-4-4. It's good, but I mean not as good as the general tenor of that push, just overwhelming there onto blue gold, and you really got the feeling they could never quite get their feet set at any point in time during this matchup. And I mean, I'm kind of racking my brains here, and I will admit I don't have the biggest Overwatch brain, and I'm trying to kind of figure out what exactly is going wrong here for blue gold. And I mean, it's just kind of it's a sort of stack of things. Bethel University just looking very well coordinated. They're putting themselves in the right positions that they need to be in, and they're also just winning the fights. I mean, it's as simple as that. When these engages happen, the kills are just entirely flowing the way of Bethel University. And as academic as it sounds, you don't win if you don't get kills. At the end of the day, it's still a shooter. You have to shut down the enemy team at some point in time. And blue gold they just lose so early on. They just can't ever seem to reestablish themselves.
It's easy to overcomplicate Overwatch. You're talking about cooldown and ult rotation and all of these resources that you synergistically combine to have impact. But at the end of the day, all those things are spent to get kills. That is the name of the game when it's all said and done. But it was also a big pacing issue, and I still think we were proven correct in that blue gold made things harder than they need to be running this composition, because the pacing of this comp wants to do a little push and pull, wants to play a little slower to create openings, despite what it may look like with the Winston playing with the double bubble comp. It's not dive. This is kind of a push and pull. Now there's a good opener. On to Brandon, goes Marzo from the outside, but the Discord orb is there. Marzo has to back all the way off, but it still opened up some presence. Now can they deal with this Bastion?
That's going to be the real question, because it's going to be very hard for Marzo to jump up into that. And all credit to Marzo, has really got the right instincts. Poor Strawberry getting caught out early on by Kuda right there, and that's one of the support duo down. They nearly lose Soda as well, and that's just going to slow that down too. I just don't know that I'm going to be able to lever the firepower here. A good attempt, sort of at a bait right there on the jump. Doesn't really work out. They do sleep the Bastion. Can they follow it up? No, not really. Here comes Marzo over the top, immediately trying to go in with the tickle gun, and it's a bit too little too late. We'll go back up again, and he just gets melted up there. He just can't stand the pressure, and unfortunately, I think that's going to kill the rest of this attack dead. You can already see the members streaming back to the spawn.
Props to Kuda for that long distance shot to open up that fight, which means blue gold didn't have the Discord to work with during some of those dives onto that Bastion. That might have been able to punish the sleep dart coming out of Soda. But Marzo tried to re-engage with very little health. The first little poke, went down to about 200 health and dropped down. Did not get topped off. Wait for your Ana to top you off and build up that ult charge. That nano boost is really what blue gold's looking for, and they don't have it yet. We're almost 2 minutes into their attack.
Yeah, I mean, again, they're kind of just doing themselves a bit of a disservice with this composition. The healing lineup it's thin heals, it's thin, and it's skill-based heals, right? Soda and Strawberry have to be absolutely on point all the time. It's not like you have a Baptiste back there, but here's the engage again, and that's a dangerous scenario, but they're making it work.
What a great bio nade from Soda. That was huge, instrumental. Ant Matrix on the other side, but Marzo, who's right behind it with the Primal, not allowing anybody to find value with the double damage, manages to pick up a couple of kills. All right. Round of applause for blue gold. Beautifully done. We were talking about it being skill-based. That was a very skillful take right there.
It was indeed a very skillful take, Bullskunk, and I feel like actually Bethel University might have flown a little too close to the sun on that one. They took that really aggressive positioning right there, which is what I think it partially enabled Soda to go ahead and waft that in such a beautiful angle. But now the ult charge, that's going to be the real difference maker here on this next fight.
Nice sleep. That almost caught Quibsy. I know Quibsy was thinking about that shatter. Yeah, immediately gets up and lays down the hammer. Soda falls on their back, but gets topped off. I believe he used a bio-nade on themselves. Yeah, definitely with that cooldown up as it is. And Quibsy's out of the fight. Big J5 still on this top, still has a teleporter to work with, and now a photon barrier to hide behind. Transcendence used on the low ground. Blue gold just kite all of it.
Yeah, they do a good job, kiting it, but you can't kite, right? You have to get back on the point at some point in time. Big J5 trying to follow this up with the cannon. bringing it out, not finding the kills. We're going to want to reposition here in a second. I don't know how Retro got back there, but he did.
I mean, yeah, you can't LOS forever. You got to make a move. You got to try to push the Bastion, and Kuda is just extremely accurate. Another Ant Matrix and the Supercharger out for the defense. Well, wow, the self-destruct takes care of all of them. Sorry about that one. Tripping over by Untongue a little bit. Whimsy kind of tripping over his own feet, backing up towards Rhino. Marzo's going to chase him down. So Blue Gold's patience rewarded after getting out a bunch of ultimates from Bethel. Now they've got some room to work here in the streets of Numbani.
There's still a fight to be had, though, isn't there, Bullskunk? They've got to go ahead and just displace this Bastion. Again, Marzo showing really good instincts on the tank, doing a very good job of keeping J5 just backed up right there, but they're going to have the tank ult coming in, and that could cause some serious issues. Never mind, Zev takes the Bastion out early on in this fight. The Shatter coming out at the last second there from Whimsy, but it's all Blue Gold all the time here. They will work their way through to the second checkpoint. Certainly not been as clean, Bullskunk, but they are making a serious effort here.
A quite serious effort, impressive effort, might I add. You know, after the 444 time make on the other side, the first 2 minutes were really rough on point A. I was really starting to get worried for Blue Gold. And now they have really turned it all around. Look at that. I mean, great shot out of Zev to take Big J5 out of the fight. Who's going to go ahead and swap over to Hanzo of their own. You've got Marzo up here just holding the door, not letting anybody get out of their spawn.
Amplification Matrix, though, that could be a bit of a difference maker here. The bomb going up almost immediately swings in. Immortality field down early on. Marzo trying to get back to the point will get brought down, but Zev and Zoch, the two Z's there, coming in big here on the front line. Brandon is burned down. Soda with another. Look at that, Bullskunk. They will get through. 2 minutes on the clock.
All right. We've got a match. We've got a match. Yeah, I mean, Marzo paid for it with their life, but did a good job of keeping the defense of Bethel University out from behind that Ant Matrix. That Ant Matrix could have really shut this whole attack down. You're on the back of point C. And that was Marzo just getting in there and disrupting everybody. So, hey, I mean, props to them. You know, I mean, like, this is some heart we're seeing come out of Blue Gold right now, and I'm excited to see it.
Yeah, definitely heart, grit. They're not giving up, and you got to appreciate that. A lot of teams backed into kind of the scenario they were coming off of on Nepal, and then you run into that Bastion Symmetra setup on the first point. That's a spirit breaker. It can be really annoying for a lot of squads to try and deal with that. If I had to give my honest sort of post-mortem here, Bullskunk, I would say that I have a sinking suspicion that Bethel University right there was trying to play a little bit fast and loose on that one by running the Symmetra Bastion, and they just ran it too long. I think if they had switched back over to the kind of the McCree-May brawl that they were showing us there at the end, I think they probably could have shut that down in the streets phase. But the fact that they, continued to try and run that Symmetra Bastion up until basically the enemy was inside the gates, right? Quite literally, was a bit of their downfall. And that does happen sometimes. If you're a little bit overconfident, you think that you win it out. That said, Blue Gold now have to go back into the attack, and this is a bit of an interesting set of back and forth here between these two compositions. I don't think you see this very often, so we'll see how the kind of two dives work out here.
I'm anticipating both to attack each other's back lines, but it's Zev picking up two really important picks. Both DPS of Bethel University now watching this fight from afar as the rest of Blue Gold just move up to the high ground. Quibsy was trying to protect, but then just has to bail and is getting hunted down now by Green Bus. A lot of space bought by Blue Gold. Beautiful first attack.
Yeah, very efficient there from Blue Gold. No time wasted at all. They did a beautiful job, too, of sectioning off Momo early on in the fight and just taking him down, and they're not letting the pressure go down here either. Brandon dying in the rotations, basically, and they'll commit right again to another fight.
Nano boost on to Quibsy to try to stead the blading here. It does manage to pick up the kill onto Zoch and alongside Momo. They're starting to push back and buy some space. Yeah, Zev goes down as well. So it was a great aggression from Blue Gold, but they overstayed their welcome a little bit facing down that Nano Monkey.
Yeah, I mean, I can kind of understand their confidence right there to a certain extent. They use the dragons right from Zev to sort of put some separation between Quibsy and the rest of the team, but I do kind of feel like maybe they overestimated the strength of the nano boosted monkey. It's not something that you want to mess around with. Like he's still very well capable of holding his own against an entire front line for, you know, a good 10 to 15 seconds.
I
yeah.
have an issue with my feed here. Why don't you take over here, Corback?
I am also now a little bit feed frozen. The last thing I can see is just Strawberry getting brutally electrocuted.
Yeah, this is an unfortunate freeze frame for Strawberry. Cast from Audio Challenge, you can hear the overtime wick starting to burn as Blue Gold trying to finish off point B. If they can pick up 5 points, then this map would absolutely be winnable.
Sorry, I'm still laughing about the Caster Audio Challenge. That's beautiful. Just put us in a dark room and play the sounds of the match. We just have to 36 chambers of casting right there. But the Nano Monkey comes charging in over the top, and there it is again. Just the ape from space. But it's the bomb from behind that actually does the deed. Momo getting 2 right there, and that will finish it off. Still 91 meters on Streets phase, Bullskunk. That's nothing to sniff at, considering how Blue Gold was kind of getting the boot put into them on Nepal.
Agreed. Not too shabby. Strawberry had the right idea, but was just a second late on the Transcendence at the very end, realizing, wait, I can keep this overtime going. And but to a more positive note, I agree with you wholeheartedly. A great attack from Blue Gold. This is winnable. It's still a little bit of an uphill battle, and I'm very curious what they're going to come out with on the defense. I would like to see him go back to the double shield setup we saw on map 1.
You might just get your wish here, Bullskunk, because you see Zotch showing us a Bastion at an early stage. Whether or not, that's going to be what they stick with. Now, they will switch over to the Junkrat. The tank line remaining a little bit divided here. And they will come out with, again, kind of a dive tank duo, but certainly not what I would consider to necessarily be kind of a dive follow-up. Zotch on the Junkrat is an interesting choice indeed. I mean, Zev has been having some success on the Hanzo, so I don't think that's entirely surprising. And again, on the other side, I mean, it's kind of wacky comps from both of them, or not so wacky, I guess, from the sense of Bethel University, but certainly it's going to be interesting to see how these two compositions clash into one another, because it's not particularly traditional coming out on the side of Blue Gold, really.
Not at all. I mean, you've got the DPS and, the Baptiste are very stationary. You don't want to plant their feet. And then, Strawberry and the two tanks are highly mobile. Zotch just gets pounced on, absolutely ran over on that high ground. Now Quibsy has their sight set on Zev. Zev goes down in an absolute New York minute. And that's a +2. Both DPS off the battlefield. Bethel University with little worries here as they storm through the rest of Point A.
Yeah, I was going to say Zotch should swap, I think, that Junkrat almost immediately, and they do. Reaper will be coming out on the other side. A very valiant effort here from Retro to try and hold on to this, but just not a lot they can do. Retro still fighting right to the bitter end, but it does not work out. A bit of a rough start there from Blue Gold. I think you hit the nail on the head, Bullskunk, when you talked about kind of the difference between sort of the stationary and the mobility, right? And the problem is when you're running into a team that's a little bit more committed to the dive, that pull, that sort of diametrically opposed nature of your composition makes it so that you can get split up easier. And that's exactly what happened right there. We saw Zev getting sectioned off into the hallway, poor Soda trying to chase him. And I mean, look at the amount of space they've been forced to surrender in Streets. They basically have given it almost to the point here with 2 minutes 30 on the clock.
And it means that they get one shot at the defense. They have to be flawless from here on out, or they will drop Numbani and the series. Oh, what a boob. Off the high ground goes Zev. It looked like they got forced off by Momo. Either way, they land right on the business end of Quizzy's Tesla Cannon, who now has the Primal Rage ready to go. Hilfy just all the Bethel University. Quibsy, we saw in the chat earlier, doing a little capping in more ways than one. And a little King Kong celebratory ending on Numbani. Bethel University will take the series 2-0. Still one more map to be played. We will, of course, play our third and final map of the series. full to get that first map win of the season. They looked good. They looked better on Numbani, but still, we're not able to topple the second place Bethel U.
Yeah, and I mean, you see here at the tail end of this fight, I mean, they did really come online, right? It was almost like a different team was playing for a little while here. I don't know if it was maybe a confidence thing, Bullskunk, where they were finally really feeling the groove of their attack, and they just felt like they knew what was going on. I don't know if it was something that was going on in their shot calling that made them play a little bit differently, but they looked really solid there for a while on Nubani. It was just that the defense in particular, the defense on that one last overtime just felt a little botched. It was an awkward composition that they came out with. They got split. And I mean, against a team of the quality that Bethel has shown us here tonight, just small things are going to be what they exploit. They'll find the gap and they'll turn it into, something you can drive a Mack truck through. And that's essentially what happened right there on that first defense and kind of on the follow up as well, just giving them that space to play with. And Bethel University, well, they're more than happy. They'll build a whole housing development on that space.
They did. I mean, there's for sale signs up all over the place. But hey, we're going to Watchpoint Gibraltar. Now this is a much better spot for the Winston on defense as well as the offense. So still an opportunity. And I think one of the most dangerous opponents is one who has nothing left to lose. And that's what we're seeing from Blue Gold right now. So you know what? We're going to take a break. We'll give them a moment to decide what they want to do. When we return, map 3. We'll see you in a minute. A better showing from Blue Gold Esports there in map 2 of Numbani. Running a lot of Winston, and I mean, look, much higher, we'll say, than the defense. And we know what? When we head to map number watch point Gibraltar, this is going to be a better place for them to try to defend with that Winston.
If that's what they want to run, Bullskunk, then this is a much better map for it. Both of those teams actually towards the end there of Nobani showing us that Diva, Winston, sort of what we would call our dive tanks, right? Our highly mobile tank line. And this is a far better map for it, right? A lot of verticality, a lot of up and down. You think of, in particular, that second stage in the hangar is just, you know, multiple layers of verticality for tanks to play around, always has been. So those tank lineups in particular would be quite effective. But I mean, you and I were talking in the break about, you know, outside of the tank choice, the support, which are, like you pointed out when we were talking, very stationary, kind of easily diveable targets. Now, the Ana, she has the sleep dart, but the Zen is relying almost entirely on damage, and it looks like on these initial selections that maybe Blue Gold has put a little bit of thought into that exact same thorny topic, because now they have Strawberry coming out on the Brigida, and actually if you can pair a Brigida with an Ana as kind of like a bodyguard for the Ana with the addition of those healing packs that can be thrown out, it's a very effective healing duo. It can be quite strong if both of the players are working relatively well in sync. So I'll be interested to see how this goes against what is essentially a relatively hard dive coming out here from Bethel with a Genji and a Tracer. That's an old classic DPS duo being shown right there.
This is classic dive. I mean, you may have a different option. Oh well, okay. So you know a little more modern version with the two healers. But yeah, with Genji Tracer, definitely classic dive on the attack. Talking back on Strawberry, I mean, you've got Shield Bash, you've got Wolf Flail, there's that. There you go. I was just about to bring up the Aspen video where she boops the Winston back like 5 times in a row, and a beautiful sleep dart and Bionade to follow it up. This is what I'm talking about. Quibsy now running for dear life. Don't pursue. Marzo tried to pursue. I know Quibsy was one. Quibsy had so low health, but you cannot go for that. And now Marzo out of the fight. And Blue Gold have to relinquish this high ground. They got to try to fall back and find a way to stop this cart. Bethel University have them right where they want them, and that's pinned up into this corner.
Well, the attempted push out here from Retro doesn't find much ground. I mean, Retro now getting sectioned off and brought down. That's a good bit of body block play, actually, right there from Quibsy, who just comes over the backside and shuts him down. He's doing the same thing again. This positioning on these jumps is spectacular in this kind of late sort of cleanup scenario at the end of the fight. Got to give credit where credit is due. A last-minute effort by Marzo to try and contest, but it just doesn't happen. And Blue Gold need to be very careful here, Bullskunk, that they don't fall into a similar situation like last time, where they're just sort of set reeling and then never really reestablish their footing. They need to find a center point to these fights. I think it's been really hard for them to actually find the contest here. So the support duo is protected, but they're struggling to maintain a presence. Maybe the Nano Monkey here makes the big difference. I don't know.
Rally on top of it as well. So both support ults out. Marzo's got to pop that Primal's got to pop it now. But Soda is already out of the fight, and Quibsy's made their way into the back line, trying to dislodge Zach, who's got the auto-aim tac visor on board at the moment. Zep swapped over to a Tracer and found a little bit of love with it, but with the Genji blade out, Big is able to have an impact in the back. This fight has whittled down. Is the Graviton Surge enough to bring it back? Soda's made it back into this fight. Retro has a little bit of support, but just can't quite seem to follow up on the Graviton Surge.
This is the same thing that I was kind of talking about, though, there, Bullskunk, in terms of sort of the centerpiece of the fight, right? Like, where are you actually kind of able to focus the enemy team into taking the fight with you? And the situation for Retro, very hard right there. Retro just alone, surrounded by enemies. There's no real backup. Soda, the only one who's nearby. And it's just a very difficult situation. There's no sort of gravity to the middle of this composition. And, I mean, again, we're also on this space issue. Look at how much space has been given up here, and we know from experience that Bethel is just going to take this and absolutely run with it.
Yeah, I mean, you're just going to give Brandon and Big J5 an opportunity to get set up and surround you. You can see a little bit of a Tracer duel going on that right-hand side of your screen right now. Zev trying to keep Brandon in check. Brandon moves up to the high ground, drops down the pulse. That's going to take... That landed onto one of the tanks, I believe. Zev's pulse came out simultaneously. And was able to find Big J5, so both Tracers having impact. But you've got a Primaling Monkey on one and a Rallying Brig on the other end of the final point of C. But a nice Bionade keeps that rally from healing the Cuda up. And Bethel University just kind of overextended themselves a little bit there.
Yeah, they were trying to take advantage of the split that was coming out on Blue Gold's side, and instead they got split, right? And it was a really good effort by the Blue Gold players to basically minimize kind of what we would call, I think, the damage spike of the dive, right? There was a damage spike when the Winston went in with the Primal, and then you saw at the same time Kuda coming on with the Nano Boost. They did a really good job of slowing that down. Speaking of good job, Big J5 just murders Zotch on the high ground. That's both the DPS down here before the fight has even really started. Oh, Big J5 wants another, and he'll get it!
That was crispy. Oh my goodness. And now the blade comes out. But you know, the blade actually gets shut down.
I laugh not at him. It's just so funny to see him do such a good job at shutting down those early, picks. That was beautiful. I mean, spectacular Genji play. And then, like so many Genji players, the minute the blade gets popped, suddenly every eye is directed upon you immediately. Everyone in a 20-mile radius wants to shut you down. It's just unfortunate, but it was a beautiful bit of play right there for Big J5. Can they follow it up? Already one of the DPS down early again, and Zotch in some serious danger.
Momo's got the Nano Boost, and they're creating a lot of space, dueling out with Retro right now, and Big J5 finds the kill on Soto once again. Large chunk of the healing absent with the self-destruct on the point. Strawberry and Marzo have to fall into that bubble, but Retro gets flattened by the remix. Strawberry gets stuck, and it's just Zev left holding down the point, trying to buy as much time as humanly possible. Soto has to run back out on Lucio. You get as many seconds as you can, but at the end of the day, that is 3 points on the board and another healthy time bank for Bethel U.
I kind of just maintain my position here at Bullskunk that this Winston, the double bubble, is just not doing them any favors. It's such a disparate composition in so many ways that I think it's kind of bugging them. Like they're trying to split themselves up to take these multiple engages, and it's easier said than done. Like, it is legitimately a hard thing to pull off in a really effective manner, and it is unfortunate indeed that they're just not able to get it together. I wonder what it would look like if they were running maybe more stationary tanks again. Like, dare I say a Sigma or Orisa, somewhere where you don't have to worry as much about kind of your team being divided. You don't have to worry as much about being spread out. You can kind of play in a fixed position and try and play around it. I do wonder if that would benefit them. Now, here's something a bit interesting coming onto the board. Brandon is going over to the Widowmaker, and this is, it's a feast or famine pick, right? In terms of Widowmaker play, either the Widowmaker is so good as to be oppressive, or the Widowmaker is just a non-factor. I feel like there's no middle ground when you go into picking that sniper,
particularly on this map. Yeah, I mean, you can use a sniper to kind of control lanes on some other more open maps, like Junkertown is the one that comes to mind. Havana is another one for that, where you force the opponent to take different routes because of the threat of the Widowmaker. That's not really the case on Watchpoint Gibraltar. There's enough cover to kind of dance around it and do exactly what we're seeing Blue Gold do. You bounce in and out from these different rooms. But hey, Brandon is feasting at the moment, sitting back on top of the sphere. Picks up Marzo as well.
That's exactly what I was saying, though. You either go big or you don't do anything at all, right? And, another note on kind of the Widowmaker. Beautiful kill there by Quibsy, by the way. Woo! Poor Zotch. Setting a speed record there, go flying off the side of Gibraltar. But, the sniper also... Yeah, he's got a boat to catch. He's trying to go for one of the ones that's been circling Gibraltar for the last 1,000 years. But already a fight engaging hard here. Big J5 will go down early on, so Soda does pick up a kill. But, of course, Brandon, the threat still in the area, has not yet been dealt with here as Momo backs up just a little bit for the reset. Retro now putting some pressure onto the top deck, and Zev has come out on the Widowmaker as well.
All right. I like it. This is a confident pick right here. We're just going to duel, and the Widow gets the Nano Boost. Oh my God, a couple of great shots. If not for that Nano, Zev would have just gotten that kill. But the damage mitigation keeps Brandon alive. The healing coming through immediately. That was a heal pack and some shots, and Brandon is able to strike back from their newfound position and win that Widow duel. back on the low ground. Quibsy's going to pop the Primal Rage, try to keep Blue Gold from getting around this first corner. Soda just caught in a bad spot at the bottom of that stairwell. Blue Gold looking really scattered at the moment, Corbeck.
Yeah, they are, and unfortunately, the Widowmaker not only lends themselves well to scattering a team like that, but also tends to thrive in that sort of environment. You see the pick coming in on Strawberry right there, just further reinforcing that. Soda, though, with a good kill. I mean, Soda has been caught in a number of sort of compromising positions, but has genuinely played out of them relatively well. Quibsy trimming back on the immediate recontest. The Death Blossom over the top right there will shut Quibsy down. Soch going back in, wants some blood here. Can't quite find it from the machine. Big J5 now with the blade over the top, but he can save that one for the next push.
Yeah, Big J5 came running in like the cavalry's here. Where are they, team? Wait, where are they? Where?
He wanted it. You could tell. He was like, time to be a hero. It's not needed.
Nope. Brandon and Momo already cleaned up. I want to touch back on a point you just made because Soda has really impressed me. It can be tough to tell, when you're kind of getting beat a little bit. I don't want to be too harsh on Blue Gold, but even still, I've been able to see the skill coming out of Soda. Great Graviton Surge here. That could be the starter. Big J5 trying to bring it back. Less than half health, pulls out the katana and is able to cut Strawberry down to size. The follow-up is there. Eventually, Zev is going to counter with a Genji of their own. Zev is just playing Doppelganger right now, Corbeck.
Yeah, he definitely is. I mean, I can understand the logic for trying to do it. I mean, the presence of the Widowmaker as well, I think probably makes the Genji relatively tempting, right? If you can get the drop, but the peel for Brandon, or more correctly, the ability of Quibsy and Momo to just be in the general area has been immaculate here as this Primal comes out. Whoa, Quibsy getting a little low there.
It's going to be a Nano Blade. Zev takes care of one. Looking for more. Main tank is out of the fight for Blue Gold. Zev needed to get more than that and gets eventually buzzed down, electrocuted, some shock therapy coming through from Quibsy. And Blue Gold struggling to get around this last corner. The Death Blossom is out, but that's just a Bionade. No vampire healing for you, Zoch. And Nano Rally, a lot thrown in from Bethel University because it's an overtime. It's just throw them all in now. Stop this cart where it's at. Marzo's the only one with an ultimate trying to make it back to this point. Is going to go ahead and pop that Primal Rage and immediately gets slapped. That's a very angry but yet tired Monkey here on the back of Watch Point Gibraltar. And our overtime wick burns down in our final map of the series. And with it goes Blue Gold's hope of winning a map this week. Bethel U continue their fantastic streak. They'll move up to 4-1 on the season with a 9-4 map differential.
Yeah, and I kind of had a feeling that the play by Zeb there with the Nano Blade, that was kind of the last gasp, right? Like, if they didn't get something out of that, they probably weren't going to find anything else on the field. And I mean, all credit actually to the team, did a really good job there of responding to that Nano Blade, kind of kiting away from it. And poor Zeb was just kind of caught in a bad spot where there really weren't any targets available to him after that initial kill. So more heads up play there from Bethel University. But, we were talking about it a little bit with Soda. I mentioned it as well with Marzo. I think there are definitely bright spots on that roster.
For sure.
In particular, I think Marzo made some really good calls on tank. There was a couple of missteps as well, but the instincts were definitely there to make the right plays, and Soda was very much the same way. So there's room for improvement to be sure, but there's definitely a foundation there to build upon. I don't think that's a wreck by any means.
I agree wholeheartedly. But the story has to be focused back on Bethel U. The Pilots soar their way to victory again here today. It's their fourth win in a row. They opened up the season 0-1, maybe a little bit of a rocky start, but holy cow, they are flying high right now. And I mean, firmly in second place, perhaps even first, given the results of our other matchup. We can just take a quick look at that. Yeah, because CMU played today. I would have to go back and check, but assuming, if CMU could have lost today, then Bethel are potentially in running for first.
Yeah, Bethel, I mean, they just look strong throughout, right? I don't think
They're
there's
knocking
much
on
that
that
we
door.
can.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's not much we can pull away from them, right? The coordination was there, the mechanical skill was there. You saw great tank play, you saw impactful DPS play, you saw a
Yes, sir.
very solid support lineup coming in. There wasn't anything where there was no weaknesses. And yeah, they should well be in running for first place. They well deserve to be at the top of the table based on their performance. I'm looking forward to seeing how long they can kind of keep this win streak going here. I mean, they've taken down the three Purdue teams. Now they've taken down their opponents tonight from Blue Gold. How far will they go? That is going to be quite interesting to watch because this Bethel University squad, they are playing for keeps, Wolfskunk. There is no hesitation on that roster.
Zero. And I love their aggression. I'm taking a quick glance at our schedule here, see if I can see when they play Central Methodist U, because that's going to be the one. That's going to be one to keep our eye out on. I think will be a bit of a preview of what we could possibly see come playoffs. And so keep an eye out for that match. I'm hopeful we get that one on stream. Not even sure on that. We'll have to get back to you on that. But that would be your number one and number two teams going at it. Anyway, I digress. Sorry, I distracted myself there, quarterback. My fault. Saw something shiny. Before we close out this match, who do you think is our player of the match?
I think it would have to probably go to Quibsy. I would think. I feel like the
Yeah,
tank play coming out of Bethel University felt incredibly dominant, and that's not necessarily a knock on Marzo, who I did say was playing quite well, but Quibsy was everywhere. He was making all the right decisions. He was stacking up kills from map one. Stage one of Nepal came out
six-man
with like a
shatter.
4K in the first 30 seconds of gameplay. I mean, just looked absolutely savage the entire time and didn't slow down when he was on the Winston either. He was still making really good plays, shadowing the DPS to make sure that they were safe so they could do their job, being there for the supports. It was really, really solid.
I'm on board. I'm on board. All right, Quibsy, your player of the match here for our third match of the day. But we have to continue moving forward. We've got plenty more matches coming at you. We got two more matches coming at you. So we're gonna take a little bit of a break, and when we come back, we're gonna have Augustana taking on Redbird Red. I know. You hear, ISU, you hear Redbirds, and your heart kind of flutter. It's their Red squad. All right, we're heading to the Challengers division. This isn't their like Overwatch League squad, so it's okay. It's winnable. It's winnable. We're gonna have that one for you in just a few, and we'll see you on the other side. All right, we are back in week 5, some NECC Collegiate Overwatch. My name's Jeff. I'm alongside Chase here for our 4th match of the evening. This one heading to the Challengers Division. We got Augustana taking on ISU Redbird Overwatch.
Yeah, super excited for the match tonight. Now, going into tonight's match, Augustana, I got to give them a little bit of props. They are our rival school across the river from St. Ambrose, and they have been doing exceptionally well in the conference so far this season, taking 3-0 victories against Valpo and North Central Technical College last week. And then, 2 weeks ago, last week, they did fight Northwestern and go down, which puts them at a 3-1 record. But that is, objectively a little bit better than Redbird Overwatch's red record right now. They're struggling a little bit to get the foot up on the season. Coming into this match, I'm hoping to see a turnaround and a mental shift.
Well, I will say that they won their first map of the season in week 4. So they kind of gotten off the ground a little bit, and kind of starting to get into second gear. Maybe we can see them start moving through and take a map. The one benefit I can say is with that 0-3 loss last week, maybe Augustana has, maybe lost a touch of confidence or a little bit of momentum coming off of that loss. We'll see if it's the right timing, the right opportunity for Redbird Red to strike and pick up their first dub. But still, end of the day, tough challenge, no doubt.
Yeah, I actually, funny enough, used to run a LAN center here in the Quad Cities called Paradigm. Augustana College came out a few times for in-house matches against St. Ambrose before I was the director there, and Dad used to be an employee at Paradigm, so I am eager to see how he does this season on the team. I believe this is his senior year on the team, and he will be graduating, so shout out to Dad on the side of Augustana College. We are moving on.
Yeah, we've got 3 seniors actually playing at Augustana right now, and their experience showing as they immediately grab a lot of great positioning, opening things up on Village, able to avoid the Maywall coming out from the other side. Pasta able to get on top of Etherea's Maywall and keep the heals coming, which means Augustana can maintain their aggressive positioning.
Yeah, and they're going to push up to maintain their aggressive positioning, like you were saying, to get the first point, rack up some percentage for their team. Looking at the ult economy, too, that's just looking all around good for Augustana. It looks like we're going to see Zephy get a little switch onto the McCree. It's going to put him a little bit behind for the Deadeye, but they are rotating left side of point. The field is coming up, and they are pushing in on point, trying to keep their distance, play around this corner. Zephy is going to find a pick on Weezer, and that could open up this point for Redbird Red.
Very important kill, but now Photon Barrier and an Amplification Matrix up for Augustana as well, and they're able to fend off the aggression. Nova coming up on this shatter. See if we can get it past Brennan Man's shield. It could be the thing to crack open this defense once and for all. A nice flashbang to drop it might be the trick. No, Nova goes down mid-shatter. Shatter falls into the void, and the rest of Redbird Red are following in suit.
Let's hope that doesn't shatter the mental of Redbird Red, because Augustana pushing up to base, and with 4 ultimates, there's not much Redbird Red can do in defense to this, aside from wait in base for the whole team to respawn and go back. And that's looks like that's what they're doing, following Pasta's lead.
Yeah, if Grim Sleeper can get this sound barrier up, I think it might be just the ticket to help survive the ult Fiesta that's about to come out from Augustana, because Augustana could potentially only need one more fight after this one's all said and done. A good opener for the Matrix, but Ethereal's Blizzard gets eaten. Super B with a super play. +1 to Redbird after that Deadeye. But Augustana still hold on to these ults. Weezer's going to take it right to spawn. No Blizzard coming out this time. The shatter from Breadman just doesn't have the follow-up.
Yeah, and Super B doing everything they can to stall point. But they are looking to fall here. Wow, it took him a second to die. And it looks like we're going to see Vanilla Big Hug back on point. Once again, trying to stall. They're at 99%, doing everything that they can on the Augustana side to ensure that Redbird is going to have quite a trek to get back to that 99% and take this first map.
Really good job from Super B and Vanilla Big Hug to buy that extra 10%, ensure that this will be one and done, or at least one fight win for Augustana. Will finish the map. Grim Sleeper did manage to get that sound barrier online. They're going to need it. There's an Ant Matrix on the other side. Photon Barrier. Here comes the Vanilla Big Hug with the aggressive sound barrier to start the fight. Pushing forward, and Weezer gets their Blizzard eaten. There are no more blizzards. No blizzards allowed here on Village. It's snowy enough in this town as Grim Sleeper responds with the sound barrier. The later sound barrier, typically the better one. And that is true in this fight. Bird Red coming up with half kills. There's another fat shatter from Breaded Man. And again, it's not enough reinforcements to follow it up.
Wow, Augustana just got shoved back on that push. They tried to get in. As you said, Weezer had the Blizzard eaten, and that was not much that Augustana could do off of that fight. They had already wasted the sound barrier going in, and that was pretty much all the ults that they had to use. Bullskunk sounding a little bit like you got robot fever over there. Everything going okay, my friend?
You know, I'm just getting invaded by Bastion.
Sounds like it, man. Change your configuration, my guy. Zephy, switching over to the Deadeye, going to get a pick on point, gonna find Hard Beckel, and that might be all of the push for Redbird Red. Augustana looking to push in. The Blizzard's coming out on point. The Diva Bomb's coming out as well. It's gonna take out Weezer and Breaded Men. And man, Redbird Red holding this point. It's looking like this team is playing completely different once they're able to hold back on point and defend a point rather than using their offense to take it. It did take them a minute to get to this point, but 10% left on the clock. Augustana got to get their stuff together as the amplification matrix is going to come out on the front of point. Earth Shatter is going to get blocked. And let's see how this fight progresses. Are they going to be able to get in and get the picks that they need? Dadman is going to find it on Nova, and they are pushing in, swinging hard.
Yeah, Breaded Man's going to drop the shatter. That's going to find everybody. That's going to be the cleanup right there that Augustana needed. It took them all night to make it happen, but in the end, they do make it happen. Slight delay for trying to buy some time for the rest of the team to get back, but because of that excellent stall we saw earlier, Augustana claim Village. Long start, but hey, Redbird Red made them work for it.
Yeah, 100%. And this is kind of what you see and why I think Augustana has been so dominant this season. They have multiple seniors on their starting roster. Looking at their entire roster, they have 4 seniors on their roster, and they've had a lot of synergy over the years working together. I mean, this has been a roster that I've seen in the Quad Cities work together for the past 4 years that they've been in college. So it's just very reaffirming to see them have these strats down to a core and the mental as good as it is. Because when you're a freshman, your mental 90% of the time is going to be way different than when you're an experienced senior and you've been through these leagues multiple times. That experience is showing versus Red's team. You know, they have a lot of freshmen on this roster.
4 of them.
4 of them, yeah, with 2 sophomores and 1 grad student. That's going to be a little bit of a different mechanic than Augustana's roster.
I'm curious if Pasta, if she's able to lead the squad, if she's shot calling from the back line, coming for your flex supports. Typically, great leaders in your Overwatch teams, with Pasta being the grad student of the bunch, trying to lead these freshmen to their first series win. Hey, and that's a great opening pick. Grim Sleeper able to get in there, build up Salt Charge and find that kill. Follow up from Core as well, but Nova is down. If Redbird Red are going to win this fight, they need to do it here and now. And with Core D-Mech, it's looking less and less likely. They just don't have the beefy bodies to sustain on this point and grab this first cap.
Yeah, they are going to have the amplification matrix. That might do something for them, but both sim walls are up. It looks like Augustana's sim wall is going to fall first as Redbird Red is now pushed on the other side of the point. The amplification comes out from Augustana on the massive Earth Shatter from Breaded Man is going to seal the deal for this first point. Augustana taking it with all 6 members alive.
Yeah, they're going to just manage to get the positioning. The Ant Matrix came out, was blocked by Weezer's Maywall for the majority of it. And then as soon as that went down, boom, here comes the hammer. And Redbird Red just fall to pieces. Yeah. But hey, coming back in, they've got Blizzard. They've also got that sound barrier from Grim Sleeper, that early work paying off, and has that super important ult and has beat Vanilla Big Hug to the punch on that one. So an aggressive sound barrier could be just the ticket for Redbird Red to steal this point back.
Yeah, and they're in great positioning to do so. Nova leading the charge, pushing the team in. Fire Strike's going to come out. The Earth Shatter is up, but they have to bait out.
Nice block.
Oh, yeah, that was a great block. I mean, that you said it best. Ethereal with the Blizzard, though, holding on to it as Grim Sleeper is going to drop the sound barrier on point. Looks like they're going to back up a little bit as Dad is getting the picks on Zephy. Wow. Dad adding a lot of value for this Augustana roster as well. That's what Sim can do on these control points, though, right? You just throw up your photon turrets, and it's a day. That's it.
Sim go burr.
Lasers go
Sim
burr.
go burr. But that is so bad with Sim. You know, a lot of people you look at Sim and think, oh, that's just an easy hero to play. Maybe back once with the auto lock on it. But I mean, the tracking has to be on point to really get max value. Utilizing what you're burning down to build your resources back up because you get ammo back from burning shields down, not just build up the charge. So really good play coming out of Dad, and it's the result has been multiple of these photon barriers. As Dad drops another one down at the beginning of this fight, a lot of check marks in that top left-hand side of your screen right now.
Yeah, Pasta blowing the amplification matrix early. That's not going to look really good for Redbird Red, as they are going to throw the Blizzard on the left side of point. But the wall is going to come out from Weezer, blocking off the Augustana team from any assault on Redbird Red. The Earthshatter's coming back out, and the reaction from Augustana is godlike, as they are going to defend the second point and looking like they're going to take all of control. Augustana taking that.
Yep, they just had too many ults to work with. I mean, it was a good effort. Yeah, the Ant Matrix coming out into the Blizzard. The Blizzard was thrown nice and deep to try to catch off Augustana, but they're able to throw up a May wall of their own to prevent some of the damage coming through. You also had the Immortality Field, and then as the Immortality Field was fading, the Sound Barrier comes out, so they're able to use that shielding to push back in and not give up the point. A much cleaner round two there for Augustana. You know, they didn't give it up. Props to Redbird Red. They made a real fight out of Village, but we're never, or out of Shrine rather, but we're really never quite able to get back into it on Village.
No, and they tried to push in, but it seems as though Augustana was really comfortable with taking the pace of those fights. They backed up when they needed to. They let Redbird Red waste all the ults that they needed to. They played around corner, and then immediately they used that line of sight, came back in, dropped their ults, called it a day. I think it really came down to exactly what you were saying, Bull Skunk, the ultimates. The economy coming out from Augustana was just, at the
Spot
end of
on.
the day, better. Yeah, it was better than Redbird
Yeah.
Red.
That's the push and pull of Overwatch, the tweet and law, if you were, if you got any Last Airbender fans out there. Anyway, so we're gonna throw to a quick break. I think if Redbird Red can, you know, maybe get into the huddle, see if they can figure out what went wrong, come back on map 2. It'll be Numbani. We'll see you there in a moment. Well, map 1 went handily in favor of Augustana, especially there on Village. But, you know, we're headed to map 2. Still time to bring it back. Going to Numbani here for our second map here in week 5 in our Challengers Division.
Yeah, and I'm eager to see if we're going to see any Numbani themed characters coming out. Maybe the Orisa or the Doomfeast himself, you know. It would be exciting to see. But Numbani, definitely, what do you think is the prediction here, Bullskunk? Do you think that the defense is going to be enough from Redbird Red? Because they did look strongest on defense when they were on the control point. When they did take it, they were holding up much better rather than the offense of needing to push and take that space.
Numbani takes a unique understanding of how you want to play the map, and depending on your composition, a lot is viable. You can play the mobile tanks. I mean, Winston has free reign, particularly on the first 2 points, both on offense and defense. You've got to know how to get that push and pull right. Double shield, definitely viable here, much easier to play, especially tell. So it's going to come down to the comfort picks of Redbird Red, who are starting us off on the defense. We'll be in the blue jerseys here for map number 2. And it looks like they're actually showing us that Winston. So I'm going to be very curious of Nova's positioning. You'll have Zephy on the back high ground alongside Pasta and most likely Grim Sleeper, trying to put that long range damage down. It's going to be up to Nova to hold that front line.
Yeah, we're seeing a little bit of a weird dive comp coming out from both teams. Augustana, I think I like their dive a little bit more as they are on the offense. Dad on the Pharah and Weezer popping over on the Tracer. That could spell a recipe for disaster for Redbird Red. Zephy's really going to have to hit the shots here, and Ethereal's going to have to take Dad out of the sky in order for them to get any value on this, because this is looking like an interesting comp to defend with for Redbird Red.
Shout out to the Paradigm Gamers. All right, Dad, we got you. We got you covered. I think Ethereal actually has the upper hand in this matchup. You got a little bit more freedom on the Echo, as well as the ability to just kind of burst down, especially if you land a few sticky bombs. But if it would be 2 directs is all it'll take to pull Ethereal out of the sky. Look at Ethereal already under a lot of pressure and gone. It was Super B taking to the skies for that assist, and that's already one arm of this defense has been removed.
Yeah, but
now trying to hold the low ground, it's a tough ask for Nova.
Yeah, Dad taking out Zephy was huge for Augustana, because now they can't. That's probably the worst character you want to take out, right? Same with the now Mercy. That's going to take a long time for Redbird Red to get back on the defending side. But
this is done.
Yeah, this is over. It looks like they're going to take first point. Dad coming out strong, taking out Nova as well on point. The pharmacy is just too much for Ethereal and Grim Sleeper to do anything about. Fretted Man looking for the stagger. Not quite going to find it, though, as the payload is now in motion, and they are going to retreat back and get all 3, or at least get 3 on the payload, push it as fast as possible.
I mean, you can see Dad just sitting back here, just throwing rockets down, now has that barrage ready to go. So Core's going to have to keep their head on a swivel. It is absolutely Core's job to mark Dad in the sky and ensure that this barrage doesn't just devastate your back line. As you mentioned, I mean, Zephy needs to stay alive. I mean, really, both DPS have important roles to play here, but that Ashe with the long-range poke just provides so much value. It's a nano-boosted barrage coming over the top, and Core was stunned up, not able to get that defense matrix off. Gets just pummeled out of both mech and life. The follow-up on Nova as well. No more tanks left standing for the defense of Redbird Red. The rest of the members are just trying to take cover behind the Point C archway.
And that is the struggling part of payload, right? If you get staggered, it is so hard to come back as a full 6 and get that defense, as we're seeing now from Redbird Red, because Augustana was just able to push up and get to that second point pretty candidly. I mean, 5 minutes and 40 seconds left on the clock. It seems like nothing is here to stop this team, as they now also have self-destruct online. Actually, sorry, they have 4 ultimates online, and it looks like all of those are coming out as the self-destruct is coming through. Going to find Grim Sleeper. That is a huge pick for Augustana's team. Nova in the backline going to take out Weezer, who's trying to push up. Interesting charge coming through, and that's going to find nothing but death on the other side, as Dad is also taking out Ethereal. That might, I think that's just payload. I don't know if they're going to be able to do anything here about this map.
There's time.
Yeah, I mean, it's time. Redbird Red's got to come out swinging out of quite literally out of the gate here to do something.
They've got time to do it. They had the Bob. Bob is going to be able to contest. Self-destruct thrown in. I'm curious of this copy. This copy really needs to get value. I would anticipate a Diva copy, maybe the Winston. But so far, I mean, it's worked. Just burned down Dad out of the sky. Nano invested from Augustana onto Breaded Man. But they're already super low. That damage mitigation, not really enough to keep them in this fight. And it was a Winston copy there from Ethereal to hold down the rest, make sure the supports were not able to assist Breaded Man in that assault.
That gave Nova enough time to get the Earth Shatter online as well, so if they can play this corner well, Redbird Red might have a chance at least holding out a couple more minutes on this map.
Now, can we petition just to call this Redbird? Can we swap this around? Put red on the front, and it's just Redbird? That's anyway. All right.
I'm with you. No, I'm with you.
Barrage over the top. That one actually got mostly gobbled up, but Immortality Field now faded. Core and Nova looking worse for wear. Not even the shatter from Nova is enough to stop this big old bomb from Super B over the top. This one's looking done and dusted.
Yeah, Augustana is here to push it through. They are coming back though. Redbird Red doing everything they can to hold on point. We're going to see the Lucio flipping around. Grim doing everything he can to hold up for his team. Oh, the Amplification Matrix coming out as well, but Super B is really riping through the rest of this roster. I mean, Super B taking out Ethereal and Pasta as well. Redbird Red struggling to hold, but they're doing everything they can. I mean, it's been another minute on the clock that they've been able to do that.
They held longer than I thought they would.
True. They did. They went from a 5-minute, 30-second hold to a 3-minute and 24-second, which is much more manageable. Still a steep hill to climb.
Quite. I mean, that is a very slippery, steep hill. That is, you got to be sure of each footing, of each step you take up this mountain, because Augustana otherwise is just going to send you tumbling back down to the bottom. And I mean, again, Redbird Red held on. Redbird Red held on longer than I thought they would. Grim Sleeper did a good job. I like that name, by the way. Nice little rhyming pun. But Grim Sleeper did a good job of staying alive and buying time for Nova to get back onto that point. The Ant Matrix fell a little flat, unfortunately, due to a great pulse bomb coming out of Weezer. But all in all, I mean, they kept it within their sights. Like, it's not insurmountable here, Chase.
No, completely agreed. I mean, if they have a solid offense here, which they are running the dive comp as well, it was a little bit of a different composition than Augustana's, but they did find some value with the Echo Mercy, Echo Mercy, if you will. And if they're able to find...
A commercy is kind of what I've dubbed that, by the way.
Sorry, what was that?
A commercy.
A commercy.
Like e-commerce?
Yeah,
like e-commerce, but e-commercy. Yeah.
I love that. No, if they're able to get more value off their e-commerce here on the offense than they did on the defense, then that could spell disaster for Augustana, right? Because if those ults are coming out from the Echo and they're able to get the correct copies that they're looking for, that can spell the end of the fights before they even start.
An ambitious dive from Nova up to the top there. Yeah, just quickly has to bail on that. Lucky they didn't get punished a little bit more. Not really a whole lot of CC coming from Augustana. So, hey, I guess calculated. We'll call that calculated. A little extra ult charge for Pasta. But it still looks like Redbird Red are trying to push this up Main Street. Not typically the approach you would see. They're going to try to move up onto this high ground. I think is the only way you can try to push this. But they're taking their sweet time about it, Chase.
Yeah, they're not really diving any area. And as soon as they do, wow, Breaded Man trying to jump in. He's going to get slept as Nova is going to jump on the back line as well. Trying to group up with Zephy to find a pick, leaving Core by themselves on the right side. Zephy's finally going to be able to get in, try to get some pick on Dad. Now looking for Breaded Man, but Breaded Man too tanky. Going to take out Zephy.
Yeah, it was a nice little barrier there from Breaded Man to win that duel against Zephy. Make sure you don't get flash fanned. But the real problem with that was Nova went top left, Core went top right.
Yep, they did not they together.
Yeah, exactly. And they all went through Main Street. So it was very telegraphed. Augustana saw it coming from a mile away and was able to put in a lot of poke damage on the approach. And then once Nova goes top left, Pasta doesn't have the LOS to throw the nano down, to put the heals up there, and Nova was just kind of left on an island. Now they're at least charging all on the same side and trying to dislodge the high ground from Augustana, at least try to steal it back. But there's a barrage on the low ground. That's going to fly too.
Yeah, that was great positioning from Dag, getting the barrage out on both Grim Sleeper and Zephy. Vanilla also going to get picked by Nova. Superb retaliating, taking the pick out on Nova. I see a lot of these issues from Redbird Red being communication issues because it seems like the calls
sir.
are split. It seems like they're wanting to go one direction with half the team, and the other half of the team is not on the same page. They're going on a different target. If they're able to isolate these targets together, get those picks that they're looking for, that's how they're going to take this points easily.
That's kind of, you know, when you're like, when you're calling one, you're like, Ana, no, monkey. Like in the last second, and you end up just split. Oh, but Dad, look at this. Dad just repeatedly finding kills. That was 3 in a row, taking Pasta out twice. Pasta did somehow manage to get the nano boost out amidst that just bombardment coming through, but alas, no value is found on the back of it.
Yeah, I don't know why Dad's name is not AC 130 because this Sky presence is too much for a Redbird Red. Truthfully, I mean, he is landing every single shot. They used Barrage last fight, already at 90%.
I mean, that was just every rocket. I mean, it was just homing missiles coming out of Dad there on that last one.
It seems
And now protecting Coast. Yeah, I mean, Redbird Red are trying to do something different. I applaud that. Don't just take the same pathing in. Nova opens up strong, but they're dove out. They don't have a bubble to protect Pasta in the back line from that self-destruct. And Nova now just surrounded inside this tiny hallway while the rest of the reinforcements get picked apart.
Yeah, and I don't know if I agree with the amplification matrix there from Ethereal, not finding much value for Redbird Red. Augustana keeping Redbird Red on the back foot even when they're on offense, and with 20 seconds left, it seems like the steepery slope we were talking about earlier, Bullskunk, is becoming even steeper somehow.
Yeah, there's been a torrent of rain and, well, justice coming out, and it's just the Redbird Red are just sliding right on down to the bottom of that mountain, I'm afraid. This is looking pretty dire. With 3 seconds left, it's up to the Tracer to touch. We'll get the touch in. The rest of the team trying to go up top, but that's a massive Bionade coming out of Harvekel. Core can't get any healing. Pasta wasn't able to Bionade themselves because they were purple. And this attack has just been cut off at the knees. The barrage up over the top does get shut down by Ethereal and a Pulse, but a Pulse Bomb gets eaten up by Super B, who now has a Nano available to chase Ethereal down. Gonna try to close this thing out. Harvekel getting in on the mix, finding a kill on a Grim Sleeper.
Man, Super B just om-nomming this entire set. Ate a Blizzard earlier, eating 2 Pulse Bombs this set. I mean, and Nubani. This is a very hungry diva.
Indeed. Are we feeding these people? Like, Augustana, you have food over there for your players? Because I feel like Super B is just ravenous right now.
Well, if you're scared of Super B, wait till you see Dad. And if you're scared of Dad, wait till you meet Mom.
Mom? What are you playing some Back for Blood? All right. Anyway,
maybe
I digress.
Maybe
I digress. Hey, good game. But anyway, that's not the game we're talking about. It is Augustana who are Back for Blood here in map number 2. And you like how I did that there? Segue. 10 out of 10. All right. We'll pat on the back. We'll pat on the back. All right. We'll move on. Which is gonna put us at intermission time. After that, it's going to be Watch Point Gibraltar. Can Redbird Red even get a point? First things first, they need 1 point. It has not happened yet. When we return, we'll see if it'll happen on map 3. We'll see you on the other side. All right, we are back for map number 3 here in week 5. In this Challengers Division matchup between Augustana and Redbird's Red. Redbird's Red struggling a little bit. And we do have a sub coming in. We're going to see Bagel in the lineup replacing Zeffy. And that guy is kind of looking at their sheets here, Chase. And holy cow, this team has a lot of personality. They may not be scoring big in the game itself, but they're scoring big points with me with this personality they're showing us on this sheet.
Oh, 100%. I mean, I think my favorite one is the first one, and that's looking at Nova. Yeah, I got to call him out. It says he lost all of his money in the GameStop stock market drop. And honestly, all of these interesting facts I feel like you could put on Cards Against Humanity cards.
Seriously.
And just draw them.
I think my favorite is probably Grim Sleeper, the freshman in zoology major. Or an actual cat whisperer. Cats will have full-on conversations to him about things. It's insane. But good stuff. Good stuff. Apparently Pasta can do backflips, but they say she has to be caffeinated. It's also titled The Lady of Sealand. That's a good one.
Listen, chat, this is the big one, right? Core has a tattoo on her in her lip of Zarya's bubble icon. Tell Redbird Red to release the Zarya. Free Core, let Core play Zarya.
I mean, I don't know if much point Gibraltar is quite the map for it, but hey, that's what Augustana is showing us. They still have
Hashtag free core.
changes their mind, and they're on the offense, rather.
Hashtag free core. I don't care what map. Doesn't matter. Let
core.
Core play Zarya.
On the other side, we get where there's a lot of love for Weezer in chat. Weezer with a big brain teleporter right out of spawn is going to go ahead and swap over to the Tracer. Had some great work there on Numbani on the Tracer. Really killer pulse bomb in particular on the back end of their attack. Looking to repeat that performance here. Dad taking back to the skies on the far, putting a lot of pressure over here on the center box.
Yeah, honestly, it's giving the team a lot of pressure by having that sim teleport up in the beginning of as soon as they got out of the gate, because now they're able to fight this high ground pretty handedly as they're looking to get a pick. The rockets coming out from Dad are just connecting left and right. Look at that percentage already at 44%, same as Harvekel. And Augustana looking really strong on this push, already pushing underneath the bridge, not allowing Redbird Red any time to set up.
Yeah, Dad pretty much staying on par for the fastest ult charge in the server right now, especially with that kill on Ethereal. That'd be Pasta on the other side, who's trying to meet with them, but not able to get the nano boost up in time to save the team here. Augustana are just systematically rolling over this defense. I mean, just beautiful stuff. Taking it slow and steady, knowing exactly how much room they have to work with and maximizing it.
Yeah, the coordination from Augustana is just a whole nother level. You love to see it. And, that pains me to say that against for our rival school, but it's true. The tank line is working really well with the DPS. They're getting the picks that's needed. Bagel coming in, adding value, taking out Breaded Man, and maybe slowing this Augustana push a little bit, as Redbird Red might have some time to catch their breath.
A really important pick, because Breaded Man was going to want to take the top of shuttle, want to claim some high ground, which will put a lot of pressure on Ethereal. Ethereal's now able to sit up here and respond into the chokes, put these stickies into the doorway, and now we've got a nano boost on a Nova as well. So Redbird Red have invested, but they've bought themselves control over the hangar for now.
Yeah, and they are going to dive on the Zarya, trying to get some push out, see if this fight is progressing. We are going to see a res come out back on Super V, bringing them back into the fight as Ethereal is struggling. Breaded Man switching over, ulting as the Winston monkeying out, trying to push them back. The barrage is coming out
barrage.
as well.
Oh, but Ethereal shuts it down, but they lose Pasta.
Ooh.
Yeah, Brick Hills are just not going to be enough to hold this for long, so Redbird Red need to close this fight out pretty quick. Getting Super B back into this fight, I thought could have been huge, but they decided to hold on to that Graviton Surge, and that might have been the winner, because it's even without Pasta, Redbird Red have managed to muscle their way in and take the rest of this point back.
Yeah, solid defense from Redbird Red, and this is really, this point, of Watch Point is really where the dive comes in handy, right? You're able to play on top of shuttle, like you were saying earlier. The Winston
So
and the
important.
Diva able to get in and out of the fights pretty handedly, get in the back line, get some healing. It's interesting to see Grim Sleeper on the brig here, though. Not a whole lot of in fight happening. Is now they're on top of the shuttle. I mean, what's a brig gonna do about that, right? You can't really throw much of your health packs up there to get the assistance needed. Nova trying to get the pick on Dad, and Ethereal is gonna seal the deal. If you can hear that, attack visors coming out from Bagel, trying to get the picks as Augustana is trying to push around this left corner. Not if Redbird Red has anything to say about it. Great hold from Bagel and Grim Sleeper.
And now Grim Sleeper popping that rally, a very strong ultimate. Just charging in. Look at the aggression on the back of that. And Dad's doing their best to fend him off, but I mean, Grim Sleeper is still eating directs and just healed right back up. Nova's eventually able to take that out of the fight. Rez coming through on a Dad. Successful. Big play from Vanilla Big Hug. Risky one, but they're going to get him back in the fight. Now, I don't know if it's going to be enough. Dad might be able to get in here and, you know, get some long-range shots down, build up some ult charge, but that's a baby Diva that got nanoed there.
Wow.
And a giant Graviton Surge from Super B. Maybe opportunity for a clapback? Maybe?
I am so surprised by how fast Augustana was able to regroup and retaliate in that fight. I thought they were going to take a minute to regroup, get their bearings together, but they didn't need it. They regrouped and pushed in immediately. I think a little bit to their dismay, it cost them a couple of picks, but we are going to see Breaded Man try to push this in for the final little nudge, if you will, here as Dad pushing over, separating Harbeckle from the rest of his Redbird squad. Or, sorry.
Oh, what a sleep! Pasta!
Wow.
Holy cow! Under pressure against a nanoed Pharah, then gets the ante onto Vanilla Big Hug to initiate that kill, and the follow-up from Bagel, taking out Dad once again. Holy crap, Pasta.
Wow.
She does do backflips.
She does do. You're 100% right. She does do backflips. That was crazy. I think subbing Bagel in was the right choice here, and I don't know if that's because Bagel is just the resident soldier main, but it is adding a lot, and they are shutting down Dad, who is now forced to switch over to soldier himself.
That's fitting. Like the stars have aligned.
Are we playing Call of Duty?
On the high ground, we're getting a little Winston v. Winston. Now they've dropped down below. Unfortunately for Nova, their bubble was stuck up high, and so Dad comes through and picks up not only that kill, but one on top of it. Bagel trying to respond with attack visor, but there's just nobody left in sight. Easily kiting around the corner. Nano Boost engaged to try to counter punch back. Redditman's headed to the high ground.
That was a huge
Rally out.
anti-nade.
Big old, I was thinking the same thing. That was a lot of purple, and it's really initiated Redbird to stabilize on this. A beautiful hold off of what was looking a little dicey there for a moment.
Wow, and now that I'm looking at it as well, I feel like Redbird Red is doing so well with Bagel because of Grim Sleeper on the brig, because it's adding a lot of value for when Nova and Core are jumping in, diving that back line. They have a ton of sustain, like so much sustain from the soldier and the brig.
The brig is also good at repelling the jump in from Breadman, who is, well, leaping in as we speak, popping that primal rage. But look at that. Bagel and Ethereal have already dismantled the DPS, and Augustana are going to have to do this on their own. It's just going to be the tanks trying to put the hurt down. Oh, and they're the ones feeling the pressure right now. Pasta does go down, but Ethereal is there with the duplicate. That's a lot of angry monkeys on the battlefield. Redbird Red, they hold on strong here in the shuttle. What a wonderful performance from them on the defense.
You love to see it. And their dive comp that I admittedly was, talking about a little bit earlier, and a bit of dismay came through and did exceptionally well on that second point of Watch Point. They played around that top part really well with the shuttle. They were able to play underneath, and on the back half of the point, right when they were pushing in, Augustana, when they went to push in every time, Redbird just waited. They let him push in, and then they jumped on him. They dumped everything that they could. There wasn't much Augustana could do because their DPS, like you were saying, were getting dismantled. And that was their strong suit, was the DPS playing around the tank line to get the picks necessary to push forward. They weren't able to find that.
I still can't help but think about that amazing play when it was Pasta and Bagel versus Dad and help me out here. Who was on the Mercy?
I think it was Grim Sleeper.
It was Grim Sleeper, of course, of course. That little duel in the back to me was very indicative.
Or
because
Vanilla Big Hug. Sorry, it was Vanilla Big
It
Hug.
was Vanilla Big Hug.
was Vanilla Big
Grim
Hug,
Sleeper
you're
is the break. Yeah.
Right.
So yeah, Vanilla Big Hug and Dad versus Bagel and Pasta in that back line, that to me was the turning point. Because if the Nanoed Pharah had gotten those 2 kills, it would have been a sandwich down there in the middle with Dad holding that high ground behind the front line of Redbird Red. But because of that fantastic sleep from Pasta and some wonderful follow-up from Bagel, that held it. Like that was the moment where I was like, hey, Redbird really are stepping up. They've got this. Now going on to the attack. But guess what? We've got Core has been freed, my friend. Core
has been freed! We have freed Core. Core is on Zarya. Honestly, I like the double bubble trouble coming out from Core and Nova. That's a fun comp to play. Redbird Red now on the offense, and as you said, Volstep, I'm excited to see what they can do with it. Dad taking out Ethereal, and that is not spelling very good things for Redbird Red to start out the show.
Not the start that they were hoping for. But hey, there's the follow-up. The counter-punch is there. Nova and Bagel able to give the edge back over to Redbird Red and claim this precious high ground at Blue Box.
Oh, and Bagel waiting. You waiting. No. Now he's posting up, getting around the other side. Bagel looking so comfortable on the soldier. I want to see the 1v1 duel between him and Dad. Who's going to win it? Oh, Dad is going to take it from Bagel. Ethereal gonna get the pick out on, or no, Dad is gonna get away. Ethereal trying to get the pick out on Dad. There's an entire fight also going down below here. 1.51 meters left in the push, and it looks like they're gonna make it. Redbird Red on this offense looking like a completely different team than their last team has.
I mean, yeah, there was a big fight going on the point, but I'm telling you, that Dad versus Bagel duel, now that was some hype stuff right there. I like how Ethereal seemed to always, didn't try to help. Like, Ethereal just kind of sat back and they honored the 1v1 up there.
And tune in next week for our next Call of Duty stream that we'll be streaming. No, but Bagel and Dad both sitting with the tack visors. I just want to see the 1v1 tack visor duel. Bagel almost dying. Ethereal trying to put some pressure out on Breaded Man, and I hear both tack visors coming out for both of them, but Dad coming out on top, taking out multiple members of the Redbird Red roster, stopping them in their tracks. Vanilla Big Hug gonna come over and give Dad that big old hug that he deserves.
Big hugs all around for Augustin, especially one for Super B. That was a monstrous grab. They're on the low ground that initiated, that really set Dad up. I mean, that was a tee it up and knock it out of the park. Beautiful combo from Augustana to hold on. But, I mean, they still have to hold on for 4 more minutes. 1 fight win from Redbird Red, and they will manage to get a map here off of Augustana.
Wow, and interestingly enough, we are going to see the Echo copy the Mercy, try to give some value over to the Winston. Oh, Breaded Man diving and getting antied immediately. Going to have to back out immediately. Dad picking apart the back line with Super B. I don't know if Redbird Red is going to be able to defend this. Augustana getting the push, or getting the defense that they so desperately need on this push. Man, oh man, I don't know. It might just be the second point of watch point that is doing well on defense for both of these teams, because Augustana also looking very clean right now. Dad already with the tack visor up once again.
And it was a big brain playing from Ethereal, because if Noah had been able to take that high ground away from Dad and company, we'd be looking at a different fight. As it stands, just genuinely, because who else was going to go up there and heal Nova during that engagement? That shuttle's just that important that it is worth investing.
You say Dad and company, but I think you mean Dad and the kids. Dad and the fam.
Dad and the fam. Fair. Well, Big Papa out here just reigning supreme and putting down the discipline on Redbird Red right now. Another monstrous tack visor. Oh.
He does things the old way. He's got the spanking paddle out, and he's here to use it.
The belt. Dad has unleashed the belt.
Tack visor, more like tactical belt incoming.
Tactical belt. Oh no. Oh, we've gone off the rails here, Chase. We've gone off the rails a little bit. Oh, but with these important fight wins, now Redbird Red have to win 2 engagements. It was within 1 fight win there for the first 2 minutes. Not so much anymore. Nova heading up to the high ground. Has Primal to work with this time, but holy cow, there's a lot of red jerseys up there.
Yeah, that's a lot for them to deal with, and we are hearing the Deadeye come out from their creep. Gonna find Dad actually in this fight. The Res coming out up top, trying to get Dad back in this fight. Is Weezer doing everything he can on point to get this Augustana roster off. Bagel finding the pick on Dad again. All it took was a swap over to the Kree. Said, how you doing? Back on the Bagel. Weezer taking out Pasta and Bagel in the back line. Huge for Weezer right now in this defense.
Another big grab coming out from Super B, trying to bring this thing back because Redbird Red were starting off strong, but Weezer able to get a couple of wonderful picks. One of them based off, I mean, it started with a beautiful sleep from Harvekel, and then Weezer able to follow up, and then Super B with another big grab. Dad and Super B have been absolutely on. Really? Augustana are just doing wonderful work. I mean, you can pick up any one player and say they're doing fantastic. You would not be wrong.
Yeah, I mean, even Harvekel is landing the shots on Weezer to keep him alive in the fight. Vanilla Big Hug is not able to be there the entire time because Vanilla Big Hug is focused on the tank line of Bread and Man and Super V, right? So Harvekel, with the antis, are adding a lot of value with their nades, not just in anteing, but healing the entire roster, especially for Weezer, and that takes a cut above other Anas to be able to do that, have that precision for it.
Dad up on this high ground with yet another Tech Visor ready to go. Has the damage boost on him right now, and it makes short work of Ethereal. Now the Tech Visor dropping off the shuttle, looking for one. Can't quite get the kill out of that one. Gets booped around. It's actually Breaded Man who is the bigger threat with the Primal Rage, but that threat has been dealt with. Bagel takes them down with one pull of the Peacekeeper, and now Nova going to claim some ground. Eats a Bionase, it's like, hell, just give me that extra 1,000 health. We're going to Primal up on top of this high ground. A couple of members did make it past, and Weezer's able to plant one pulse bomb, but that's still only one of the 6 needed to stop this train. We're down into overtime, and we're getting a full-on clash at the back of the point. 2 Winstons on the battlefield for Redbird Red. Tac Visor unleashed as well, but they've lost core out of the mech, and Breaded Man now has the nano boost to close this thing out. It started off so good, but Redbird Red need to find some picks. They need to find them now. Oh, I'm not sure they have enough left in the tank, but Ethereal is there to prove me wrong. Digging deep, Ethereal picks up 3, and Redbird Red are moments away from winning their first map of the season.
They're pushing so hard. They want it so bad. Ethereal trying to get everyone off of point. Weezer gonna get the touch, gonna recall, try to get back on point, and that's going to be it. Redbird Red is going to take map 3. They are going to take Watch Point Gibraltar. That was huge for them. Man, I gotta tell you though, I thought they were taking it at the beginning of that fight, but it seems as though Augustana was just not able to keep up those high-paced, fast comebacks that they were making all game. We're gonna see the combo coming out that we saw
the
earlier.
grab
with
Tac Visor.
Yeah, the grab Tac Visor. That was crazy.
Oh man, it's like Corrections, their second map win of the season, but still no less hype. That was what a finish. I mean, I thought, you had Redbird Red going up early, and then Augustana tried to bring it back, and it was looking kind of dire when the nano came in onto Breaded Man. And then we saw Weezer get a couple picks on the Tracer. Things started looking a little dicey there for Redbird Red, but it was Ethereal coming through on the Echo, able to find that triple kill that really flipped the pendulum the other way. What an exciting final fight. Oh, that's what I'm talking about. That is what I'm here for.
I'm floored. I'm with you, Bull Skunk. I'm floored. They had to kill Dad 3 times in that final fight. Yeah. There was the initial picks that led them into coming in and taking payload and pushing it up. And then Augustana was able to regroup and come back into the fight. They picked them a second time, half of the roster. They picked the tanks first. And by the time they were picking apart the Tracer and trying to finalize the kills, the tanks came back with Dad again. And they had a 3rd round of killing them. So props to both teams. Props to Augustana to really maximizing their defense there, grouping up together and not wasting any time to get back on point. And then, man, props over to Redbird Red for just killing the zombies over and over and over because they wouldn't stay down. Augustana simply would not stay down.
This is the kind of match where everybody's leaving smiling, right? I mean, Augustana get the series win, but Redbird Red get a hard-fought, well-earned victory on Watch Point Gibraltar. Smiles all around. you harp back to bringing Bagel in was such a key move, and wow, was that proven right? Holy cow! Well, pulling out the soldier and then the cowboy a little bit later after that, both of which had impact. I mean, Dad was a shining light in that final map as well. In fact, I mean, I'm open to suggestions here, but I'm thinking Dad might be my player of the match.
No, I'm with you. I mean, I'm partially biased because I know Dad, but he showed up tonight, right? Even when he was,
Seriously.
no matter what hero it was, whether it was the soldier, whether it was the Kree, whether it was the Pharah, the shots were on point. The man was cracked out of his mind tonight. It seemed like he had some sort of aiming device on his shoulder, just helping him get that lockdown because it was there every time. The barrages were on point. We were even talking about the tack visors earlier. The play of
Yep.
the game showed the graviton surge plus the tack visor, but even when he didn't have anything to combo it with, he was able to get in the back line and find picks for Augustana, which really staggered Redbird Red in a lot of these fights.
If I had to get an honorable mention, the other one I was deciding from was Super B. Because Super
Oh,
B was monstrous. Huge grabs on point on Watch Point Gibraltar, eating ultimates left and right through our first two maps on the Diva. Super B had a phenomenal performance as well. So yeah, a little tip of the hat over there. So
that's
we didn't
fair.
forget you. I mean, and Weezer did
didn't-
great. I know there's a lot of Weezer fans. Weezer did great, but
I would have given it to Bagel. I like if my runner-up was Bagel on the side of
Fair.
now. Obviously,
One
Redbird
map,
Red
one
didn't
map on the
win.
losing
The
team.
one map on the losing team, but it added so much value when they won.
So
that
much
map,
value.
right? Right.
Can't argue with you on that. All right, well there you go, done and dusted. That is match 4 in the books. What a fun match. Nuclear, thank you so much for joining me. It was a pleasure casting with you.
Likewise. It's fun.
And but hey, we aren't quite done with the day. Week 5 isn't quite finished. We're gonna have one more match coming at you. I'm gonna stall my speak just a touch while I pull up what
It's
that match
Valpo
is.
versus
That-
WCU.
Hey, I had it. All right. All right. All right. So stick around. We'll have our 5th match and final match of the evening in a few. We'll see you back here after a quick intermission. All right, we are back, friends, here for our final match of week 5 in NECC Collegiate Overwatch. Jeff back at you, joined again by Corback. Hey, welcome back, my friend.
Yeah, happy to be back. I took a little break. I went to get food, and I'm back. Fast
Food
as
is
that.
good.
It's
Food
good
is
that the line was quite long, but it was not so long that I couldn't make it back in time for more exciting collegiate Overwatch. So that's good.
Hey, they had you covered. They got priorities right at whichever establishment you went to go get your food at.
I feel like I could tell you, but I don't know if that would count as like an endorsement, and then
Nah.
they're gonna take me outside and beat me. So let's just, we'll just say it was good. It was a good chicken-oriented restaurant, and we'll keep it at
Okay.
that. But enough
Sounds
about
good.
me. More about enough about people. You fools, you're such a charmer. Always getting me talking about myself. But let's talk about our next matchup, which is going to be the Navigators Yellow Division. It will be Valpo Beacon or Valparaiso University versus Western Colorado University B, which is a team that I actually had the pleasure of casting a match of theirs with Tropic Fury. An interesting squad, not quite that bad, all things considered, Bullsung. So I am going to be quite curious to see what these two teams look like stacked up against one another.
I mean, Valpo coming in 2-1. Western Colorado coming in 1-2, relatively close in the standings. So I mean, we could definitely have a match on our hands. This is in the Navigators division, so we're the lower SR range of our 5 divisions here in NECC. And it's as I look over here, it looks like Valpo is currently in second place, actually, with their 2-1 standing. There's only a handful of maps, 3 maps separating these two teams. This is a really tight division.
It is a very tight division, and it's worth pointing out that both of these teams are actually coming off of bye weeks as well. So how that might impact them is something worth considering, right? Like a week of rest, some reflection. Maybe you go back to the strategic drawing board a little bit. If there's issues that you've been having, you try and work through those kinks. You try and get some scrims in and get a level for where your team is at. So that's going to be interesting too. Basically, both of these teams kind of coming in fresh here. And like you pointed out, with Valpo's standing, I mean, this division is very tight, but you do kind of get the feeling that Valpo has the most to lose here in this particular setup.
Oh, I certainly agree, and the most to prove, for that matter. So hey, then they're running out with a double main tank setup. So very beefy, but not a whole lot of utility to work with. I'm very curious in the positioning. Scoot making their way up to the bridge and was like, wait, nope, never mind. I'm going to scoot on over out of there as the double shield composition of WCU makes their way onto that high ground windowed area to try to rain shots onto the objective.
Yeah, it actually reminds me of shades of what we saw earlier in the match that we were casting. Just high ground immediately sacrificed by one side. But in this case, Valpo doing a pretty good job of holding on here on the point. Good use of the Sigma Shield there by Hoodie Tofu, just putting it right up close, trying to buy his team room for the rotate. Good kill coming in early on. That's one of the main tanks down. John Flo falling on the other side, though. Chiroro securing that one. And now the push coming back on the other direction. And some good violence both directions, Bullskunk. Really no one winner in this fight so far.
No, but with Valpo getting that kill on John Flo, that meant the rest of Valpo could fearlessly kind of push up without having to worry about those Hellfire shotguns and the immense amount of damage that come with them. So was Valpo able to claim it just off that beautiful finish from Chiroro.
Barely looks like they're going to give a break at all here, though. It looks like they're almost going to go back in for the immediate re-engage. And meanwhile, they're being used for elevation by Jerizzle. And yeah, they're right back at it.
Blizzard online for Jerizzle as well. I thought they were looking to throw it from that high ground. That was a beautiful vantage, but they're going to give that up. Shatter comes through. That finds 4. Mild Knights doesn't have the sound barrier online just yet. It's the Blizzard coming out to protect against the Earth Shatter. Big brain play from Jerizzle, and they're going to net beautifully off the back of that. 2 kills coming through. Still some healing to do for WCU, and they still need to press this point and clean it off before they can get control.
Yeah, I don't think they've quite gotten out of the woods yet there. Good boop with the pull there as well. Was it enough? No, it won't take the Lucio quite out of the fight, but still a very good play in general, enough for them to re-secure. A bit unfortunate for Scoot there. I kind of just illustrated just maybe sort of the weakness of the TAC visor at times, just getting caught up on the tank damage. But again, not a lot of rest from either of these teams. An immediate re-engage here from Valpo Beacon.
And Scoot finally killing a nice boot from Chiroro. Aberoth got credit for it. And Aberoth is going to come up with a 3K according to the kill feed. But got a little tip of the hat over to Chiroro for that boop and start things off nicely. A very quick engagement and an even faster retake. That fight was done in no time flat.
Yeah, you got to admire teams that are able to just really quick, get in there, seal themselves together as a unit and push right back on when things are looking ugly. Broth does have the tire here as well, though the Gravitic coming out very early on here from Hoodie Tofu. Not too much value out of it, but it'll be a couple other members on the other side, actually. So despite opening with the ult there, Hoodie Tofu is not able to secure his team a victory, and now I think might be the last man standing on the point. Scoot actually going to pop Tac Visor at the tail end of that one as well.
I mean, we had the Supercharger, the Gravitic Flux, and the Coalescence all come out at the same time for WCU. They got nothing out of it. And Valpo able to win that fight with just an Earth Shatter. Yeah, we saw the Tac Visor invested at the very end, but that was just kind of like Overtime Wicks burning. I still have it, might as well press Q. Really, Little Flaps won that fight with just one Earth Shatter. After those big ultimates coming through from WCU, beautiful kiting from Valpo Beacon, and able to weather that storm. Those could be dangerous.
They
Those
can
ults,
be
that
dangerous.
is. Yeah.
Yeah, they really can be kind of the stinger at the end. Sometimes can really create problems, right? Valpo, I mean, I think they look like the more confident side. They had clearly had an idea of what they wanted to do. They moved in and sort of took their authoritative position. But I think WCUB indicating, right, this isn't going to go entirely Valpo's way. There's definitely some bite here, and it's something that they're going to have to overcome. A Broth leading out early there, and this is going to be another kind of brawly sort of setup here, despite this Orisa being in on Brave Leaders.
And I was just thinking the same thing. I would like to see Brave Leaders Reinhardt, because a Rein Diva here would work really well with the rest of this composition. Wants to get in your face, utilize the speed. As it is, John Flo kind of going in on their own to try to create opportunities, while the shield tanks just sit back at the entrance and try to pepper down, and it's created a bit of a disconnect, one that Valpo has been able to capitalize on and punish, and once again they get first control.
Valpo is running what I kind of like to conceptualize, at least in my brain, as sort of a chaos composition, right? Like, you have your ball here, you want to create as much disruption as possible. You want to open up room for Little Flaps to kind of swing with the hammer, and most importantly, you just want to open up space for a Broth to just pump damage into anyone and everyone who's around. And I mean, now look at the commanding position this Junkrat has here on Nepal. You'll see the push coming up on the other side though, and they're just immediately moved to push into it. And watch as they just start to split things up. Oh, they don't even need to. Huge anti-nade over the top.
Oh, wow. And they don't follow up on it. Chiroro is just screaming, go, go, go. They're all purple. It's going to be the Nano Throw Daddy. There's the Shatter, a little redemption. Wild Knights did get that sound barrier off, but it quickly fades. But it's enough to keep WCU alive through the big Shatter. But now they've got to push into the hammer. And Little Flaps has continued to just swing away at this small entrance. And so even a Transcendence coming out from Night Fury just to ensure that there's no more fatalities, because Chiroro was down, Zen was your only healing, so why not?
When people ask you what should tanking look like in Overwatch, what's controlling space, that's an excellent example right there. Little Flaps doing a spectacular job just keeping space for his team, preventing WCUB from pushing up there. They never quite felt comfortable. They are now, though, because Little Flaps is done and dusted.
Supercharger Coalesce. Stall, it doesn't matter compared to a 3-kill Riptire. All the hard work undone by Abroth on the Junkrat. Scoot's there to clean up what remains of the scraps of WCU. And now I'm not even sure if there's time for them to touch. It looks like Mild Knights is in a position to start the overtime. This is going to be a tough fight for WCU.
They're going to try and push back in, but they're not going to get it. Little Flaps denies them, but the charge back off. A Broth getting one in there as well into beast mode, and that should just about seal it. They'll get another tag in, but again, nobody can really sustain themselves. Little Flap dies in a vain effort to hold them off from getting back to the point, and we might have a bit of a fight on our hands.
If
the
Hoodie
tank
Tofu
leading
can get
in
this
right
flux
there.
up.
Oh, if he can, it might be enough. Hoodie Tofu goes for the flux. Does they get it off? No, they don't. The kill comes in too fast. It's Night Fury who brings Hoodie Tofu down, and there's nothing they can do. They just continue to fight it out, but I think we're in desperate straits here. Bullskunk.
Yeah, it's the Flux. The Flux was really the only hope. They needed that to be big from Hoodie Tofu. And unfortunately, like you said, just the shots coming through from the Zenyatta. It was Night Fury taking him out of the sky. That was excellent. That I mean, it wasn't necessarily map saving. It was kind of an uphill battle already, but that sealed the deal for sure. This tire, no, this was map winning.
Map saving, map winning. Let's call it
This
that.
is map saving,
Why is it always tires that feel so impactful? Look at that, a 3K. And I mean, that basically just ripped the momentum out of the heart and soul of WCUB. They just had nothing left after that Bull Skunk. Honestly, you just saw them battle back on the point. It just looked like they had gotten the momentum shift that they wanted. And then Abroth is just like, oh no, here's my explosive tire. And that was that.
I mean, Western Colorado had invested so heavily at the beginning of that fight, and they got their returns. They got the kills, they got space, they were driving it out. It was all looking hunky dory, and then Aberoth just nope. Here's the reverse card coming through, and well, Western Colorado got nothing. They spent a whole lot and just ended up watching from afar.
Yeah, as a Scottish poet once said, the best laid plans of mice and men, right, often go awry right there. And that is definitely what happened. You're right. They invested so much to get it. But again, I mean, they were fighting. It was a little bit rougher, I'd say, on that particular stage. But on the first stage, it felt a little bit closer. And I do think that there's some potential here on this kind of Western Colorado side to snap right back into this. Valpo,
Sure.
I just genuinely do not think they're going to get it all their way based off of that first map. It did not have all what I would consider the definitive hallmarks of a serious stomp. So moving off of those control center points and onto the rest of the map pool, I would definitely say that Valpo needs to be, at least on their guard just a little bit here, that they don't lose one out from underneath their nose.
Well, that opportunity will arise for Western Colorado University momentarily. Map number 2, Numbani. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll see you over there. Y'all stay tuned. Oh, Valpo Beacon coming out strong on Nepal. Making a good case for their second place standing here in the Navigators division, Corbeck.
They certainly do. They are also the home of the second largest collegiate chapel in the world. So big
Facts.
seconds, right? They're gonna facts. They're gonna hold on there to that second place in anything that they can get their hands on, including Overwatch. And they don't look like they're particularly in any hurry to lose that positioning either. I do think that WCUB are a bit of the underdogs here, all things considered. But I mean, they've got some depth to their roster. They've got some moves they could possibly make. But in fact, it was, I believe, Valpo that made the substitution here. Orem Corvus is getting subbed out, and they're bringing, Sky Kirby in to
Sky
replace
Kirby.
him?
Yeah,
So,
and Sky
a
Kirby's picking
swap.
up the main tank. Yeah.
That's interesting. I feel like it's interesting that Little Flaps has switched over to the Diva, right? Because usually when you see tank players, they don't do a lot of hopping back and forth between the off tank and the main tank role. They're usually quite dedicated to one or the other. So it's interesting to see Little Flaps going from, I believe he was the Reinhardt on the last
Was the
map,
Reinhardt,
and-
yes, sir.
Yeah. And then moving over to the Diva there and bringing Sky Kirby in to play a Winston. But it might just be a character advantage, right? Perhaps Sky Kirby just does have the stronger Winston in this mix.
We also see Mr. Mango coming in, subbing out for Mild Knights on the opposite side in support for WCU. As they
Bit of
take to
a-
the defense.
Yeah, a bit of a dive here coming out as well, Bullskunk, which is interesting. Kind of almost from both sides, but primarily from Valpo, bringing in the Pharah sort of unsupported here.
Right, yeah, no mercy tagging along with the Pharah. Opting instead for the Ana Zen. So it should make life a little bit easier on Kirby and Scoot, but as I say that, I mean, Sky Kirby already taken out of the fight early. I mean, diving this high ground as the Winston, especially going up Main Street, is a difficult task.
Honestly, if I was a Broth, I would really consider, this is obviously cleanup stage here. I would use this opportunity perhaps to switch off that Pharah. You're running into Boo and Jay Rizzle, both on hard hit scan characters. You also have John Flo on the Diva. There's just not going to be a lot of room for Pharah to operate here, especially without a Mercy Pocket. I feel like you're just asking for trouble if you want to continue with this. I don't think an Orb is going to heal you through it. That said, I mean, the loss of Beast Mode here is not good. That's a main healer down. That said, Mr. Mango probably can fill in that gap.
Yeah, I mean, even Beast Mode and Mr. Mango can put shots down on the far right. I mean, there's a lot of threats to that air, but look at a lot of damage early. Nano Boost now onto Sky Kirby, and they're about ready to dive back in, but it's Jay Rizzle and the Nano Boost onto Hooded Tofu. Maximum shock value on the battlefield right now. Trades going back and forth, but it's the defense of WCU who stand on top when the dust settles, and they're going to hang on, even throw a little late tack visor.
They are. Jay Rizzle lucky there. He almost got jumped at the very last minute by Sky Kirby, who was hiding just around the corner. But, a Broth is the one I think to talk about. Is actually doing a really good job of holding up on the Pharah and not getting into the sightlines of the hit scan, putting damage down range. But that cautious playstyle, in turn, does limit the effectiveness of a DPS dealer, right? Like, they cannot find the opportunity they need to get in. Got a couple of ults to play with here, including the Genji Blade, though. So maybe, just maybe, we'll see something impactful, especially with the barrage coming online shortly as well.
Start things off. Blade comes out. The sleep is spot on. Somebody woke up. Scoot. Mr. Mango was mad for a moment, but then realized the self-destruct will take them out of the fight. You still have to deal with the take line up and running. Hooded Tofu into the back. Cuts off the attack right where it hurts. Right in those supports. Kick him right in the Ana. And there's nobody left to heal Sky Kirby up, who's sitting at 1. Flaps is in Pilot Diva form. Okay. And manages to pick up 2 kills in Pilot Diva form, but who's going to deal with Bob?
What? Is everybody dead?
Everybody's dead.
No, there was just one. Though I thought for a second they had all killed each other, and the only person left on the point was Bob. Yes, but it looked like Boo survived there at the tail end. And then the reinforcements streamed back in. I was like, oh my good lord, they've all killed each other. What a terrible thing. No, Broth does have the barrage here. They have to get this off, but again, it's a suicide ult, and it's even more of a suicide ult on this. Oh, might get one though, sneaking in the back. Beast Mode down.
Beast Mode was backing up from the rush coming through in the newly swapped ride. Sorry, and just ran right into a Broth. Hold on to that barrage for now, knowing how dangerous it is to press that Q button. Doesn't even get a chance. Jay Rizzle will find that kill with a little help from Mr. Mango, but it's Lil Flaps back on this Reinhardt, like we saw, dominating on Nepal, immediately finding value after the swap to Brawl.
It might not be perhaps the optimal composition, though arguably, I mean, a Reinhardt Zarya is perfectly acceptable on a map like Nibani, right? It doesn't necessarily have the verticality, but it certainly has the strength. And it does also seem to be where Little Flaps feels very comfortable if that, last couple of seconds of fight right there is anything to go off of. Still maintaining a Broth on the far end. Interestingly, Boo has chosen to go over to the Echo here. So a little bit of a flyer duel being set up and pretty much hit scan DPS duties, both being relegated to soldiers on each side. The difference, of course, being that Jay Rizzle does have the tack visor in the pocket.
That's an interesting swap. I feel like the Ashe would have gotten tons of value from the high ground, particularly against the Brawl. You don't have the Winston to worry about, but hey, perhaps Boo just has a mean Echo. I do like the Echo against the Pharah in the battle in the air. Lots of ults for WCU to work with as this engagement breaks out across the second corner. It's a Shatter finding 5. Everybody on the ground. Jay Rizzle's not going to get the chance as the barrage from above cleans up on what Little Flaps had laid down before them.
It's a bit disappointing, really. I feel like they held that barrage for such a long time, and they didn't really. Genuinely, I don't think they quite needed it there at the end. I mean, it was fine. It got, a kill or whatever and made sure that they won the fight. I think they would have won it anyway. A little bit like opening up your piggy bank and finding not quite as much money as you thought would be in there. But already Scoot getting very aggressive here with the tack visor. Has to be careful they don't get cut off. That's exactly what happens.
Yeah, Mr. Mango coming with a big pick is... Scoot was trying to find a cheeky angle with which to flank with the tack visor, but nah, they read that like a book. Boo is end up going back over to the Ashe, immediately finds value. The res comes through. Now the Coalescence coming back, being countered by an Ant Matrix, but Valpo are able to just circumvent the Ant Matrix entirely. Little free charge for Sky Kirby while Flaps throws down another Shatter, but didn't find the joy out of that one. Got hit by an Accretion Rock, I believe. I'm not even sure if the hammer hit the ground, Corbett.
I think it did, but it didn't find anyone. The Sigma Shield, I think, caught most of it. Yeah, Scoot's still here on the outside edge, doing some good work, but again, forced backwards. Oh, Boo, finishing it off there. Back on the Ashe, though, which means that, maybe the swap wasn't really so necessary over the Echo. Unfortunately, having to play the Ashe up close and personal, too, not particularly appealing, as a Broth is forced to peel back to the rest of the squad.
You can see a Broth has to respect that. Like you're saying, they've got to fall back. You've got to respect Boo. Even if Boo's not landing those shots in that particular clip that we saw, that's still a massive damage threat from that Ashe, and Boo is clearly skilled on it. Tack visor now barrage over the top. This one much better. A Broth came in with a perfect flank, angled, set up by an astonishing grab from Sky Kirby. What a breathtaking combo to finish the fight. Finish the map.
Yeah, it was a perfect execution there of the sort of barrage kind of grab combo being unleashed. What's interesting, and I do wonder if this was called out or if it was just missed, in the half-second split we saw of Hoodie Tofu right there before that grab went off, Hoodie Tofu actually saw a Broth dancing just on the edge of their vision, right on the far right corner of the screen. I do wonder if they called that out when it was coming in. I think what happened was that he tried to use his eat, which the name of it I cannot remember for the life of me. He tried to use
Kinetic
the
grasp.
eat. What was it?
Kinetic grasp.
Kinetic grasp. That's it. I knew it was like something grasp. I couldn't remember what the word they threw in front of it was.
Weird name.
Did,
okay, anyway, I'm sorry. I cut you. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. You're valid. Kinetic grasp, gravitic flux, accretion. There's some strange words. I'm not a physics person, but I think what happened was he used his kinetic grasp hoping to eat the grab, which then meant that he didn't have it for defense when the barrage came around. Whether or not it would have made a significant difference, but it was just interesting to see that the awareness of the play that was being made was there. It's just that I think that it was already happening. There was really nothing they could do to stop it in that scenario.
And also it got Mr. Mango's immortality out. Saw the immortality come out as soon as the grab was sent down, and it had already been destroyed by the time the barrage was out. Granted, it would have left WCU with everybody at 10% health. But yeah, that grab pulled out all of the resources.
It was really well executed. Like you said, it was just a really well executed ult combo to end. And this is going to be a difficult defense to break here. This is a lot of range damage basically going into kind of 2 off tanks.
Nice wall. Yeah, Little Flaps was in trouble there from Jay Rizzle. And WCU, I mean, they're going to clean off this high ground. They even managed to find 1, make it 2 picks. Little Flaps, okay, you know, that's a double kill on a charge. Follows it up with a kill on a Mr. Mango. Little Flaps is just taking matters into their own hands on the high ground of Hotel.
Good lord, Little Flaps basically single-handedly slowed that down. Without him getting those kills, I think we would be seeing them running over here. But, I mean, look at the distraction he's providing. All of this to set up shots for Scoot here, who's just playing on the outside edge, happy as a clam. Finally gets a little bit of damage, but still the healing was coming in. And this is all bought enough time for a Broth to get back in action as well. Jay Rizzle is down, John Flo is down, and that should really be the attack over.
Oh, and Little Flaps smells blood in the water. I sense a shatter coming up real quick, quarterback. Oh, no, wait, maybe don't even need it. Just gets that beautiful fire strike. Doesn't need it. Doesn't need it. Another 3K for Little Flaps.
And basically got a team kill right there in that entire time frame. That was crazy. Little Flaps doing huge work. And I mean, admittedly making some kind of high-risk plays. I'm pretty sure he got those kills by coming up behind the enemy team after he got knocked off. So it was a circuitous route to take there if you were the Reinhardt, but obviously an effective one. Nobody watching their backs there when that came down. The ult advantage distinctly sitting on the side of Valpo as well, so I wouldn't be surprised if this nest attack from WCUB is also sent packing.
This is a dangerous spot for them. There's a tire about to come online, and they're stuck in this tiny little hole. And the Shatter. Shatter finds 4. Coalescence isn't any better in this tiny hallway, but Little Flaps actually pushes too far, past the Coalescence, and falls. Now, backing up, Valpo are looking at whatever tools they have. I'm looking at a Broth with this tire ready to go. Sees him coming up. I'm not sure what you're waiting on. Maybe sees the bubbles come out from John Flo. They've been used. They've given an opportunity for WCU to emerge and use some ults of their own. Across the way, who has managed to find their way onto Scoot and just takes care of the high ground. WCU win that without using any of those ults. I'm flabbergasted, Warbeck.
I am as well, because they had the ults to stop that push going into that. They had the Bob, which I think got used. I have no idea what happened to him. They had the tire. Really, the linchpin of it all was Little Flaps dying early, because what happened is I think a Broth never felt particularly comfortable as he goes down early there again. Unfortunate. He spoke his death into being by bringing his name up, but never really felt comfortable with spacing to use the tire. Just was trying to use damage maybe to stem the tide of the attack, and instead kind of got caught in a bad place. And now look at this ult advantage that is being held by WCUB. They should just be able to coast through the streets phase.
The WCU, I can't help but feel really dodged a bullet, but I gotta admire their discipline for not using any ults of their own. Now, I mean, this is a massive war chest that they have available. That's 6 check marks coming online. The Amp Matrix can be the first invested. Back Visor through it. Death Blossom in the back. And that's 3 ults coming through. Finally, the tire comes out, but it's not enough to bring back this fight.
No, it really isn't. And it's a good bit of play here by Tootie Tofu to just kind of keep the push alive. It's a dangerous situation, right? There's not a lot of backup. I think they got both the supports down in that tire, so you just play it as cautiously as you can. Oh, no, it looks like Mr. Mango had survived as well. So really the tire, not enough that time from a Broth to cut the legs out from underneath the attack. It's no Nepal again, and this is kind of what I was talking about, by the way, Bullskunk. I do think this WCUB team has legs. There's danger here. You cannot sleep on them. And a Broth going down early again. The Junkrat has been dying early in these fights, and I think that's really kind of slowing down the ability of them to put out this DPS and arguably to hold ground.
Ooh, but the Shatter from the other side could be just the ticket to bring it back. As the Immortality Field used early after the Shatter, quickly dealt with. And Sky Kirby moves in, juiced up, and finding the goods.
Juiced up. That's a good word for it. Little flaps too with the jump around the corner, shatter right there, just for the style points in terms of everything. Jay Rizzle getting caught there at the tail end, just gonna slow the respawns down just a little bit. Sky Kirby is sitting on the grab, but again, I mean, it's the Coalescence and the Gravitic Flux here on the side of WCUB, so very solid ults to be used in this particular setup. We'll see who uses an ult first. I think that's gonna be critical to this fight.
Yeah, proactive, and it's going to be the the Gravitic Flux is the first one to come out. Those darn single moves. Coalescence from both sides. It's a little bit of a laser light show here on point C of Numbani. At the end, it looks like WCU have managed to find some ground. Got some good damage in with the Flux. Jay Rizzle with a nice follow-up. Now the Ant Matrix and another attack visor is about to come out through it. Oh, beautiful pair of kills from Hoodie Tofu. That's nasty. That's 240 damage per set of hyperspheres going through that Ant Matrix.
It very much is, and I mean, you tally up the splash damages in as well. Beautiful accretion right there to nail a broth, and a very solid push from WCUB. You know, all credit to them as well. Mr. Mango with a good heads-up read. That was a massive amplification matrix right there. I mean, genuinely, one of the most impactful amplification matrix I think I've seen in a good long while. Threw it down and turned what could have kind of been a regroup by Valpo into just a rout. They really had no choice but to back up there, and the rest of the team, recognizing the advantage that Matrix was providing them in that scenario, played off of it so well to really use it as a springboard for further aggression. So that was really well done by the entire squad to pick up on that. I mean, Valpo, okay, they've got a minute and a half in the time bank here, though, right? Well, this is not a unwinnable scenario by any stretch of the word. Interestingly, though, they are coming out again with a broth on the Pharah, but this time they are giving them the backup of Night Fury on the Mercy, which I think if you're going to run the Pharah, this is the wise thing to do, right? Just to get the damage boost in there alone for the splash damage. More interesting than that, though, is WCUB's defensive setup.
Yes,
pairing
sir.
a Sigma and a Roadhog.
I couldn't help, my eye was just drawn to the top left-hand corner of the screen, and I just kind of got fixated. Like, wait a minute, wait, really? Is that Jon Snow is coming out, or Jon Flow, excuse me. Forgive the pun. This is not Game of Thrones, but hey, WCU are hoping to hold the door here with this unusual composition.
I was saying it's gonna end on a much better note. Neither here nor there. But yeah, the Pigspeed composition, that's an interesting choice on a minute and a half defense. I'll see how this works. I mean, immediately kind of going into the meat grinder there on the top deck. So the hooks have got to be tremendously valuable to justify this.
Shield up, Jon Flo going in, looking for something. Don't want to overextend around that corner, and they know it. Just putting massive amounts of damage into that doorway. And Valpo Beacon are struggling to find any room to work. Scoot can't poke their head out. Nobody can really put any pressure down. Scoot and it looked like Aberoth were looping around coast side, but Jon Flo keeping him in check so far.
It's an interesting use of Jon Flo here, actually. I would think that you would be trying to use one of those hooks to pull somebody out of that room and just secure a kill, but it's forced the rotation underneath. Boo dropping down immediately, forced to disappear right there to get out of dodge. Mr. Mango's Immortality Field already down. Great shatter from Little Flaps. Again, the hero of the hour comes swinging in on the back of his effort. The team goes to work, and they will clean up almost all of these kills and secure the point, but it was a near-run thing.
I mean, every time we think Valpo are in trouble, Little Flaps comes through and gets 3 kills. Every time. Like, oh, Valpo are struggling here. Never mind, Little Flaps just killed half the team. Like, what a consistent and just barbaric Reinhardt. And it's a joy to see. That's 4 points on the board in the overtime. Now, I mean, it's just kind of bonus from here. Whatever you get from here is just icing on the cake.
Sticking to with Jon Flo on the Roadhog, I have not, I really think, seen the value in this pick. I love Roadhog to death, but it's just not manifesting. Good pull, but unfortunately it's on the Reinhardt.
And the Zardy Bow comes right out to protect Little Flaps from that. Now the whole hog combined with the Gravitic Flux Coalescence. Wow.
Nice.
All right. That was huge. Monstrous. As Hoodie Tofu is the one to seal the deal.
That was really well done. Great play to Hoodie Tofu there, by the way, to be heads up enough, seeing that whole hog coming out to immediately hit the ult, because it would be so easy in that scenario for the whole hog to just push those targets away, pulls them in, and then of course they get held in the air, so the damage drop off from Roadhog's ult is a negligible factor, and they do enough damage that when they slam them down, it just gets the instantaneous kill. Really well played there by the two tanks. I still don't know if Pig's Feet is the the game-winning combo right there, but I mean they put it to good work. A very flashy finish, so I will give them credit for that.
Absolutely. And it's insane. It's easy to forget how much damage the whole hog does if you're not being pushed back. Like it's astronomical figures as far as the numbers coming out.
Ask an Orisa player who accidentally hits Fortify in front of it. They'll tell you.
Been there, done that, man.
Yeah, just how much damage that's doing. The answer, a lot. If you trap them, it really can melt. So it's interesting that they have continued to persist with it, though. I mean, I give them credit for the last play, but on the attack as well. Interestingly enough, I was about to say, Valpo is doing the same thing. So it's all in. Pig's Feet all around. It's just who's going to have the well-cooked Pig's Feet and who's going to have the pickled Pig's Feet. That's going to be the deciding factor here.
I was wondering where you were going to go with that one. Pickled Pig's Feet. I like it. That's
disgusting.
Little vinegar, a little,
Having had them, they're really just don't. Anyway.
What an interesting mirror. This was not on my bingo card, Corbeck.
No, it wasn't on mine either. It's the last mirror I would expect.
Heading through the low ground, WCU emerged, and they're just going to take the fight right on to the point. Jay Rizzle with a nice start. And WCU are kind of creating chaos, but doing a good job of staying focused on their fire. Oh, but it's Scoot and Abroth just will not be denied. And all the attention was on the tanks, the Little Flaps and Sky Kirby. And I mean, maybe it'll work out in the end. The early kills coming through because of the DPS, but finally those tanks from Valpo Beacon are whittled down, and WCU have really bought themselves some presence on this point.
Yeah, I mean, this is probably the only thing that I would say that was bad there was the use of the amplification matrix at the tail end by Mr. Mango. Right. I can't necessarily blame him for slamming it down, but it has all the hallmarks of a support player who thinks that the situation maybe is a little bit more dire than it actually is. Having been there myself, I totally get it, but a very definitive win right there. They would do good to use the exact same combo again, and I think they're well positioned to do it if they want.
I want to harp back to just a great kill on Chiro, made that all possible there in that last fight. But here we go, on to the future. Nice immortality filter protect from the rip tire from Abroth. Attack fires from Scoot's already gone. Ooh, the rock on the Little Flaps. Little Flaps just got decimated. There's pieces of hamster ball all over the streets of Noon Body right now. Here comes the nano boost on the Sky Kirby in a last second attempt to try to hold on to this thing. And it may have just done it. I believe that interrupted John Flo's whole hog, who got taken out early as well. And Huda Tofu left to try to close this out in the dwindling seconds to bring this back. This is a 4v4 on this objective right now. Coalescence and TacVise are out from WCUs. They try to finish off Noon Body, try to tie up this series, and they will succeed on the back of those two ultimates. We're 1-1 now, Corbeck. We've got a match.
That's a squeaky run right there. It very much looked like WCUB was going to lose that one at the tail end by an absolute hair's breadth, but it didn't work out quite that way. And here's that nasty combo that we saw at the end right there. Beautiful. I always forget that Farah can get caught in that as well, even if she's flying like kind of low to the ground, which is where I think he possibly picked Broth up in that scenario. But really, really well played from WCUB, and I'm glad that they're living up to what I said about the fact that there's fighting them, because there definitely is. I mean, talk about that last fight in particular, where I really was not sure if they were going to pull it off. A great combination of ults there to basically win the 4v4 that you were talking about. The Coalescence coming in with the heal sustain, and then Jay Rizzle just kicked around the outside with the soldier and just kept the pressure up. TacVisor, much maligned ult. I think I've maligned it myself tonight already in our last game, but it's a consistent source of DPS, and in scenarios where team members are dwindling and health is low, it is a very valuable ultimate to have.
And it can certainly make the supports on the other side panic, because you can't pop people up fast enough. Oh man, what It was close. I mean, it was down to the absolute wire, final fight, overtime, extra innings, like all of those exciting phrases all came to play there in map 2, and we're tied up. It's all going to come down to one last map in week 5. That map is Watch Point Gibraltar. It is intermission time. We're going to catch our breath when we return. The final map of the night. We'll see you there. All right. We have absolutely got a match on our hands in the Navigators division. Closing it out for our 5th and final map of week 5. Valpo started off strong, but WCU brought it back there, quarterback.
They sure did. WCU, their mascot, the Mountaineer, Are they going to be able to surmount this last bit of the range? Are they going to be able to pull themselves all the way to the top? And we can use the Valpo mascot, the beacon, or, are they going to be a beacon of strength? Are they going to be able to withstand the storm that WCU brought to them? It's interesting coming off of that first Koth map. Sometimes Koth maps are a bit of an outlier. I do wonder if the outlier here is map 1 or map 2. And I think relatively early on in this next round, we'll probably get a pretty clear indication of what's what, BullsCon, because I feel like if Valpo comes out and it's looking a little bit slower, it's looking a little bit more steady, more comparable to their Rabani attack, then I think we can give WCU the benefit of the advantage. But if Valpo comes out and kind of blazes a trail, well, I think that's going to give us an answer about where Valpo is, both mentally and play-wise.
Well, and another thing to keep in mind is Vapo looks strongest on the Reinhardt compositions, with Lil Flaps leading the charge quite literally on the Reinhardt. And going into Watchpoint Gibraltar, I mean, still doable, I suppose. Your pathing is it's always extremely important in a ball comp. But on this map in particular, like, there's only so few ways you can go challenge the high ground, and you've got to be able to get to those points safely. I mean, you're navigating through dangerous territory. To even get to the stairwells, you need to get to the top of point A, that you need to get to the top of shuttle in point B. So, I mean, right out of the gate, I think I might give WCU the edge here. I mean, I felt like Valpo, when they tried to mirror the pig's feet, is when things kind of start to go south a little bit. But even with that, it was down to the very last fight.
It was. And I mean, we're talking about a matter of kind of 1 or 2 ults being thrown in at the end, right? I do think to a certain extent you've made a very salient point, which is the fact that Little Flaps has been an outstanding player on the Reinhardt, truly a difference maker for this squad. Do they manage to maintain that here on Gibraltar, which, like you said, is not exactly the world's most Reinhardt friendly map? And I mean, they're going to come out on Little Flaps on the Reinhardt. They don't care. They've got Orem Korvus back, and he's going to be playing the ball here in this particular scenario. And once more as well, they're running with the unsupported Ibroth on the Farah, so they feel confident in bringing that back out again. And then, I mean, you look at the other side, still running Pig's Feet here, a very kind of, I would almost say, close range oriented composition. The only one who should be playing off is Jay Rizzle, who's on the Ashe, and I genuinely think Jay Rizzle is going to have problems here, because they're going to be the key target for both Scoot, Ibroth, and actually Orem Korvus probably as well.
Absolutely. Yeah, Jay Rizzle's going to have a hard time finding safe angles on this Ashe.
It's not a sniper duel I would particularly want to take, if I'm being honest. And already Orem Korvus coming in hard, gets pulled right there, has to dive out, nearly dies. Woo! That was close.
I mean, you've got Hook, you've got a Creation Rock, and 2 Hellfire Shotguns to deal with. If you're a Wrecking Ball, that is that's just scary. That's nightmare fuel. But a good shot from Scoot's going to open the fight up here for Valpo, and you can see the rockets kind of pouring in, forcing WCU to back off and give up their high ground. Orium once again, though, and this time doesn't get the escape.
Yeah, it's a bit hard to get out of that scenario. I mean, you listed out quite keenly all the problems that they're going to have. Boo just annihilates Scoot and then takes a Broth down as well. Now Boo coming in on the back line. Oh, some great Reaper play on display right there, doing everything that's needed as he brings down the Baptiste too. And basically, we saw Little Flaps do it the other time. It's Boo who breaks the back of an enemy attack there with a good little cheeky play.
That's a 4-piece when it was all said and done for Boo. And I think a very apropos name for the Reaper in that scenario is like, Boo, here I am. And there you go. I mean, even catching the Farah. Got up and took the Farah out of the sky as the second kill after getting rid of Scoot, who's now gone over to an Ashe of their own.
Whoa, Scoot nearly lost it right there. That hook was deadly indeed, but it didn't go down. Orem Korvus coming up on the top here. A solid engage. They might be able to make something out of this.
Nice shatter there. Not only saves Orium, but nets quite a few picks, as half the defense has been scattered and, well, eliminated. And it's not long for the other half to follow in suit. They go back to spawn, and this is close enough. I don't think there's time for a recontest.
I would be very surprised, and I do want to point out that was about the cleanest engage you could ever see from a ball, right? Just comes in, huge pile drive, and the team is just immediately there to follow up on that damage that you've done to every member of the enemy team.
Even got hooked, but it ended up not mattering. The shatter from Lil Flaps was perfectly timed, and Orium was able to just start unleashing machine gun fire into the helpless pack of WCU now has some room to work on this high ground. Looking at Jay Rizzle and Mr. Mango on the Baptiste and the Ash, respectively. Almost called her Anna. That's not Grandma.
No, it's most certainly not.
That's
Boo
not
trying to
Grandma.
put some pressure down range with the shotguns. Still kind of out of the ideal range. And was that Hoodie Tufu attempting to do the flux? Unfortunately, it doesn't work out. The Death Blossom coming in from Boo to slow it down. Still, I don't think it's going to work.
No, it does not. It is Valpo Beacon just marching on forward, and they're going to claim the shuttle in 2 nice fights. I mean, really 1.5.
Ooh, they're going to get some brutal rotations here as well. Look at that. John Flo completely caught out. Boot back towards the team. That's going to force the entirety of WCUB to come up and try and protect their tank.
A little Flaps pressing forward, looking to build up the rest of that Shatter. Against those 2 takes and a very aggressive hold. I'm not sure I like this, but hey, you get the hook onto Roran. And now the whole hog coming out. Barrage in the back will pick up 2, but that's a 2-for-4 trade favoring Western Colorado.
It's 2-for-4 trade. It's also the use of 2 ults right there because that was a nano boosted barrage in the back line. So you threw away your nano boost there as well, which, I mean, admittedly, you don't have a ton, I think, of really strong nano targets, but you do have Little Flaps, your carry, Reinhardt, who I'm sure would be very happy to have a nano boost in a tight fight at some point in time here, but unfortunately not really an option. Little Flaps going to go for the Shatter, though.
And there's the Matrix to start things off. Has the Sigma at their back right. This should be a free Shatter. It's like, oh, hey, there's a sleeping Roadhog who's antied. Still can't heal. That Take a Breather did nothing. Now a big fire strike, and the Shatter's finally unleashed a great effect. 3 down in the back. And WCU are reeling. And they still got a corner they might be able to hold, and that's a good pick on Terrorium to try to start this stabilization. Now the Ant Matrix there to hopefully finish it. Little Flaps is in a bit of trouble. Yep. That's a big Omnic Butler in your backline.
Sure is, and the Omnic Butler does not miss. That's the other problem. Abroth getting brought down there by John Flo at the tail end. And can I just say, that was the most passive Shatter I think we've seen so far. It was a really good. Took him a long time to execute it. Waited a long time. Put it down. It was really well done, but there was no follow-up from the rest of the Valpo squad. They just kind of watched it all go down. And I think if I was Little Flaps, I'd be a little bit annoyed by that.
There's a nice big pile driver with mines online. There was a ton of adaptive shielding and it all just instantly evaporated. That's Scoot now coming through with the bomb of their own. But when that went down, Boo's out of the fight. Mines come out and there's a lot of space here gained from Valpo Bacon. It's cost him a couple ultimates though.
It has, but they've all been really impactful ultimates. I mean, every single inch that they've bought with those ults has been incredibly valuable pushing their way into this, and now they've got the spawn door pin, except for Boo, who slipped out the other side.
Oh, and drops a mean tack visor. Able to pick up 1 before going down, but each one of those kills so important when you're this close to the spawn door. Now a Coalescence up is going to buy a lot of sustain to get time for reinforcements to show back up. Does drift a little bit too close to the sun, or dare I say the hammer of Lil Flaps, who follows up with a kill on John Flo. There's the big pin. It's a kill on Jay Rizzle. Once again, when you think the fight is lost, Lil Flaps comes through and just starts massacring the battlefield. The hammer is laid down with authority. Little Flaps continues to rack up kills and continues to impress me and continues to get value from Valpo Beacon.
That's just kind of obscene, to be honest.
This might be the player of the week right here. I'm just saying.
Yeah,
I'm just putting it up there right now.
I don't know. Yeah, if you have young children at home, might be time to turn off your computer. But that was just brutal. I mean, it's just unkillable. They had people shooting him too. It wasn't like they were trying to bring it. You know, they were trying. It's like the old Halo kind of juggernaut mode. They just couldn't do anything to him. There was even an immortality field in the midst of all of that. And the play was just there. Little Flap swinging away, knew when to use the charge effectively, and just bought enough time for his team to come back. I don't know if I would necessarily say that it was kind of like, a centerpiece of tanking, but it is certainly a centerpiece of just strong individual performance and knowing your limits, like what you can endure as a tank character and what you can put down on the other side. I can't really imagine how WCUB is feeling about this, right? Because that has to be very annoying. You know, it's just one guy, right? At that point in time, you can almost hear the cons, right? It's just the Reinhardt, just the Reinhardt. But I mean, killing him seems to be far more easily said than done.
I feel like the more damage you put on Little Flaps, the angrier he gets. I mean, it's just Flap smash at that point. I'm surprised the Reinhardt wasn't turning green. That was nuts.
He ain't getting beat. He's just getting mad.
Just getting mad.
That's all. He's just getting mad right there at the tail end. And they're running the double main tank again on their defense. Another interesting choice.
I mean, hey, you've got a lot of shielding here to protect Scoot and the supports while they try to put some damage down. I mean, you got 3 shields on the battlefield here for Valpo Beacon to hold the line. And it pays well. I mean, with spam damage down, some good shots in, and booze off the table. John Flo does manage to come up and sneak a hook in from the stairs. No one really reading the flank on that. It might just be the death of this defense for Valpo Beacon.
Yeah, part of the problem there, though, is they didn't account for Scoot, who's just kind of still up on the high ground, and you see the kill coming in quite easily. Scoot's still here, by the way, totally uncontested, sniping at the supports and basically anyone who's hanging out in the back line. Unfortunately, they have to pause to reload, but I mean, look at the havoc the Ashe is causing right there.
And what a priority pick to get the Moira. I thought that, I mean, WCU might have still had the advantage, and they have managed to force Valpo to drop down from the high ground. Everybody except for Scoot, that is. Scoot is still up there, putting in work. Oh, but that Ant Matrix comes out. Another wonderfully placed Ant Matrix from Mr. Mango. Perfectly timed. We've seen it. I think that's the third one today that has just been super high value.
Indeed, it has been, and a good push forward there in general, really well coordinated, in fact, and they've caught them in this transition period, and they're delivering a little of what was delivered unto them. Now to the other side, John Flo unfortunately gets a little too excited. I think they went in with the whole hog right there and did not work. You still take damage as much as you don't want to. Hoodie Tofu does have the ult here if they want to use it. They've just got to be a little bit careful they don't succumb to the same thing that cost them their fellow tank.
Riptire is going to take beast mode out again, so even more caution required, and now Mr. Mango is down. There's no source of healing left standing for WCU as they try to push around this first corner. Wonderful punish initially of the split spawns, but now Lil Flaps comes in with the shatter. The remaining 4 instantly light up the kill feed.
Is that what they say? What is it? When life gives you lemons, you know, you make lemonade, or you squeeze the lemons back in life's eyes. I'm not really sure. Whatever it was really good.
Smash the lemons with a hammer.
It was really good adaptability, to be honest. Valpo basically used the 2 survivors down there in the dorms exit as kind of like a bait, basically. Drew the entire enemy team onto it and then just went to town cleaning it up on the backside. I've got to admire the adaptability of that play.
Well, they're going to need some more because here comes the Gravitic Flux to open this fight. The Coalescence to back it up, and Little Flap's looking low, but you got both support ults committed from Valpo Beacon alongside a Supercharger and a Bob. Bob Supercharger, low-key awesome combo because that's 7 players getting that extra 50% damage boost.
J-Rizzle, no.
There
was no escape. Night Fury cut off the other exit. He tried to slip out the back, and the cops were waiting for him. He won't be able to get out after that. But the ult differential really telling right now in favor of WCUB. They need to be able to get one of these off. Any one of them in their own right could be a game changer if used correctly. It's just they have to use them. Trying to set up on that Death Blossom for the high ground, but it'll be J-Rizzle who goes first.
And the Matrix is there, so this is auto-aim, double damage, and immediately 2 kills, and there's 3 more! They invest all 3 of them, but that is a nice team wipe. Little Flaps, may want that one back. You've had some wonderful shatters today, Flaps. That was not one of them.
I think it was worth it. You gotta throw all 3 of them. Genuinely, if they hadn't done all 3, I don't know that they would have won the fight overall. It's unfortunate because they can't catch them in rotation like what was done to them, but they certainly get through the point. The one thing I was worried about is there would be some sort of recontest before they got through, and then you would have lose all 3 of those ults in value. But the aggression really coming forward here out of Jonflo needs to be careful, because this is a bit of a dangerous situation for a D.Va.
This is a dangerous situation for both of these tanks. This is going to be a tough corner to push. Taking down Orium in the beginning, though, that is the start you're looking for. Blue trying to follow up on it, being a menace on this Reaper on the outside right now. Little Flap's trying to get around the corner, can't make it around the corner. Jonflo there to finish them off. And now WCU have the back of Gibraltar in their sights.
Oh, Broth thought he could sneak one in. He still will. They have to know he's there. He gets 3 with the tire. Is it enough, though, to cut the legs out from underneath the attack? It might just have been with the spawn advantage.
That's what I'm thinking. But, hey, Little Flaps went down a little faster than they would have liked. My initial assurance, my initial confidence that that was enough has been, well, put to doubt by these kills coming through on the back of it. Very quick focus fire from WCU. Now they've got another amp matrix to work with, but I think eventually the lack of sustain has finally caught up with them as more and more members of Valpo Beacon start to emerge from the spawn. Now I say that, 3 kills coming through. Amp matrix is still there. 4. This could be winnable. It's just a poor Genji left. Scoot hanging on for dear life as Orium shows up to continue the stall.
That probably did it, because it got both the supports down there, Bullskunk, and I don't think they're going to be able to get them back fast enough to keep this fight alive. That said, the Gravitic Flux coming out right now, maybe do some work. The Immortality Field is in, the Death Blossom used as well. That's 2 kills stacking up in favor of WCUB, and now here comes the supports with the return, the Coalescence on the other side, all of it being devoted to keeping up Jay Rizzle to get that Tac Visor cooking. And in that last flurry of ults, they'll finish, and with an equal time bank.
Wow, what a final fight. I mean, we'll just call that all one long fight. I mean, the 2 supports died twice. Yes, an exact time bank between the 2. Our OCD is happy once again. Quarterback.
Matching across the board.
What a fitting final map. I mean, we're here in map 3, perfectly equivalent time banks between our 2 teams as we head into extra innings.
Yeah, it is very interesting. I can't actually think. I'm trying to rack my brain right now. I can't think of the last time that I saw an equal time bank like that. It's a rare scenario.
I mean, you could draw a line through the top middle of your screen and it's mirrored on both sides. Like that's how dead even these 2 teams are.
Yeah, and I mean, I keep getting the inkling, right, that Valpo maybe is the stronger side just a little bit. I don't know if that's just because of the presence of Little Flaps and kind of the amazing plays that the Reinhardt has been making, or just overall, I think their coordination is just a little bit tighter. But WCUB, I've really just grabbed on by the belt here and just refused to kind of give up. Like, they're just going blow for blow here through all these rounds, and I couldn't even tell you who I think is going to win this one. I am genuinely not sure. It's going to come down to individual plays in the maximum, and I say that, but maybe the pirate ship might actually doom them. Now that I think about it, this is not the comp I would have run.
No, I've been looking for, I guess, the surprise pick, try to catch Valpo off guard, throw something out that they hadn't seen, but a Broth just throws damage into it. It's just a bunch of mines. Just throw them onto the objective. You're bound to get tons of value. And indeed, a couple of kills lighten up the feed. Already the Orisa gone, the Bastion right behind it, and the pirate ship sinks.
Yeah, pirate ship not sustainable. The age of sail is long past, let's just put it at that, and not able to keep it going. And now look at the devastation that it's caused, and more importantly, the amount of time that it's wasted here. Almost an entire minute off the clock before they're kind of able to reassert a presence, and it's a half-hearted presence at best.
But a couple of kills have come through. As Scoot now dropping back down to Valpo, we're going to try to hold on this corner, and the shatter comes through. That, I believe, got blocked, or maybe it just was a solo. Either way, it's still Little Flaps pushing forward with the hammer, able to pick up 2 kills, no matter the results of the Earth Shatter itself. And yeah, it turns out that you were correct, Quarterback. That was a half-hearted stay or chance at an attack there.
I mean, it's still, they're running into a very similar issue they had last time, which the high ground is still firmly in control, especially of Scoot. I mean, you saw the beautiful Bob play right there, kind of sailing up over the top. And as long as that situation remains, you're going to have this problem. Good minefield to start here, too.
Oh, and it finds 2 kills and devalues the Ant Matrix from Mr. Mango, which have been oh so strong all day long. Now Valpo just collapsed into the car wash. John Flo desperately trying to hang on for overtime, but the take a breather is done, and so is their life bar. Jay Rizzle's tack visor falls a little flat, as does the rest of this attack from WCU. This might just be the nail in the coffin. What a wonderful hold from Valpo.
I can't help but feel like it was given to them a little bit, though. Honestly, with the coming out on the pirate ship, I get why you would do that. I just think they got a little too cute right there. And the problem is, it's not so much that the pirate ship failed, which, you know, unfortunate, but okay, it was probably unlikely that it was going to succeed. It's the ult differential. Because what it allowed was, it allowed things like the Bob to come out before WCUB really had any answer. It allowed a Shatter to come in. It even gave the edge to the minefield, right? Like, it was just one thing after another, all of it enabled by the fact that they had to go for the swap there and lose some ult charge. It's just a rough scenario. I don't know how I quite feel about that one. And I think Valpo saw that, you know, kind of not all or nothing, but certainly a gamble of a choice, and definitely came out the better of it.
Well, and the other side of that was Abros either been either on the Junkrat or the Pharah. And
true,
the Junkrat is just like they were started, you know, just they were filled with glee once they saw a pirate ship. It's like, oh, this is just easy.
Stationary target, basically.
Just stationary targets sitting on the objective that's clearly marked that everybody can see. I can throw spam in there all day long. And now taken back to the skies, and it's Scoot pulling out the Bastion. I'm not sure how I feel about this one either. Hey, Scoot already finding a little bit more value. As beast mode goes down, Valpo only has to get to the bottom of the car wash. They don't even have to make it back up the top. The VCU have to try to engage here, and they will. They've got the Reaper to do so and put a ton of damage down. Well, they did. Little Flaps takes care of that, as well as Mr. Mango. Little Flaps, and they're just swinging on the Roadhog. Nothing can stop this Reinhardt. Nothing can stop Valpo Beacon from capping this point and taking the series 2-1. Wow.
Yeah, at the tail end, I mean, it was well fought by WCUB. I can't help but feel like they hoisted their own petard there a little bit at the end with that composition. But, you know, all credit going to the folks here. I mean, look at this play from Little Flaps. It's just savage. I mean, honestly, yeah. He was just there the entire time. And all credit to the folks at Valpo for just, you know, never letting the pressure off and just consistently performing well across all of those maps. Even when they had the pushback, it was still razor thin pushback from WCUB. You know, I won't take it away from them. They fought well, but Valpo, man, Little Flaps in particular, an outstanding performance.
I think undoubtedly your player of the match.
100%.
Yeah. Honestly, a strong case for your player of the week for NECC this week. I'm gonna tell you right now, it's gonna get my vote. I could just hands down, like right now, that's my vote for our player of the week. Hey, I mean, I'm not the only deciding factor. I'm just a humble caster, but that's how awesome that performance was, and that's what the wow at the end of the map. That's where that was coming from. Was just watching Little Flaps just go in there and swing with impunity. Man, that just put a giant smile on my face. So tip of the hat to them. I mean, a wonderful match. You couldn't ask for a better way to close out week 5.
No, and you really couldn't. I mean, it was an exciting match. There was moments for both of those teams. They all had their opportunities to shine. There were times when I think we thought that, you know, it was all going to go one way or it was all going to go another way, and it just shifted wildly back and forth across the spectrum there of kind of the ups and the downs. I tell you what, Bullskunk, there are a lot in that particular matchup. So definitely one of the most entertaining, I'd say, NECC matches I've seen in a while, and arguably one of the most entertaining kind of semi, what would we call this, kind of semi-professional amateur Overwatch that I think I've seen in a really long time, if I'm being honest.
That's straight collegiate, you know. I mean, that's just
collegiate. That's the best way to put it.
Golden collegiate play, like, and it runs the gambit.
You're right.
I mean, We've got tiny schools of 1,000 people, like we saw earlier tonight, doing well. You've got schools of 50,000 people. Like it doesn't matter. There's skill ranges across the board, but it's all just awesome collegiate Overwatch. Players from all over the nation getting to compete and see and interact and meet other fellow Overwatch lovers, and it's a beautiful thing. And I mean, it's a beautiful. I love collegiate, man. I could go on for hours. But I can't. I'm out of time. This is the end of our broadcast tonight. We really appreciate y'all hanging out with us tonight. If you haven't already, go drop a follow on Twitter at NECC Games, NECC GAMES, and keep up to date because Overwatch isn't the only thing and the only collegiate action going on from this channel. So go drop them a follow, get a note on the schedule and all that. But other than that, any closing thoughts, Cormac?
Just that you were speaking about other things. I think it's League tomorrow, so there's plenty more collegiate esports action for you to watch. No awesome. Stop in the NECC train, and yeah, it's been a pleasure, Bull Skunk. Always good to cast with you. So I'm glad we had 2 opportunities today.
Likewise, it's been a good day. Well, we hope y'all enjoyed it as well. Y'all remember to look out for each other in game and out, and we'll see you tomorrow for some League of Legends.